Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
And just like that, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. What a day it has been. If you've been watching over on the Raging Tomato or basically anywhere else on the internet, you know that I had a first few hours of the day. I had a debate this morning. It was awesome. It feel like I did pretty well. Not really sure. Was a religious debate, which I don't normally do, but worked out pretty nice. I'm having a great day, to be honest with you. Went out and did some stuff with the family, went to the zoo, did other things. It's been a great day. We're going to have the debate show later this evening. We'll probably start up in about an hour and a half. In the meantime, we're going to talk about some cool stuff that's been going on here, there, and everywhere. And pardon me. And hopefully we have a great time getting the debate realm going. All right, so let's see who's up in the chat tonight. I have not looked. I have not looked to see who's in the chat. We're getting off to a kind of a slow start, but that's okay. Let's see. We started out with Smoking Spaceman being the first guy in. Threw down some cool flags. Man, that was awesome. Chairman of the board, Mr. Anson Knowles, in the house. He says he's cooming in hard tonight. The woke left degenerate and hedonistic arguments. Yes, we're gonna have some good topics tonight. It may break the internet. They may ban me. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's go. Kissy Cat was next. Obviously, Kissy Cat's one of our favorites around here. She was on. If you missed out last night, she was actually up on the show. She chatted for a little while. Did not cam up. Don't go. If that's your thing, don't go looking for that. But she did show up, and she was very cool. And so Kissy Cat is one of the favorite people. Well, you're all my favorite people, but she's one of them too. Ben is in the house. Damien, the parkour expert, is in the house. By the way, he does have a channel. We don't spam it a lot. Maybe I don't know I think we do. I don't know how often we spam it, but his channel is really pretty fucking cool, and you should go check it out. Let's see. We had SD Guy 64 up in the house. Good to see you too, sir. That's a lot of these names are getting more and more familiar, and it's great to have you all on. Wade Boggs jumped in. Agrillipus is in the house. Good to see you as well, sir. Are we not minions? I see what you did there. That's Kevin. That's my buddy Kevin L. He is in the house. Wade Boggs, that is race footage of my cars, not me. I don't actually have it. I don't know that I have any footage of me driving, but those are my cars. And there's a bunch of. I had a bunch of footage. I don't know what I did with all of it. Imperious up in the house. Good to see you. I do not owe you a hug. And Michelle did not say that. I promise you that she didn't say that. That's funny. Beth Mayhew is in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know if she caught the debate this morning, but I'd be interested in her opinion of it as well. Jesus is in the house. Good to see you, Jesus. I didn't realize we were in the presence of greatness, but apparently we are. So Jesus Christos is in the house. Glenn Lawrence Presents up in the house, and he has the link. He'll be up momentarily, I'm sure. Let's see who else we got. Ms. D snuck in. What is up with that? I didn't even see you come in. How about that? How you doing? All right. And I'm sure more people will be coming in as time goes on. It is debate night in the Signal Syndicate. You can't stop the signal. You can't stop the signal, ladies and gentlemen. You can try, but you can't do it. The signal will go forward. The signal will continue. The signal will grow. The signal will expand. The signal will win. You will not win because unless you are part of the signal. So that is how that's going to go. Hopefully, Ticky Tack comes in because we are going to need our judges tonight. I did not see him come in, but hopefully he'll be in very shortly. Glenn Lawrence has joined. We'll just pop him up on the screen while I'm continuing forward. Hey, Ticky Tack. As I say that, there he is. I should get Alex Stein to join the debate. Send him an invite. Why not? Angry Beaver is up in the house. Good to see you, sir. I like Alex Stein a lot. Alex Stein, by the way, if you guys don't know this, when we were at DebateCon, he was debating Jasmine Jafar. And I bet him, well, originally I was like, hey, I will give you $1 for every time you call Jasmine Jafar a degenerate. And he said, well, how about $5 every time I call her a whore? And I said, you're on. And I still owe him $65 because I'm a man of my word.
Well, I'm actually going to take the collection for him. He told me to go ahead and come here and collect.
No, he didn't.
So,
I promise you that Alex Stein didn't say that.
No, he did. He did. Yeah.
Alex Stein's too much like his uncle, cousin, nephew, brother, father, Tucker Carlson.
It is. Well, what is Beth like? Beth is like in the chat, like, stay away from my confused daughter. I was just offering help. Look, I was offering a resource, a means to help her get her daughter back. But I guess.
Oh, did you hear that the other night? That was crazy.
Yeah, that story was hilarious.
Yeah, that was. Well, I don't know that it was hilarious, but it was.
Oh, it was hilarious because, like, I mean, I've seen some of that shit. It's funny.
Jess White is up in the house. How about that? Jess White in the house. How about it? How about that? Good stuff everywhere tonight. I'm having a good time already. Already having a good time. So, Glenn, what's been up, man? I missed you. Yeah, your buddy was on last night. Had a great show with Dina. Dina was actually just she was pleasant and quite entertaining.
Yeah, Dina's dope. Like Dina is cool. She's always good people's. I told her she needs to get out there more and get on these podcasts, talk about what she does behind the scenes and what she does in filmmaking. Like, but she doesn't like to do that. She doesn't like to talk about herself.
Yeah, I had to kind of I really had to work around all of that to get to kind of pull it out, which
Yeah,
is
she's
fine.
not gonna,
I mean, that's my job, right? I mean, that's the lot that I
yeah, like she's not gonna
that's a
just
lot of my life.
easily just come over, just give you that information. You're gonna work for it.
Yeah. So, Glenn, did you didn't by any chance? I know you don't get up this early, but did you hear about the debate I had on Modern Day Debate?
What time was it?
It was early. It was very early.
Then no.
Yeah. So I debated this guy, Mark Reed or something like that. I don't know what his name. It could have been Mike. I don't know. It was early. I had not had a full cup of coffee. I'm sitting here.
So did you pour a full cup of coffee and you just haven't drinking a full cup of coffee?
Yeah,
or you
I
only
actually
drank
had
a half
poured the full cup of coffee.
Okay.
I was ready to savor my coffee. And then Sarah, the tomato, as I'm literally closing my laptop to start, finish my cup of coffee and head out the door, Sarah sends me a message saying, hey, MD it basically says MDD is looking for someone to take Andrew's place in this debate. It's supposed to happen this morning. It's happening right now. Mark reads secularism versus Christianity, and I'm like, right now? She's like, right now, and I was like, all right, let me put some clothes on. I'm like, so I literally, I actually I had a brand new one of my black workout shirts. I had a brand new one sitting there. I grabbed that, put it on, uh, took one more sip of coffee. It was hot. I couldn't gulp the whole thing down. I know what everybody's thinking is, why didn't I just chug the coffee? The problem was it was properly
I'm
hot
just wondering why
coffee.
you don't have coffee in an IV yet.
I know, right? That's why. I mean, I'm probably getting there. And so I emailed James. James didn't respond because he doesn't know that I am grid one, right? Like, he doesn't know the person he's been communicating with for a while over about moving modern day debate to or DebateCon to Nashville is me. And so
You emailed him? That's the funny. Yeah, it's funny
yeah,
because when
I
you emailed me the
emailed
first
him.
time, I was like, "Who the fuck is this?"
Yeah, he was. It was like, who the hell is this Don? Why, or no, actually, it's like, why is Don asking me to debate? It's supposed to be grid. I'm looking for grid one. And Sarah's like, that is, that is him. And so, so I jump on. Out. One of the things I forgot, and I have to figure it. I have to figure this shit out. This is not boomer shit. This is just like, this is just shit. So James is stuck in the Zoom world. And I don't know if you've hosted anything on Zoom, but one of the things that you can't do if you're restreaming it like I was is you can't really mess with the volume of the other participants. So the volume was like super low on their side, and it sounded like they were in a fucking fish tank. And I couldn't do anything about it. So it was I did the best I could with the volume and to make the audio good, but everyone needs to just get on to real streaming software and stop trying to use Zoom and Discord and all that nonsense. It's just crazy anyway. But I understand why he does it, because he wants to be able to moderate and that sort of thing. But anyway, so it was a you're gonna love this, Glenn. It was Christianity versus secular humanism. And I don't know that I tore him apart, but I certainly threw wrenches into his arguments.
I want to know what was his argument.
Well, he basically was like, so basically what he was trying to do, and this is what I've noticed that all secular humanists are trying to do now. What they're really trying to do is they're trying to equate secular humanism with Christianity without the godlike influence, right? So and so his opening was like 5 minutes long. Like, it was, and I almost went back to sleep during his opening because lack of coffee. And I didn't even actually pay attention to most of it, because all it was my preferences. And so I literally said I think, and so I don't know who watched it in the chat, but I'm positive that people will corroborate my claim here that my opening was like 3 sentences long. It was, my opponent is going to continue to say that it's his preferences, and we're going to dig down, and it's going to be his preferences, and that's the end of this. And so so we start going back and forth, and we start talking, he starts talking about all of this science, and I'm like, well, I can't believe the science because science is ever changing. You can't, referring to science as a fallacy, because what you believe is true today in science could be unproven untrue tomorrow and rewrite the entire book. Blah blah blah, so that sort of thing. And but one of the best parts was he asked me something about, he's like, oh, and he's talking about the inherent good, because a micro reactions in your brain, chemical responses, wants you to be feel empathy and all this other bullshit. And that's why you can't rely on that science. And he's like, well, aren't you a good person? And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I'm not a good person. I literally I was like, I'm a horrible, angry person. And if it wasn't for if it wasn't for Christianity, I'd be a pirate slitting throats. And the look on his face, he literally
What you said? Pirate slitting throats?
I literally told him that if it wasn't for Christianity, I'd be a pirate slitting throats. And he was like,
Like, are you talking about like an air pilot, like an air pirate? You know,
I mean,
like
whatever kind of pirate I can be, right?
I
It
really
was
don't
really
see you
funny.
on a boat.
Huh?
I don't really see you on a boat.
I like boats. I got a boat. I was gonna go fishing today after the thing, but anyway. But yeah, that was it was great. It was somebody's got to clip that and send it to me when it goes when you can. I mean, they have to. They may cut that part out, by the way. But and then there was another point where we're talking about what's good, right? What's immediately good, right? And or no, what is commonly accepted as good. And I'm like, well, so this is like a Knapp principle. You're a libertarian, basically. So I'm not a libertarian. I'm like, no, you're a libertarian. And so he starts talking about the inherent good, or not inherent. He didn't use inherent good, but basically saying, you know, that we know what good is. I'm like, okay, all right. Well, what about drug use? Is drug use good or bad? Well, it can be good under doctor's care, but it's bad. You know, addiction and all that's bad. Okay. And I said, have you ever heard of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle? And he didn't know what the fuck I was going after. And I said, well, you know, Sherlock Holmes, all of that. He's literally, Glenn fell off and now he's back. So I hit him with the Sir Conan Doyle thing, and he didn't like that. And basically, I said, well, you know, he used cocaine and heroin most of his adult life while he was writing Sherlock Holmes, some of the greatest books of all time, and made into movies. People still reference it. There are cartoons made after this. And how do you account for that? How is that good or bad? Well, it's bad. No, but he was a high functioning guy. Well, he was an addict, so that's bad. Why? And he can't, of course, obviously there's no answer for that, right? Well, he's hurting himself. Obviously not. He lived to a ripe old age, right? And he became he was knighted. He became Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. So it was very fun. It was a great, because I don't think any of the arguments I used, he was prepared for. He was prepared for Andrew with his laser sharp, ripping, slashing, and cutting of throats. And I just went in there straight cutting throats. That's all I did. So anyway, it was great. I had a good time.
So you're saying like you didn't do all the flair and have the ripping and the slashing.
Oh fuck, dude!
You just doing the cutting of throats.
So like in the first 3 minutes after the opening statements, he makes an ought claim that, you know, we ought to do this, and I'm like, well, normally we would reduce this down because you just made an ought claim. You can't make an ought claim because to make an ought claim, you have to appeal to morality. You can't appeal to morality because you're a secularist. You just said you don't have any basis for your morality. I didn't give him the, you know, my usual line about ethics, and of course, again, no coffee, so I didn't give him the normal line about the you can have ethics because those are learned and those are defined by law, but I didn't give him that. So normally we could, and Andrew would sit here and reduce this down and lead you straight down the logical path to destroying your worldview by pointing out the fact that all you can do is appeal to my preferences. Now, in my opening, I had said multiple times, all he can do is appeal to his preferences. That's all he's going to do the entire argument. This entire debate is going to come down to his preferences, what he thinks is good, what he thinks is bad, all of that. And I actually called. So I asked him about. So that was how I got rid of that. Like I'm like, look, we don't have 15 or 30 minutes for me to reduce this down. So I'm just gonna nick it right here and just tell you the entire argument and how it's going to go, and and just do it right. So that was yeah, it was good. So and then later in the debate, he was making an appeal, basically an appeal, like I would call it an appeal to order, right? Where he's a member of a society and they all believe this and they have meetings and all that. And I called it a cult, and he got pissed that I called it a cult. So, you know, it's very fun.
So Grit's making friends. I see you're making friends, new friends.
It was actually a lot of fun, man. I had a lot of fun with it, and it was, you know, and would have probably had more fun if I'd had coffee, because the thing is that I did grab a bottle of Coke Zero on the way out, but that's just not coffee, man. And so I didn't have the caffeine intake that I needed, and we all know, old people and their caffeine, we're very, right there. But yeah, he was like, I'm like, and he literally was walking down. I was like, dude, you're basically an ANCAP. You keep talking about non-aggression principle, this, and I'm like, I asked him at one point, I said, are you capable of violence? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, what stops you? Well, I'm good. How's that good? Why aren't you violent? Anyway, it was a great deal.
You know what stops me from violence? Dudes in showers. No, dudes in showers. I do not want to have to go to a shower with a bunch of dudes in it. Okay.
Prison stops you from right. Yeah, exactly.
I'm not good. I'm telling you right now. I just prefer to take a shower by myself.
Right.
That's why I live.
But I mean, no, that's a real thing, though, right? Because, and this is one of the interesting the subjects that came. This debate was. It was, and again, look, and I told him multiple times, look, I am not a religious debater. I can debate religion. I just don't do it normally, and I don't normally do it. I normally debate religious topics within the same religion, right? Like you and I have had great discussions and debates, but I don't normally do like the secularist. I don't normally. Because secularists are crazy. They'll just say some random shit. But he was not ready for the random shit that I said. So he asked, he's like, so if God, if God came back and commanded you to kill people, would you do it? And I'm like, yeah. Why wouldn't I? We kill because a president says so now. War is a thing, dude. Like we kill people. That's what we do. And he just wasn't ready for the reality of those answers.
I'll be like, look, it don't even have to be God. Like it could just be the low level, first angel could come down here. Like he just barely got his wings. He's like, yo, the big man upstairs wants you to take him. I got you. Like real quick.
Yeah. It was really good, man. It was good because he was quite inept and I was quite cranky. So it kind of worked out. I literally told him, like, I'm an angry human. Like, I am a mean, angry human, and I know it. So, keep that in mind. So, anyway.
No, trust me, we all do. We already know. Grumpy old man.
He found it odd that I said that. He's like, no, we have these micro reactions and chemicals in your brain that make you feel empathy and want to care for your fellow man and all this bullshit. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
Well, then I'm defected. You're like, I'm defected. Then I don't got that.
Yeah, I don't.
You're like, I'm defected. I don't got that shit.
This is why science is. This is why people don't believe in science anymore, because they keep making stupid ass claims that are obviously.
You should have asked him. You should have asked him, like, do you like soy?
Well, he looked like Uncle Fester.
I mean, because
and look, I'm not throwing shade at Uncle Fester. I'm just saying he looked like Uncle Fester. He straight up did. Anybody that saw the debate this morning, please let Glenn know that my opponent this morning did in fact look like Uncle Fester. He did. For those of you who don't know who that is, that's from the Addams Family. He was bald. You know, he reminded me of Dave, Imp Dave.
Why you gotta be mean to Imp Dave? Okay, leave Dave alone. He didn't do
Imp
nothing.
Dave hasn't been around, so fuck that guy. If he wants,
He always says,
he wants to defend himself, he can come in here and he can show up, show out, and defend himself. And I will apologize to him.
Imp Dave is the nice. He always comes in. Hi, I'm Dave.
I'm Dave.
Like,
and I'm always like, hi, I'm not Dave.
like,
yeah.
Dave, we know who you are. You've been here like 75 times.
We can read.
We haven't
brother.
forgot your name. Yeah.
You want to debate SS? Who is SS? Angry Beaver. Who is SS?
Question, Grid. Is Angry Beaver a woman? Like, because, you know, a beaver.
Well, you have to ask the Angry Beaver.
I was asking you. Shit.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the Angry Beaver, but that looks like a Canadian flag, so it could go either way. What's up, Viking Paradigm? How the hell are you?
Me and Viking were just talking.
Viking said, you know, the thing is Viking, if Viking was like 150 pounds heavier, he would look like Uncle Festus.
Why you gotta?
Oh, it's Chase from VK. What's up, man? What's up, buddy? I did not notice that. Who is that? Who is SS? He's saying SS is Chase from VK. Or maybe, I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Oh man, should we start the debating an hour early? Smoking Spaceman. He wants to debate Smoking Spaceman. I got you. I understand. Ain't gonna Spaceman says it ain't gonna happen. He's got to be out there moderating, bro.
What are the topics?
Oh, we got a whole list of topics. Anson Knowles, by the way, guys, is a topic generating machine. That motherfucker put like 100, a list of 100.
Let me guess. Okay, but we all know that a good 75 of them has to do with fur burgers. Like, do you put toppings on your fur burgers?
Dude, he's got it broken down.
You know, could be on your fur burgers.
No. He did 10 at a time. Some of them are really good. Does feminism hurt or help gender equality? That's a good one to debate. I don't know anybody that can debate it, but you know, it's a good one to debate. Oh, somebody
like debate for it.
Somebody send out the fag signal for Process so we can get some leftists in here. Wait,
you gotta find what?
Whoops.
Like, it's not even June yet, Grid. No, don't send out that signal.
We'll fix that in editing.
There's no fixing it. There's really none. There's no way to fix it. I think it's just kind of stuck. I think you just got to just go with it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have Steelman here. Steelman fights for the left. Should polyamory have the same legal rights as marriage? Do traditional gender roles make
polyamory? Hold on. What was the last one? Polyamory. What?
Should polyamory have the same legal rights as marriage? Do traditional gender roles make sense based on psychology? Is hookup culture good or bad for relationships? Should marriage? There's literally 100 of these fuckers. Anson Knowles like spammed the entire debate. Like, so I have a debate topics room, right? It's like a whole page of nothing but Anson fucking Knowles. 2 pages, 2.5. You got to scroll a while before you get somebody else. Wicked Wally came in with one that I really like, and that is online piracy. Are there circumstances where it should be permitted? Basically, I think that has to do with IP. I think the Furby's mad at us, Kissy Cat. I think the Furby's mad. The Furby's always mad at me, so it's okay. Ben, being Ben, look, Ben, buddy, Ben's topic is eating ass the new first base. He claims that ChatGPT did that, but
I think he meant like chat PORNT.
Yeah, I think he got that from some porno site. Anson Knowles is like,
so. You're
how
basically
about we
having
debate the ethics of debate? Why should we debate? What gives you the right to copy Fight Club? How dare you copy Fight Club? But why is your debate show a cheap Chinese knockoff of Fight Club? Also, how dare you? Those are all good prompts. That also is Anson Knowles. I'm not really sure what Fight Club is. Oh, I know what Fight Club. Fight Club went away like 2 years ago.
Fight Club was
year and a half.
Yeah,
ago.
Fight Club is what VK was modeled after.
Yeah. So, yeah, okay, all right. Kat
I thought
Katibi
Anson Knowles would have been like
fences. Kat Katibi, my former co-host and all-around weirdo. Are leprechauns really demons?
No, not at all.
First rule of
I think like Anson. I'm surprised Anson didn't come back with like, is it ethical to eat ass on the first date or something, like,
Well, he hasn't had. Well, I mean, dude, it might be in there. There's literally 100 prompts. They're numbered 1 to 100 in batches of 10. Does number 11? Does modern feminism empower women or fuel resentment towards men? Number 28. Should society punish incel attitudes as toxic? Number 35. Should marriage laws favor women in divorce cases and why? I added the and why. Number 50. Should schools teach consent over abstinence? Number 55. Should marriage tax breaks be scrapped? Number 68. Should we ditch mental health labels for grit? In other words, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, young man. 70. Number 70. Should schools push hookup culture as normal? I think they already do. Number 74. Does swinging destroy trust or free couples? Seriously, Anson is like,
right. I guess I think when like step down from judging tonight, I think I just want to have fun and argue this shit.
You want in on some of these? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, if they're gonna be the good ones, I might have to just come in here and just
some really good ones.
Just fuck around.
Anson's not fucking around tonight. Anson's got it going on, and these are just some of them. There's I think I'm gonna like I'm gonna like argue, like, if you don't have anybody to argue the opposite, I will argue the opposite of some of these. If I don't have anyone to argue, I mean, okay, it makes sense, I guess. Give me a second. I gotta post something.
Look, don't fuck around with my English. Leave my English alone. Just leave the way I say
making
shit
fun
alone.
of you.
Okay,
if I was making fun of you, you'd be really annoyed and you would know it. So I'm not making fun of you. But anyway, yeah. So Anson Knowles, I was really shocked that Anson didn't, and all of Anson's are relationship based. I was really surprised he didn't come out with like, is IP a real thing?
No, I mean, no. This is Anson. I'm surprised he didn't come out with. I'm surprised Anson didn't come out with, is having two fur burgers at the same time,
unethical.
Why are you
giving? Why are you giving him ammunition?
Because I think whoever this quote unquote Anson imposter is gassing Anson up because this is not the real Anson. There has not been one Furburger
Why
question
should
in
that?
there.
Oh, you
That's
know
not the
what?
real
You
Anson.
should. Since Anson won last week, he should take a week off and be a judge and let you debate.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to you. All right. I've got to find I got to find a file here, guys. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. Entertain people, Glenn.
Oh yeah, watch the monkey dance. Here I go. So how's it going, folks? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Oh, so I don't know. Okay, now I can make the announcement. I can make the announcement. I already told everybody, Grid. Remember, I told you the other day.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Thor is stepping down from running his business, Become Durable, and his men's ministry, his men's community, the Dragons.
Your
And
your
he has
mic
made
went
me the
your mic
president.
went weird.
It went weird.
There
How
you go.
weird.
Now you're back.
All right. So Thor stepped down from running his business, Become Durable, and the Dragons monthly membership, and has made me president. I have taken over both the podcasts and the men's community, and we're going to be moving it forward in a different direction. And yeah, and we're going to be bringing on guys like Grid. Grid's going to be coming on. We got my buddy Bjorn coming on. Red will be on as well. And it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. You know, we're moving beyond the red pill space to uncharted territories of freedom and masculinity.
All right.
There you go.
Cool.
I did I entertain enough? I mean, cool.
So Anson, we'll get you a link here in a few minutes. We may just start this. We may start this off early, get a couple of rounds of elimination out of the way. I do kind of want to stick to the 9:30 start though, so maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just do some more talking. If somebody wants to come up and just chill, hang out, and be cool, maybe we'll do that. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, like I think we should do a 9:30 start still. Because I'm about to walk into the gym and work out while I talk shit to you. If I want to like win this thing, I think I gotta, actually pay attention. Actually, some of these topics I'm just gonna be fucking around with, so it's gonna be fun.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's cool.
You should put Viking against me. You should put Viking against me on the topic.
Sure. We'll see if we can make that work. How about this? While we have some time, guys, I really do need some leftists. If you can please find me some lefties. I know,
I'm
Voided Hornet.
I'm left-handed.
I don't need to know that. Voided Hornet, Nev. Where's Nev? Nev should be in on this. This is great for her. Him, whatever. The Furby. I need.
Wait a minute. None of these have to do with. None of the topics had to do with the T's.
I know. It's weird, huh? It's like we don't have to pull that shit out our ass.
So why are you inviting the T's? Can we get like some just G's and L's?
Yup. Because I'm an equal opportunity destroyer of worldviews.
You shouldn't be playing with your food. Just eat your food.
Mister's like, I can argue from the left. That's funny. Also true though. It is true. I'll give him that. He can do that. All right. Yeah.
So
Viking says he's watching WrestleMania and doesn't have time to mess with you. I'm paraphrasing.
That is not true. I mean, it's true he's watching WrestleMania.
Calvin Collage, you're welcome to come up. I mean, I hope that you make it up. I'm really happy to have everybody come up. It's a red pill defect. He's scared. Wow. Beth already talking smack. Arthur Dia's kind of talking a little smack. We got all the ladies are talking smack tonight. Have you noticed
I know,
that?
I know,
They're all.
I know. My Arthur
all of
Dia
them are
ain't talking smack about me.
They're all talking.
I know my Arthur Dia ain't talking about me. Like she is part of the harem. She's like, you know, number one of the harem. So
Okay, all right. Yeah, Lord of Pies has actually been just chill and hanging out, avoiding. For once, he is not in the middle of the smack talk. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Glenn, keep everybody entertained for just another minute. I got one more thing to do. I'll try and interact as well, but I've got to. Where's my? There it is.
all right. You think whose version of the red pill is defeating? Ooh. Beth, you can't come up. You can't be just saying shit in the chat. You better come up here, say with your chest, and bring your daughter on a leash.
Ooh. Wait, the daughter's on a leash now?
Oh, she was on a leash before.
I missed something. I don't know that I want to know. This is
That's right, Arthur Dia. That is right. See, ladies, that's the kind of answers that you have to give. I'm evil, Glenn.
Billy Dan. The hell?
Hey. But what goes on behind closed doors, stay behind closed doors. The great. Don't be asking questions.
I didn't ask. Don't.
When you see a sock on the doorknob, you just don't enter the room. Okay, just any hoosers. So how can I entertain? Let's see. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? This is right. You yield to the dominant masculine presence. See, Arthur Dia knows up. She knows what's up. What? So, I kind of want to know what Beth's views on this red pill topic. She thinks that Viking holds. What's defeating? Because like the red pill is just descriptors.
Agrolepolis donated $20. Super chat. Grift.
He just said grift. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The grift must flow. It must flow. Anson Knowles, how the hell are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm well, man. I've had a great day. You've heard all about it at least twice, I'm sure.
Yeah. That it's a shame that the video didn't come through on your debate this morning as well. It just had a black screen on the portions that I saw.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't go back and watch it?
No, I didn't watch.
Nobody in the chat told you it was scuffed?
Nope.
Well,
I wasn't paying any attention to the chat.
Oh hell. Yeah, it's just audio coming through on the portions that I saw. There was parts of it that was scuffed. I thought you knew, man.
Nope,
I would have sent you a
know.
DM if I knew you didn't know.
I will. I'll check that out. That's weird because
I've tried doing screen copies, screen shares of Zoom before, and it didn't work out.
I think it's a Zoom thing. When I looked over, everything looked great, but
yeah.
who knows? Anyway, what do you think about the subject matter? What did you think about the debate this morning?
So I have a lot of strong feelings about secular humanism because it's a model built on empiricism, and you can't build an ethical model on empiricism. And the differences between religion and people who are religious and people who are atheists who use secular humanism as a stand-in. Basically, it's a preference-based structure because you can't take a leap like the one that they do without some sort of transcendental higher power above you.
Sure.
It's just not possible. And you can't make odd claims from facts because
Right.
it's subjective. So they have a lot of cope that's going on. It's similar to the Christian cope, but it's just different.
The Christian cope. Right. Right. What did you think about my arguments?
You have a different technique than the debate bros do. You're more of a brawler, and you bring real world like style to it. Like it's obvious that you're more of like a traditional like political style debater. Like you've probably done that a whole lot more than the philosophical debate bro stuff. And the only times that I've seen that topic really debated on a platform is with philosophy bros. And so it was just different. I didn't analyze it. So that's my takeaways from the exchanges.
Okay.
I'm being generous.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate you being generous.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that my opponent was actually able to make any solid points on his own?
Well, I'm biased. Like it's really hard for me not to be biased on that topic because you like from my perspective, both sides are wrong. And so and I'm really biased against people who try and superimpose some sort of an ethical structure onto atheism, like secular humanism, because those people, inevitably are advocating for a worldview that's based on the ethics of caring, and that is exceptionally destructive. It's like any other postmodernist philosophy. It just degrades into chaos eventually. And I'm biased against that, so I can't advocate for it or have an opinion on it because I'm so biased against it. Having been an atheist for 25 years or whatever, and having had to put up and tolerate what the other people that call themselves atheists, I'm so biased. I can't see past my bias.
It was interesting that Flow State was actually in my chat, and he didn't really have a whole lot to say about it that I could read, but I wasn't paying any attention to the chat, so I've got to. I'll have to go back and reread it again.
I just gotta let Beth know that she doesn't want to debate me on any of that. Like she'll lose really bad. Just saying, Beth. Just stay there. Stay in the chat.
Don't stay in the chat. Get up in here and debate Glenn. I bet you could whoop his butt. He's arrogant. Listen to that arrogance that Glenn's sounding off right there. Don't let him scare you. This is propaganda.
Propaganda. It's funny. Also somewhat true. Well, Tiki Tack, welcome back up, man. How are you?
Yeah, sure. I'm doing good. Can you hear me all right?
Can hear you great tonight. I don't know what was going on with your setup last night, but you were just not doing really good.
Yeah, there are lots of issues, but I did catch part of your debate this morning.
Yeah,
I woke up and I caught the end of it, and it just comes down to, I think a lot of these atheists or people who subscribe to secular humanism, they try to assume that everybody is generally good and will always make the quote good decision.
Yes.
And they also forget that it only takes very few evil people to cause a lot of damage.
Also, yes.
Because when you really think about it, like most people, They just want to follow the herd. So if you just have a few evil people who understands this, they can convince the herd to do bad things under the impression that they're doing good. So you have that conflict, and so there's just no real checks and balances to say what is good, and they just can't accept it.
It's yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate.
I think we just need to have like Viking and Beth come up here and stop talking in the chat, and we just add another topic. This could be the prelim debate,
A
right?
prelim debate.
Yes.
Maybe
yes.
we'll get. Why does Angry Beaver want to debate Spaceman so bad? I don't. Does Spaceman even debate? I don't know they'd even.
Have we found out if Angry Beaver is a girl? Because like, I mean, that could be like a feminist name. You're an Angry Beaver.
That would be weird, but sure.
Well,
how would it be weird?
The Angry Beavers, they were guys. They were dudes.
Yeah, but we all know what a beaver is.
Maybe not.
Anson does.
What I do?
Anson does.
This is probably out of my generation.
Oh, look, that does work.
It's a little bit scuffed though, because the bottom words are cut off.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't let me resize it, I don't think.
That's what she said.
It's close enough. Close enough. All right. Good deal. Good deal. Anyway, I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I was just messing around with the system. The system is not down. Wicked Wally, could you please do me a favor and go pick on your buddy Avoided Hornet and make him come over, get him to get all of his leftist, and then somebody send out I'm not going to say it again, but you know what, the signal for Princess and the rest of the weirdos.
Yeah, Wicked Wally hangs out with a bunch of the DJs. He can get a bunch of those people over here.
Who's that?
I said Wicked Wally hangs out with a bunch of the DJs. He can get
That's
a lot of
what
those
I
people over
thought,
here.
but he just said no. He doesn't know who any of those people are. Verbal Wombat? Yeah, okay. Go get Verbal Wombat. I don't care who you get. We need some leftists, man. It's going to be a rabid weird thing if we don't have the.
I can
Well,
get
you could do like, you could go like leftist or like, you know, like super like want to be righteous, fake, you know, holy rollers.
It's funny because I told all of the leftists I debated this week to please come and do this panel. They could win money, and none of them are here. There's not one of them in chat. One of them. Talk a good game. They talk. Nothing. Anyway, so you said something interesting earlier, Anson, and that is that the secular humanist, they appeal to this notion that people are good. Did you hear the mass amount of cope that he was trying to string together with science and brain chemistry, micro reactions in your brain to enzymes?
Yeah,
that make you want to feel empathy towards your fellow man. Did you catch that shit?
Yeah. So in order for their worldview to exist, they really have to be determinists, right? And
Sure.
and in indeterminist arguments, they always revert to the brain chemistry argument, where they're talking about brain science as proof that determinism exists. But the reality is, if you look at the studies, the brain is more reactive than active, right? You have to have external stimulus in order for the brain to respond to it. And that's really why their argument falls apart, because that's proof that free will exists. It's actually the reverse if you look at the actual studies that are done. So
I actually that's something interesting, because And I told him, I said, I don't think you can rely on science. Science is ever changing. It's ever evolving. We're always finding something new. So I asked him, I said, to prove that out. And he didn't offer any proof at all that that what he was saying was true. He just continued to roll on with his rhetoric and narrative.
Their entire worldview is based on the appeal to authority, and the authority is the science.
Yeah.
And
science is
and see, the problem with that is that it's facts, right? So then you have to have a conversation over how to interpret the facts, and that's their problem, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can't build a system like that.
I feel like you can make a better argument for accelerationism under the science authority. Because if it is ultimately based around science and it's based off evolution, and a lot of our thought patterns and empathy is based off evolution, well, why would we stray along, dealing with like handicapped people or trying to deal with people with mental problems or drug problems? It's like, get rid of them faster so we could develop faster and, just get on to that next level of society.
Got to remember that ticky-tack, because that's one of the things I always think of afterwards is they make this rationalization about how people are innately good and or chemically people want to be good, and so you can tell what good is, and so you should be, if left to their own devices, people are going to be good. And so in that case, then the minute someone shows a criminally insane or murderous streak, then that person should just be killed, right? Because you can't
Absolutely.
have a cancerous lesion in a healthy body. Correct?
I'm all for it. So when are we going to get? What are we doing with the retards?
We're putting them on an island, maybe somewhere underneath Asia.
Oh, kind of like Never mind. I'll be quiet.
You've been hanging out with Casper too long. So.
Don't say his name. He'll come out here.
No, he won't.
He's probably already here.
Cosmic Fox is over on Sarah's, and so's Ryan. See, Ryan would be a good one because he thinks he can win. It would humble him quite a bit to.
Isn't he that Peter Puffer?
I don't know if he is or not.
I think he likes Peters.
He's a special boy.
Told you Casper's here. I see the ghost.
Yeah. So how Ticky Tack, what do you think about secular humanism and the direction that it tries? Because it really was like he was really bouncing around between what sounded like a non-aggression principle, where you don't do any aggression unless aggressed upon, and it was bouncing around between that and this bunch of other kind of pseudo philosophy. So I'm really interested in hearing your point of view.
Well, a lot of the arguments that I've always been in has been with Corinth on his like utilitarian outcomes of like society. And it's the thing is that if you're going from like a utilitarian stance, what are the actual objectives you're trying to achieve for the better outcome of society? And that's where things become very subjective or arbitrary, because think back into the Nazi eras in the 1920s. It's like they thought the better ought for society was for the blood of their people and totalitarianism. So it's like, and that was their moral ought leading them, and you could make a utilitarian argument for that, because in their perspective, it was the better good for their society. So it's just whatever flavor you want to throw in there, and it kind of like loops back into my accelerationism argument as well. It's like I could just make a moral ought for us to become more like, well, I don't want to use loaded terms. You get the idea.
Right. I understand. Okay. Well, I mean, that makes sense. So the debate this morning is on my channel. The reason that you think it's all black, Anson, is it's just that one. It's Uncle Festus in his chair in a black background, and it's got me and James at the top because it's a fucking Zoom call.
Yeah, I just watched it on the other stream. So yeah.
It's a fucking Zoom call. And I didn't. I probably should have thought to. It would have been better if I had pulled the audio and everything from Modern Day Debate, but it didn't occur to me in the 2 minutes I had to set this shit up.
Yeah.
So, my bad. My bad. Don't yell at me. Don't you yell at me. Anyway, very interesting stuff. Hey, it's Angry Casper is actually in the house. Good to see you on the show, man. Good to see you. So, yeah, it was an interesting thing.
Another perspective on secular humanism. How can you wean out those people who lie? Those people who are actually claiming that they're secular humanists, that they're claiming for the moral good, but all in the back of their head, they're just a bunch of liars. They're trying to take advantage of people. There's no real way of like weaning that out. Which again, you know, it's like that's where evil could come in to cause like a lot of chaos in the short term.
Sure. I would be very interested in hearing that actually, because, and I would really like to hear Corinth's arguments on it, because I don't know that he can debate that very well.
He says sometimes lying is good. That's pretty much the beginning of Corinth's argument, is that lying can be good. And I think that's a real that's a big difference for people who are religious versus somebody who's just kind of a secularist, is that we have a moral ought assigned from God for us not to lie. So that's where what will always make us second guess about lying. Whereas the person who's just there in his feelings, well, he could justify his lying at any moment. It's like if he's in an uncomfortable situation, he could justify his lie, and that's it, and it doesn't matter. There's no repercussion to it except for what society may be able to figure out.
Like, I'm just trying to think, like, when is lying good? Okay, I get it. No, I got it. Your fat wife asks you if this dress makes her look fat, and you tell her no because you want a blowy on the road. And you know, if you told her yes, then you're not getting the blowy. So then you save her from the embarrassment of knowing that she's fatter than he was before, and you still get a blowy. Is that where a lie is good? Grid? I'm asking for a friend.
Until a backlash is on you, and one morning you wake up and you forgot that you lied, and you're just like, honey, you're fat. And she'll be like, well, why'd you say that thing last time? It's like, well, I lied because I wanted
a blowjob.
Yeah, I mean, lying is a natural human reaction, right? I mean, that's everybody lies. It's not bad or good depending upon the context, and that's why. So, as an atheist, I use the context based ethics of the Greeks, because it's the only one that placed human flourishing as the consequence, like what Tiki Tak was talking about. There has to be a consequence that's oriented, and that's the higher power and good in the Greek virtue ethics. And it's the only thing that really atheists, I think, should point toward, because everything else is about me.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's not without merit that, I mean, Corinth says sometimes lying is good. I mean, I can see that, like, you know, if you're trying to preserve someone's feelings, or you're trying to,
would you lie to stop someone from knowing where your wife was if they were going to delete her?
Sure.
Yeah. So lying can be virtuous.
Sure. But the problem is that is such again, context. I believe it was Tiki Tak said context based, because if I feel like it's of maximum importance to tell Anson Knowles that if he smokes pot, he'll die, is that a lie? I mean, it's a lie, obviously, because if you smoke one joint, you're probably not going to die. But obviously in some capacity that could be true.
Yeah, I mean, if I have like an allergy to the substance, or like, I can't think of
This
it's
is
funny.
very interesting. I mean, that's a very
This is
interesting
funny.
point.
This is funny. Like getting bitched out about lying isn't enough to overcome the benefit of lying. But if there's a God, that's a different story. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? Christians lie all the fucking time.
Yeah, I'm not saying Christians don't, but I just mean that
Well,
there
you
is
might as
more of a
being
principle that's
virtuous,
tied
right?
to it.
Right,
It's like
because
you will be judged based off of your lies, and whereas,
But that doesn't even stop. That still doesn't stop people from doing it.
yeah,
It's not enough.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that it stops people from doing that. I'm just saying that when you compare it to the alternative, which is there is no God, then it's like, okay, where is your baseline of being able to lie if you're never going to have to justify that lie to somebody?
I mean, that's true. That's very true. That's a very interesting thing because Christian, sure, everyone. I mean, we can just freely say that everyone lies. I don't know anybody. I've never met anyone that's never told a lie, and when they did tell me that, they were lying, and I knew it. So,
Nobody's proving that I'm a retard. You retard. I'm just saying. You're saying, oh, if there's a God, then that's a different story. It's only a different story to those that believe in the God, because people are still lying, and then those people still lie, even if they believe in God.
Well, isn't the Christian paradigm like theosis becoming more Christ-like? So as long as your lies are bringing you toward God, then it's virtuous, right? I mean, that's the way that
I don't know how it makes that argument. I mean, so
I give you an example.
Okay.
I mean the example about your wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have a duty as a Christian to protect your family.
Sure, but see this is what I have a problem with, right? Is if it is such a reach that it's an example that like 99.9% of people will never have to be put in that situation, then your reach then it's too much.
Well,
right?
I'm just doing what Andrew Wilson does all the time by testing the logic.
Sure, I'm not worried about testing the logic behind it. I understand the logic behind it. I'm saying that I don't know that it's a good. I don't know. I mean,
it's a specific kind of logical fallacy. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah, that's right. Right. It's a very specific kind of logical fallacy. And I'm just trying to categorize it because but I guess more globally, if that is how you're looking at evading things, right? Like, or justifying things, then I think that you're doing something really wrong.
Yeah. Well, it's not about justifying. It's about accepting the nature of humans. Because even in the Christian paradigm, all humans are fallen, right?
Sure, right. I say all the time that I'm a bad human. I'm a fallen human.
Right, right. And it's just accepting the nature of people.
Do you think it's more that people are looking to rationalize rather than accept that leads them down all of these crooked paths?
Yeah, and I think that's part of the red pill problem too, right? Because Glenn's always saying that it's a descriptive, not a proscriptive program. And right, you get to the problem is when you have all this data and you start rationalizing what you want to do with it and rationalizing your behavior based on the data presented to you, and then you get all these sleazy pickup artists, right? And the leftists do it all the time too with their cope. And Tiki Tac was going to say something, and I interrupted him. Sorry, Tiki Tac.
No, I was just agreeing.
Oh. It just seems like a lot of mental gymnastics and contortion to get around something that is very obvious to me.
Yeah, self-deception. It's part of our prideful nature. You should know that, Greg. You're a Christian. Come on, man.
Right. Well, I don't deceive myself. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're perfect.
I'm not perfect, but I try really hard not to lie to myself. Like I know that sometimes that I'm overly optimistic about my ability, but I try very hard to be very brutally honest with myself. And I actually, the one thing that I'm always really interested in is why some people are really brutally honest with themselves and to some degree with others, regardless of their feelings, ramifications, all of that. And other people cannot be honest in any aspect. I'm really always very interested in that because and I've looked into like all of the psychological reasons and the chemical imbalance in your brain reasons and all of this, but it just none of it really fits like a glove, as you would say, because there are people who are deceptive about everything just because.
Yeah.
There's no reason to it. There's no rhyme to it.
Yeah.
They're just deceptive.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there's some people out there that just don't have the capability of rationalizing things or forming like logical argument or even accepting it, and the only thing they know to do is to mimic and copy what other people do. Mm-hmm. So when you're getting that person who can't self-evaluate, it's because of it's like he probably just doesn't have the ability. He only has the ability to follow what other people have told him what to do.
Sorry, I'm typing. You can hear
it. Apology accepted, Grid.
I didn't.
So Ticky Tack, man. You're a pretty good debater. Are you doing any debates anytime soon?
No, I don't have anything planned out. So I've just been focusing on my work and my financial situation and stuff. So it's first I've been overworked, working about 50 hours a week, and then there's a bunch of house repairs that I want to get done. I don't know. I definitely want to study up on a topic. I was thinking about evolution. That because I think there's not enough people who are against evolution that could really fight against the science. Because, so for example, the Jim Bob fighting against Craig, it's like I kind of understand like why Craig was in this mindset of like, oh, it's just so obvious. Like I list out these ideas and these things that science proves evolution, yet he has no way of describing it. Whereas I think I'd be able to actually steelman his case better than what Craig could actually make it, and get people like this to understand that I know what they know, but I'm able to provide contradictory information as to why their positions are wrong. So I think I could fight it with the intellect level.
What's the anti-evolution argument? I haven't heard this.
So it's just not the belief in the evolution. It's the idea of that millions and millions of years has allowed biology to adapt and diversify into either like multiple species, live in multiple environments, all this kind of stuff, into what we see now. And what my argument is that I don't think there's a means of you being able to really like justify that. And it comes down to some simple things like first, it's heavily based off of the taxonomy of DNA, so DNA sequences and the diversity of that. But we don't have any DNA from the past. It's like DNA. I think the oldest DNA like full sequence we found is only like 10,000 years old. When we're talking about millions of years process, people bring up things like radiocarbon dating, which radiocarbon dating is only really good up to like 4,000 years, and that's based off an environmental system, and that's the only thing that's closely tied to biological dating. All the rest of the dating, when it comes to like uranium, lead, potassium, argon, these are dating the rocks on when they formed. They're not dating when the rocks were placed, or when biological matter turned into fossils. It's like you can't make that correlation. It's like, so I think there's a lot of ways that you could go into it to just kind of like debunk a lot of the claims within evolution to say like where do you stand on this?
Yeah, so I've debated this before, Ticky Tack, and so what you're doing is a nirvana fallacy, right? Using the same logic that you're using right now to deny the scientific proof of evolution, you could apply that to chemistry and physics and all the other kinds of biology, because there's no such thing as a perfect science, because it's human made and we're imperfect creatures and we have imperfect information. So what your entire argument is based on a fallacious proposition.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no grounding to begin with to even assume evolution.
Right.
because the things that it's even like based off of. So yeah, it does come down to, it's like science is ever changing, and it is bringing doubt to all like present claims off of that. But I don't know. It's
I'd be happy to work with you on developing whatever your debate is with that. You can bounce it off of me for whoever you're debating if you ever get to that point.
Yeah, I think the difficulty comes in is being able to frame it in such a way where an audience can understand it.
Yeah.
That's been the hardest thing, because even when I try to present let's say the uranium lead dating, so there actually is a discrepancy on being able to do uranium lead dating properly, and it's when they're not accounting for the thorium decay. Thorium is like 9 times more abundant than uranium, and thorium reduces down to uranium, which reduces down to lead in its cycle. So if you're trying to calculate the ratios between uranium and lead to do your dating, you need to also factor in thorium, which I haven't seen anybody in the dating records actually taking that into account until just the past like 12 years.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree that there are imperfections in the science, and you can poke holes in that all day. But I would actually, based on the argument you started with, say that you've oversimplified evolution and not accounted for non-biological evolution and the evolution of the universe that led to the biological evolution that we basically view from our constricted point of view in time, because we're limited creatures.
Well, then now we're getting into thermodynamics territory.
Yeah. And I'm not a physicist. So at that point, when you tried to bring it into the science more, I'd actually convert it into a tag argument, and use a transcendental argument for the proof of the universe, like the Christians do when they get boxed into a corner.
Yeah, I could see it going that way. It's the hardest thing though is that there's no way I could actually debunk the idea of the universe being like billions of years old.
Yeah.
It's yeah, because it's like, well, first, okay, time is kind of like is based off of a human conscious thing, but all the evidence that we have when it comes to even just identifying the wavelength of light from distant galaxies, how galaxies are like moving away and accelerating away from us. It just all these different timelines that you can point it back to. It's probably billions of years old.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you could find a way to work emotions into it, you could probably beat me with your argument, because I can't do emotions. So
I have difficulties doing emotions as well, unless I'm drunk.
When debate.
Then I become an asshole. That's the only emotion I can express.
It's interesting because I haven't. I'm not sure that I'm not sure which side of the evolution debate I'm on. I never really bought into Darwinism in and of itself, though.
Have you heard of James Tour?
No.
He has a lot of videos out there of like university seminars where he goes into debunking like abiogenesis. And considering you have at least a little bit of a chemistry background, I think you'll understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, the ortho bros always send me his videos when I'm trolling Jim Bob.
Yeah. The thing is that James Tour, even though he's a devout Christian, he really does fight off of a very neutral stance on like abiogenesis. Yeah. He even comes to say that we will eventually figure out how life was created.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time debunking my favorite evolutionary chemist, Lee Cronin, and trying to tear apart his model for explaining non-biological evolution. That was super interesting.
It's all super interesting. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is. It's super interesting. I'm enjoying this ticky tack.
Well, I definitely think about the deep questions.
You're smarter. You're a smarter dude than me.
Oak on the panel.
Well, thank you. Hey, Emmett, how's it going?
Hello, Tic Tac. Hello, everybody.
Again, sorry for misunderstanding you last weekend.
No, that's totally fine. Don't worry about it.
I don't think it would have mattered in the grand scheme of the decision, though.
Yeah, it was fine. Beth is this was the first time I got into a debate, like live.
Oh wow!
And Beth did a really good job. I also I wanted to take that position. I think there is a good saying between men being able to have some kind of friendship relationship with a woman, but I don't think that in our society we can have those kinds of relationship. So I agree a little bit more with Beth.
Yeah. I just
I think it can't happen if you're married.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest factor.
And I just know based on all of my anecdotal evidence in my life that I'm not capable of doing it. So I just extrapolate that out.
Yeah.
I think you guys are all wrong, and I think it's capable and possible.
Yeah.
And I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm agreeing with you.
when you have proper boundaries, I would say, yeah, that makes perfect sense. But if you're working with somebody and you have an intimate setting with that person and there's no proper boundaries, then I don't think you can have those kind of relationships.
I think the more successful like women relationships I've had, just friendships, have also been partly professional, where it's like yeah, okay, we're coworkers, we're professional, but then we're able to actually like go out and like enjoy dinner together or go to a music festival or something like that, and it usually turns
Most of
out
the
well.
times when those are successful, I would think it's because it's a group setting. I think if it's like if you're the boss and you have a coworker that's a woman, most of the time it's probably gonna escalate.
So we were coworkers in
Dude,
the
you guys
sense
are.
that they were my recruiters, so they would go and
Yeah.
find me work. So it was profitable for them to find me a spot where I could go and work, because then we're both making money together.
Yeah, it makes sense.
My question is like, are these guys like you guys talking about? Do they not have self control or discipline?
Most guys don't, Glenn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. So it's not that they can't be friends with men and women. Women can't be friends. It's that the guys don't have self control or discipline, and they cross the line.
And that's a really good argument, Glenn.
Yeah. I also think that if you get completely like sucked into a relationship, that is a sign of a unhealthy relationship. You need to be able to have some kind of friends or community around you. Good job on your debate, Grid. I heard a bit of it. It was
You
very.
heard some of it?
Yeah, I listened to about an hour.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty good. I just.
It was only like an hour and a half though, because that guy wanted to get out of there.
I was gonna listen to it, to listen to all of it, but there was the Jim Bob debate, and then there was Andrew streaming, and I couldn't listen to like anything when you were streaming it. I just couldn't listen to the guy.
That's all right. You couldn't listen to him?
No, he was so quiet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can have people start coming up now. Spaceman can post a link out in the chat. If I don't pull you up right away, don't get pissed about it. Okay, just calm down.
I was gonna say something.
Arthodiah, go ahead and start making my snacks. This is gonna be entertaining.
Snacks.
I was gonna say something about theosis, about lying and theosis. And it's like, well, according to Christian ethics, lying is sin, and you cannot be in theosis while in sin. So it's just that will be a contradiction.
Well, what if there are contradictions within the Christian ethic?
Go ahead and give me the contradiction. But the first contradiction that we're talking about is if you go ahead and be part of theosis, you cannot be in sin. So if you lie to be in theosis, you cannot be in theosis.
So yeah, the Christian ethic is not contradiction free, right? That's a cope. No ethical system is contradiction free. It's not possible, right? You at least acknowledge that, because if you can't acknowledge that, then there's no point in having a conversation about it.
Well, I cannot go ahead and just give a blanket statement under the ethical system, which I think is true.
Well, let me ask it a different way. Have you ever tried to find a contradiction in the Christian ethic?
Have I ever tried to? Yeah, probably.
Well, okay. What were the results of you looking? Like, did you find any contradictions?
I cannot think of a contradiction off the top of my head. Can you give me a contradiction?
All I'm going to say is Althea for the win. You guys see that right there in the chat?
No,
She went from feminist to female. Look at it. Perfect.
So do you have a duty as a husband to protect your wife?
Yeah, I do.
And is that a part of the Christian ethic?
It is.
Okay, so if someone was going to delete your wife, would it
Mhm.
be ethical to lie to them about her location?
Why would it give him a location at all?
No, they have your location, they have you, and they want to delete your wife.
Mhm.
And in order to protect her from this person, you would have to lie to him. Is that ethical?
I don't have to lie to him. I just could not give them any location. They have my location. What do you need to know my wife's?
I think it's baked in the hypothetical that you have to lie.
Well, I understand if he wants to go ahead and be like, well, if you have to lie to protect something, I would grant that there is that I can say I would lie to fulfill a higher ethical duty. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But
and that's what I'm
fulfilling the
saying.
higher ethical duty it's not against morality.
Okay.
Like you are fulfilling the higher ethical duty, and you're
Right, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and that's a part of the Christian ethic, right? And I'm fine with that. Like all ethical systems have those kind of workarounds to work in nuance.
thank you. Thank you for letting us have that. It's Beth. Welcome, Beth. I think my dog's I think my son has forgot to let my dog in, so I will be right back.
Beth, what are you missing?
I was just yapping at my kid for a second. Sorry. I didn't know how to like split screen this, and so because I can't see the whole chat, and I was having a conversation with Arthur Dea, and wanted to be able to see what the hell I was missing. How you guys doing?
I think we're doing fine. How are you, Beth?
It's all right.
You must have gotten Arthur Dea worked up. She's talking about it's romantic when your man is a bodybuilder. Like, what did you say to her? She's in her
She's talking to me. No. She's talking about me. She's talking about me.
We
She's
were
making me my
arguing about
sandwich.
feminism.
She's making me my sandwich. I'm just leaving the gym, so she's
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
Glenn, she's all yours. Have fun. Emmett, thank you for the nice words. I don't know if you saw me in the chat.
Yeah, I saw you. A moment.
Yeah, just so you know, that was my first debate as well. So I
think you did.
it. It was a lot of fun.
Great. I really want to take that. I was thinking about that argument for a little bit since I think I spoke way too much at the beginning in my opening statement. I could just be a little bit more concise. I probably had a better chance. It was me just being way too anxious, I guess.
I was anxious too, and I missed out on some really good points that I could have made. So, hey, who's perfect, right? Anson thinks he is, but you know.
you beat me. Remember? I know.
Yeah,
I'm not
I do. I do. I was gonna say I seem to remember you not having anything to say for a few seconds.
That was very funny. That was awesome, actually. Anson with nothing to say is like so sweet.
Yeah, I worked on that. I've got to fix him for that now. That won't happen again.
Can't let that happen again, can you?
No, I got to deal with this puppy real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So, Anson, quick question on the evolution stuff. So, when did the claim come out that humans are like 99% genetically identical to bananas?
I'm not familiar with that claim, so I can't tell you when it came out.
Yeah,
that's like chimpanzees and our genetic similarity to them, not bananas.
Okay, then let's go with chimpanzees. How long has that been around?
Well, I don't know. I don't know when that was released. I remember reading it at some point in time, but I don't remember when it happened.
The reason why I'm asking and being a bit ambiguous is because I haven't really been able to find like a specific date. And I have What's really strange is that it was only just recent where we've been able to sequence the entire human genome. And this is within like the past 15 years or like 20 years, I think. And I think this claim has been out since like the early 90s at least. And the same issue arises when it comes to how we fully sequence the DNA of apes or monkeys or things like that. I think when people are making these claims that we're like 97, 98, 99% similar to each species, I think they're only talking about a certain section of DNA, and they're not talking about the full sequence.
Yeah, and I remember the Human Genome Project going on in the 90s and early 2000s, because a lot of that was done in Huntsville, where I am. And I actually toured the facility where a lot of that human genome was being done and coded. So I don't know it. And I remember reading that statistic before it was finished. So I'm not entirely certain, to be honest with you. I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'm trying to figure out as well. So
always something interesting.
I just asked ChatGPT, so take it as a grain of salt, but it said that in 75 there is a study published in Science by Alan Wilson and Mary Claire King that made that claim about 98-99% genetically identical to chimpanzees.
Yeah, that's way too soon. We didn't really have like that. This was like the beginning of like DNA testing when it came to like trying to solve cold cases. Wasn't it in the 70s? Like we weren't even that advanced when it came to being. We didn't even have like enough data storage to even like sequence the DNA. Like so.
Yeah, so I wonder if there's more up-to-date studies that updated that information and confirmed it or disconfirmed it. That would be good to know too.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. But I mean, that's where the claim. I think that's where the claim comes from. 1975, Alan Woodson, Mary Klein, paper in Science.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the debaters to start making their way to the stage. If you want to be in the debating tonight,
I think all of the degens are in Sarah's chat, being honest.
I don't know. I think Arthur Day is going to have to debate me on feminism in the near future. Okay. By all means, go ahead. Get your facts together.
Beth, leave my harem #1 woman alone. She's my number.
Glenn,
she has a job to do.
Glenn, do you want a good submissive woman?
I told you she's making me a sandwich right now. If you would just leave her alone.
No, she ain't. No, she ain't. She's a feminist.
Yeah, because you see, I fuck the feminism out of them. That's the thing. I'm the cure of feminism.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Sure.
It's so true. That's Arthur Dyer.
We are missing.
You see, she wants to make sandwiches. She wants to make sandwiches.
09. What's up, Steel Man? How are you?
Hey, thanks.
We're missing some people tonight. That's okay.
Yeah, they'll come in, Grid. They're waiting until the last minute.
I know. That's the way it always works. The way it always works. Welcome, Steel Man. How are you?
Right on. Is my mic working okay and everything?
You're a little low. I'm going to boost you a little bit. Go ahead. All right. Try that.
All right. I don't know. Check testing 1 2.
That is better.
All right. Thanks. Cool. What's up, Beth?
Hey, how are you?
Right on. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
Thanks.
welcome to the show.
All right, that's it. I don't have any mind-blowing words of wisdom just yet, but hopefully
That's
they'll come
okay.
tonight.
You just blew
We're
my
all
mind
still
with that.
warming up. You know what I mean?
I was expecting more from you.
To be clear, Lord of Pies, I'm in bed because my room is at the opposite end of the house, so I don't have to worry about teenagers, loud music, and stuff. So it's just better in here.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to secure my spot, so that, I didn't lose out.
Yeah. So the rules are a little bit different here than other places. Just so, because I don't want to go literally all night and have people just like randomly entering at like 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. We're not doing that. So the way it works here is that what did I said something. I gave a cutoff. I think it was 10 or 10:30. we give about an hour for the first round of people to kind of settle down, and then after that, I really don't allow anyone else to join. So, yeah, it's just the way it is, you know. That way, what happens is that we get out of here at like midnight. We got out of here last week at like 12:45 or something, I think, which is nice. So it's nice. Very good. So if you guys want to be if you want to be on, the link is in the chat. It is very easy to be a part of the show. It is a debate panel. You will be debating, or you will be gone very quickly. It's just the way it works. Nobody's hurting your feelings. Welcome, Silvar Ogre. Good to see you.
All right, Ben, you need to get up here, man. You're a debater. I've seen you do it. You need to get up here and debate, bro. Come on.
He's a shit talker.
I agree. Come on, Ben. He's smarter than he lets on, for sure.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. What's up, Octavius? I see you out there. I see you. Arthur Daya could come up. That's true. That is true. Arthur Daya could come up.
Yeah, she could get eliminated early too. That'd be fun.
Jess White debates occasionally. She could come up. Arthur Daya is apparently on call for Easter because some jackass put her on that. Well, that's feminism at work for you, baby. So, let's see.
Yeah, that was just another gift brought to you by birth control.
That's true. Missing Cleaner 409. What's up, Octavius? How are you, sir? Octavius? He'll get it. All right. Man, what a day. What a day. Wade Boggs, she's not a nurse, she's a doctor. It's a small difference, but it's there. Oh yeah, go get Luke. Go get Luke. He'll spurg out for us. Maybe. I don't know. Luke's getting better.
Yeah, you sidelined your biggest entertainer though, Grid, by putting me as a judge. I can only really do my quips, when the debates are over.
Quips.
Yeah, as your talent,
Well,
the one who runs out of things to say sometimes.
There's she's just not gonna let that one go. She's just not letting that go.
That's savage. That's savage.
It is. That is savage. It really is. That's pretty brutal right there. That's pretty good. The Silvar Oak. That's funny. Doctor has a stethoscope and coat. Nurses have easy off pajamas. I have found that to be true as well. Admitting to nothing. We have two Glenn Lawrences again.
No, just kick the top one off.
Oh, man, what is with you and your internet?
I'm in the car, just leaving the gym.
Oh, you're in the gym?
I was in the gym. Now I'm headed back to the house.
All right. That's pretty funny, Silvar Ogre. So what kind of topics do we want tonight, guys? How brutal do we need to be?
Well, like
extra brutal.
I already told you the ones that I'll debate.
Oh, we lost Octavius. He'll be back. Don't worry about it.
What's better, tequila or vodka?
I have
Tequila.
no idea.
We could discuss what kind of sauce goes best on a fur burger.
Of course.
That's the Anson. That's the Anson Knowles I know.
And you know, not hate exactly, but you know.
That sounds like a Ben versus Anson argument right there.
We had that the other day.
Why am I not surprised? Oh, I still have to watch that. Apparently, I gotta watch it.
Yeah.
I'll catch up. Don't worry.
Fabian Liberty calls scrubs slut pajamas. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that.
I like slut pajamas. Those are awesome.
I'm going to use that. That one's good. That one's making it in rotation. Jess White, you're not coming up to debate? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you.
She'll come up, Jess. Come on, Jess. You can
do it. Guys, there's no we don't have a real I mean Steelman, but he's not a real leftist. He's kind of like, well, what are you, Steelman? Or you're not a leftist.
So I consider myself like a real independent. In fact, George Washington actually preached against. He actually preached against the two faction system, which you all seem to support. Not you all, but maybe everybody here but Beth.
I don't. I'm a monarchist.
Yeah, he would have put George Washington in prison.
Oh yeah, you know I'm still. Oh, you're not. Aren't you on monarchist grid too? Aren't you on train with?
No, I'm not a monarchist at all. Just Anson. I make fun of him being a monarchist quite often.
Wait, just
I do that.
Anson.
Me, just me, chairman of the board, Anson.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, thanks. Yeah, good to see you again. Yeah. So I'm kind of curious, you know, and I'll have to go back through. I'm sure my job is to go back through and watch all the different debates, but I know there's like that, you know, stance that you guys seem to take. I guess it's the orthodox stance is best term I can call it right now. But
I'm not orthodox at all.
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Okay, so you guys, so don't you guys like argue for Andrew's perspectives or something?
I mean, Andrew's got some good ideas, but I mean, I don't follow his
he has good arguments that can be applied across the spectrum to many different positions.
Yeah, he's not talking about orthodoxy.
Okay, so I was under the impression, especially with Grid and some of the other like ortho boys or whatever, that especially, you know, Grid, because you were taking his place today and whatnot as well, that you all kind of took these exact same views that are supposed to like be logical all across the board or something. But logic, I guess I was mistaken.
Logic pretty much has to exist for there to be a reasonable argument. But
well, and I mentioned it today, Grid, which was my question in your debate, which is you were kind of talking about how you were saying, well, if you're not religious or whatever the word is, I can't, then you have no place to, no grounds to say what is right and what is wrong or whatever. I can't word it like you did, but that's what you meant, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said the position is that you cannot have morality without a religious base.
Yeah, and
it is, but without being able to appeal to a higher power, a divinity, a something outside humanity that has put it into place. If you can't appeal to that, because it's ultimately an appeal to authority, right?
It is.
An appeal to authority to work, it has to be the authority. This is why people get into problems with appeal to authority arguments. If I appeal to authority and say my local sheriff says this is the law, but the sheriff doesn't enforce the law. The sheriff puts people in jail. The police department enforces the law. So the sheriffs rarely actually have a complete understanding of what the law is. So that would be a fallacy to say that they are the source of the law is wrong. And even honestly, saying that the police understand the law could be a fallacy. And I could be an appeal to the authority there would be wrong, because ultimately our criminal court system is the interpreter of the law. And so if I said, well, the Supreme Court has said this, that is the authority. And so that
although even then we've seen this
fallacious appeal to authority.
Yeah, but even I don't mean to interrupt, but even then we've seen the Supreme Court the Supreme Court has flip flopped or on its case, on its cases, and
They don't
you know,
flip flop. That's a poor word usage there.
well, like
They can examine a previous position and change their position on it, right? But that is simply an interpretation. The law itself doesn't change. The law is still the law. Do you understand what? Let me ask you this: do you think that Roe v. Wade was a right? Defined.
On that, I mean, we can. So I think we can get into this is totally right. This is totally side railing the conversation.
Yeah. That's
but
right. It's my conversation.
Okay, but if you want to get into, I mean, I see the thing is, I mean, I'm not like a constitutionalist myself, either. Like all these people who are spouting for constitutionalists, I see them as blue coats, that how during the Civil War, the feds came in and killed everyone who wouldn't basically accept being citizens of, subjects of the federal government.
Sure. Yeah. And so the federal government of the United States was an aggressor against an illegitimate government in the South. I agree with that. That's an accurate portrayal.
Yeah. So I think all these people who are trying to push like the Constitution is this freedom document, this that stuff. I see it as a tyrannical government that formed the federal, a tyrannical document that formed the federal government. But regardless of that, if you're going to say I'm going to uphold the Constitution, well, the Constitution says. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not the Constitution. Actually, it'd be the Declaration of Independence that says the right to life, liberty, and happiness, right? Or property.
Happiness, yeah.
Yeah, we can get into what that last one is. But regardless of that, if we have a right to life, then I think that if the government has any job, it's to protect the right to life and liberty. Well, how are you going to protect the right to life?
That's not what it says. This is a problem with a lot of people. They insert their own perspective into something, especially a document. A document literally has to be taken literally. You can't read nuance into a document because the words on the page are the words on the page. So what it says is you have the right to life, liberty, and happiness. There's nowhere in that paragraph that says the United States government is going to enforce that or guarantee that.
But it does say that well, it says that,
and in the context of the entire document, which you're leaving out, it's the fact that the government is not supposed to be able to come in and interfere with your right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Actually, it's on the total. Actually,
Emmett, being a sovereign person, a human being, could, because he's not an agent of the government, impose upon you and reduce your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And it is not against the Constitution, strictly speaking. Now, there are obviously local laws and things like that would preclude that. But again, you're taking a passage.
Go ahead. Let's give them the context, because I disagree, because the context literally says that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among those rights are the rights to life, and and others, and that in order to secure those rights, government is instituted among men. It specifically says
that does not say that.
Oh, really? Okay.
What does it say?
Well, I'm not reading it. I'm going to pull it up, and I'll go. Let's see what does it say. Do you have it up? I'll pull it up.
In order to form a more perfect union, we hold these truths to be self-evident. Also, by the way, $5 came in from the Raging Patriot. Stop pussy. Am I pronouncing that? Pussy? Footing around, and let's get it on. Gold. I don't have that ability to bend my voice that way.
Oh, damn it.
So
go ahead, Anthony. Knee deep in blood and skulls. Let's go. All right.
Yeah. So Mr. is trying to get up into the panel. He's having some issues. You need to use Chrome if you have Chrome. If you're on a phone, copy the link and put it in the Chrome browser on your phone, because Streamlabs doesn't work well with other browsers on a phone. And if you're not, I've had trouble with Streamlabs lately on desktop. You'll want to close out your browser and then re-input the link again, because it may be a cookie issue.
Did we get to clarify, like they'll say pursuit of happiness, not happiness? You don't have the
No,
right
no,
to
we're not talking about
happiness.
happiness. No, it was actually property. That's why I said it doesn't matter. The happiness part is a red herring. We're talking about the right to life. And I want to make clear the grid one specifically several times said that I took that out of context and then I corrected it. And then he said I was still miscorrecting it. Read it yourself. I read it again and it says exactly what I said it did in the order, exactly the way I said it said. Where am I wrong?
Okay, I just
Because you
want to
did
be
it.
sure that I just want to be sure that we put this: it's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It doesn't say anything about property.
No, what I'm trying to say, and you're again red herring. It doesn't matter what it says after life. We're talking about the right to life, and the only reason I mentioned property is because everyone who knows politics knows that the right to happiness was never a fucking part of it.
Off with, hold on, Steelman. Let me make sure I have your argument right from the word, because what you started off with was the government is there to protect your right to these things, and it doesn't do that, in your opinion, and therefore you have a problem with it. That is not the government's job to protect your right.
It literally is it right there. It says
the right, so that the government cannot deprive you of those rights.
No, the government is instituted.
It's a restrictive document on the government.
What is the government's purpose?
Prescriptive document demanding that the government provide for you.
Enforcement. There's no rules that they have to enforce any rights for us.
Okay, again, tell me where I'm wrong. I'm literally going to read it to you real quickly. It says, on the unalienable right to life, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. The government is instituted to protect the rights of people, particularly the right to life and liberty.
The government
Am I wrong?
The government is there to provide structure so that you can do it yourself.
No, and that's why I'm telling you, you're mistaken. And you can read it right from the Declaration of Independence there, the first line of the second paragraph. The first line of the second paragraph. It literally tells you the government is instituted among men to secure men's rights. If you think that the government has any other purpose than to secure men's rights, then you are mistaken on the purpose of government.
I'm sorry, I got to read it. What did I just do? I did something. Okay, never mind. It's working now. Believe in yourself. Once again, rolling deep in dong. 50,000 dong from Believe in Yourself. Probability is high. Your sneakers were made by people paid in dong. Well, he's not wrong. He's not wrong about the dong. Thank you, BIY, for the, what is that, like $5? Is that $5 or $2? It's some very small amount. It sounds like a lot, but it's a very small amount.
Hey, Grit, are you going to put the plays up for the chat so we can get some debating going on, man?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do we have everybody in?
There already was a debate going on.
Smoking Spaceman's been spamming it. I apologize. I got distracted because we were having a discussion and I liked it.
Yeah.
I apologize. I know I'm supposed to be doing a job here. Give me one
I thought we
second.
were having a good debate.
I
was about to slam dunk you on the fact that you're depriving somebody of the right to life.
I mean, yeah, the debate. I mean, good. That's debatable.
So
who? Yeah, well,
don't have
hold on, guys.
There's no one that, I mean, never mind. I'm not going.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Here we go, guys. So to initiate, and I know, look, this was designed to go over my Streamlabs, but then I'd have to push everybody down to put this up. So just look, the 1v1 debate, I dropped it $10 this week to $40. We got the same thing to assign the debate prompt is $40. To revive an operator, any of these fine folks, when they lose, if they lose, you can revive them for $60. Once we're down to the final four, there is no revivals, not even self-revivals, Anson.
Oh, come on, man.
He's judging this week. Anson's stepping down and being a judge this week. To change the operator screen name is $2 whole, American, not dong. And to time an operator out is $1 per minute. To extend a debate is $5 per minute. And let me see if I can. I can't. Hang on. I've got the rest over here. Sorry, guys. Again, this was not meant to. It was meant to be an overlay through Streamlabs, but or through
I
the
see you're
OBS.
heated,
Just
Beth.
full screen Anson here.
What's that?
There you go.
Now the contrast is better. People can see it.
Yeah. Can I move this up? I can't move it up. So yeah, it's I think it's the next one is. Well, now I'll just pull it up. Give me a second.
Are you the operator? Can we time you out right now?
That is, the operate. You all are operators. You are operating in a theater of war called Bloodsport Debate. Sorry, I apologize, guys. This is terribly fucking unprofessional of me. But you're just all gonna have to cope. Just swallow it. It's just cope. It's fine. Don't worry. Some of you are more used to that than others.
Do y'all like my pretty pink mug?
It's very pink.
We can't tell it's pink, Anson.
Yeah.
It's pastel pink.
All
It's
right.
my daughter's.
So if you want to mute an operator, which basically means they're still on screen, but we turn their mic off. It's $2 per minute, and that way you can still make fun of them.
Now, chairman of the board is the judge tonight.
He is a judge. We have 3.
Okay, so who do I need to be nice to tonight?
You don't have to be nice to me.
So Anson Knowles.
Anson, I sent you a cash app.
Well, it's a solid play. So
yeah, tricks on you, man. I don't have Cash App.
Anson barely had whatever that was that I needed to pay him last week.
Well, yeah, you right wingers only deal in gold coins, right?
I'm not a right winger. I'm a monarchist.
Yeah,
I accept Bitcoin.
You got to be.
Well, that's what I mean. You monarchists only accept gold coins, right?
Yep, that's right. Just gold coins.
It's got to have the king's face on it.
Yep.
Let me give me a second.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about me being biased still, man.
Right,
Even if you were my girlfriend, I'd treat you just the same as anybody else.
That's because he doesn't have a girlfriend, because he treats them all like somebody else. All right. Where were we? I was into that. I was into that deal.
Well, Grid, where were you standing? I felt like I was arguing against you. It sounded like you were saying that that we don't have a right, that the government isn't have a duty to protect life. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think the government does.
No.
I don't. I believe that the Constitution guarantees it to you that the government can interfere with you, but they don't. They have no duty to protect you from. Look, if Emmett decides to come over and beat you to death, the government has no duty to protect you from that, and they've decided that in the Supreme Court just recently.
Well, yeah, but the Supreme Court often gets it wrong, like we mentioned, and so I want to ask you, if the government doesn't have that duty, then what do you
mean?
think
Well, wait a minute, hold on. Then we got to correct that. We got to correct that statement. You said the Supreme Court gets it often wrong, like we mentioned. We didn't mention that. You asserted that.
Okay, but we did concede that the Supreme Court often will switch cases or change decisions,
Yeah,
so they could easily
I didn't
change
say
their decision.
often. I said just recently they made an interpretation on Roe v. Wade because people assumed it was a right, and it is in fact not.
They gave
right.
okay, but there's other times where they have too, like the right to marry black people, for example, was once the Supreme Court ruled that we did not have that right, and then they actually changed on that right. The same with the school board, Brown versus Board of Education and whatnot. And where I'm going with this is that I was correcting his absolutist fallacy, saying that because and appeal to authority, which is because the Supreme Court says it's going to stay that way forever. That's not an absolute truth. They can change that. So what I'm saying is, if the Supreme Court changed that decision and they said that the government, so you're just saying, well, because the Supreme Court says it, then it's right. I'm asking you.
No, I'm saying that it was never the intent of the Constitution that the government provide you personally with security.
So what was the intent of the founders to form a government in the first place?
So that the government could not come and government can't come.
It's a law document.
See, that made no sense. See what I'm saying? You said they formed a government so the government couldn't come.
You're looking at as a descriptive document, as a set of rules for the government to provide for you. It is a restrictive document meant to tell the government what they cannot do, to limit
So
the government. They had just come out from
But
the.
what was the purpose of even creating one? Why limit one?
Steelman, I think I can clear this up for you really, really simple, right? The document that you're referencing says that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are inalienable rights, right? They don't say that they're government granted rights. They say that you have them despite the government.
It actually says that exactly, and it says, and that the government was instituted among men in order to protect those rights that weren't granted to us by government, that they were granted, endowed to us by our Creator. Government is formed.
You're correct.
Government is formed to protect those rights that are endowed to us by our Creator, and that's the point of government.
Right. They're not granted by the government, right? So the government can't take them away, right? They also can't grant them.
Right. They're only instituted to protect those rights. Isn't that exactly what it says?
Right. And what you're arguing is that the government somehow is responsible for granting them.
No, I'm arguing that they are actually responsible for protecting them.
If that's the case, then how can you hold them responsible for, people taking other people's lives every day?
Dr. Darko, you have a weird.
There to provide.
Your mic is like lots of static.
Yeah, your mic is live.
It's
there. You go. Yeah, just turn the sensitivity down just a hair. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
He just muted it. He didn't.
Mic check. Check one.
Octavius, you sound great, brother.
Hey, thank you. I finally got to work. I had to use my phone though.
It's a weird thing with some browsers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I did have a question regarding the government, though.
Sure.
With the way things are set up, would you say they have a right to suspend or abridge your rights, even though they're inalienable?
I mean, currently, I think that they do it. I don't think they have the right to do it. I think they do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to answer that real quickly, it's that what we were referring to, the unalienable rights, is only from the Declaration of Independence, which was actually, written and established all that stuff before the founding and establishment of our government.
But that was the document you were referencing, which is why I brought
right.
it up.
It was enough. I was referencing. Now, to clarify to this man here, our government doesn't actually recognize unalienable rights in any other document. There's no legal basis for any other unalienable right.
What's up, Joe?
The highest right that's recognized in a court is a fundamental right, which can the Supreme Court can lower a fundamental right and put the government's interests above a fundamental right. So the government does not recognize an unalienable right. Even the right to life, for example, it's obviously alienable because we have the death penalty.
Well, I think it's more accurate that the government just suspends it, or they halt it. Like if you were to, for example, get black bagged and taken to Guantanamo, or you have an interaction with the police that goes badly, or any number of ways that you would run face first into the utilization of force that the government has supremacy for suspending your inalienable rights. That's
I like
what
it. They just
saying.
suspend your unalienable right to life. You'll get that back later, I'm sure. You can sue them for that later in civil court.
So you're just arguing for a positive rights framework for the government and not really stating that that's what you're doing, because it's a totally different model than how we were founded. We were founded on a negative rights format, and you would have to assert why changing the format of our government is necessary, because based on all of our founding documents, that was the understanding of what we were as a nation. And just because you're in favor of like the South Africa model where the government can be tyrannical even more than our government is now doesn't mean that you like have made that leap.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
Anson's just fucking bloody tonight. He's not fucking around. All right. It's about time to kick this pig. I really appreciate the side argument, Steelman. It was great. I do think that your positioning is such that you are. I agree with Anson. I would have stated it a little differently. That you seem to ignore the fact that it's a restrictive, not a permissive document. So it's irrelevant.
What is it? Oh no, you guys are mixing it up though. I just want to say, because you're saying that the government was literally established to restrict the government. That makes literally no sense. The government was established to protect our rights, and it was established in a way to restrict the government from infringing upon our rights while protecting them.
Come on, that was a direct contradiction. You said that it was not established to restrict the government, and then you said it was literally 2 seconds later you said it is exactly to restrict the government.
No, it was
You got to look at what kind of government we were under when the colonizers first came to this country. Okay, that is what they had in mind when they were creating these documents, is what they left and the things they didn't want to see anymore. So,
but did you guys? Okay,
consideration.
Anyone can read the Declaration of Independence. Says to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. They literally tell you why they instituted a government to secure
It's to make
rights.
sure the government doesn't get so out of hand that we are oppressed.
Yeah, and you have to look at the context of that document. That was a revolutionary document, not a founding document of the nation. That was a document basically saying that the oppression of King George would not stand, and that we would revolt against him. That was not a founding document of the actual government we have now. The government we have now was the one that usurped the Articles of Confederation. What we have now is basically the product of a coup that occurred after that.
As well as to make sure that, no king rose up here. No one man could become all powerful. And I mean, if you look at some of the horrible stuff that happened over there, I mean, I can get it.
Right.
So.
Guys, as much as I want to continue down this path, because I actually really like this topic.
It's fun.
We have to get into the debate, or we will be here all night. Now, just so everyone knows, Ticky Tack, I'm not pronouncing it correctly again tonight. Agrillopus and
Agrillopoulos.
Yeah, that guy. And Anson Knowles are our judges tonight. They will not be participating. You cannot put them into a 1v1 debate. However, everyone else currently up on the screen is fair game. You can put, except me, of course. I am the moderator, and I am not fair game. It would be nice to get a couple more contestants up here. I see a legendary debater in the chat. He needs to come on up. Evan. Is it Evan? I think it's... Hang on, let me stand by. Where did you go? I saw you. Evan O'Brien. Come on up, buddy. Jess White is also a very good debater. What is the debate about? It is a debate panel. It is a round-robin single elimination. The rules are you go 1v1. You get eliminated by a vote of the judges, not by a vote. You ain't home yet? All right, well, hurry home because there is a cutoff time to get involved. And where was I? Oh, yes. You get eliminated. You can buy yourself back in or have someone else buy you back in. But when we get down to the final four, there are no buy-ins. You're just is what it is. Also, yes, you can do there is a moderator, an actual moderator in this one, and that is me. I will give you 1 minute to state your position. Each debater to state their positions. You get 1 minute. Once you do that, 5-minute clock starts. The 5-minute clock runs out. The judges vote, and that is the end of it, unless the chat, the wonderful chat, decides to extend your time because you're having such a great debate. And that extension costs $5 per minute.
Okay, so Grit,
Yep.
I think she was specifically asking about how the debate topics are chosen for the debaters.
Oh, well, we kind of last week we kind of went down the list and just, whatever the debaters seem to have an affinity for and a disagreement or were able to disagree over. We have a lot of different topics tonight. I personally would really like to see somebody debate IP, intellectual property. Is it real? Can you own an idea? Would really like to see somebody debate that.
May I check in real quick? Is my mic still aids?
Dude, you sound great now.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
you sound great.
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Dr. Darko up in the house. I'm not familiar with you. Are you left, right, or center, sir?
Center leftish.
Center leftist, perfect. We needed one of those. Go get your friends. We need more of them.
When you mention intellectual property, are you referencing trademarks?
Trademarks,
Copyrights,
copyright, software
Patents.
licenses.
Oh, come on, these guys don't believe in any rights, let alone any property.
No, I'm just making sure I'm following what you're wanting people to talk about.
Messing.
So I would really like to understand if you can own an idea, if you can own a design, if patents should have been something to begin with. I would love to hear a good argument on that. Yeah, I know. Silver Ogre, right? You're undecided, right? Yeah, I get it. So what we're going to do is, while we wait for the chat to decide who is going to debate first, and because the debate does have to be bought, it is not, or earned, one of the two. While that happens, I have to go. I'm going to run inside. I need to check on my kids. We can get into why later. The moderators out in the chat will maintain order there, and Tiki Tack and Anson, our moderators, are not moderators, but our judges, will maintain order on the panel. You gentlemen have fun for just a few moments.
Yeah. So order. This is the rule of the king. I am in charge. Tiki Tack is my subordinate. He's my vassal.
I didn't agree to this.
Yeah, I'm the king. I have the divine right. You don't have to agree.
You're
divine.
This is not a place
I don't
of
believe in your
consent,
religion.
okay?
I just want to. Where are my peasants? We're all about to over.
If you don't know, you're one of them.
Yeah, I know. I need to get my other peasants around so we can figure out who we are, so we can overthrow you guys.
That's why the monarchy model is so much better, because you only have one head to chop off.
Exactly. It's go for the chairman.
I don't know, man. The French Revolution looked awfully fun.
Yeah, that's the Enlightenment at work. That's the logical conclusion of individualism.
It was fun unless you officiated over starting the revolution, and then your heads would roll along with all of the first people. They kept cutting off everyone's heads until they ran. The guy who invented the guillotine even got his head cut off. It was wild.
That's some karma.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, you read Mein Kampf?
I don't know if I've read that or not. I know I've read the Communist Manifesto and a bunch of different books, but I don't think I've read that one in particular.
You've never. The reason I ask is because, well, he kind of preaches the same thing, as far as explaining why democracy doesn't work and.
Well, I mean, they're all logical arguments. Just because he was a bad man doesn't mean that he wasn't, logical in every aspect of.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I'm not bandwagoning on the theory of Osama bin Laden was the boogeyman or Hitler was the boogeyman either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
Yeah, the mustache man made some decent points, but I never read his struggle. So
it's actually it's a really good one. I would recommend to anyone who is interested in anything.
Yeah.
Anyone who's interested in
Well,
anything.
they tend to be 95% garbage wrapped around 5% of truth, or 5% of garbage that's in the center of 95% truth. So one or the other. It depends on how insidious it is. No, regarding like the Communist Manifesto or, Mein Kampf or any of that kind of stuff. Like there's just enough truth in it to be dangerous and also to be weaponized in the course of people with their ideological crusades, which stack the dead up like cardboard. They're both horrible ideas. No one has ever been able to propagate them in a way that's actually efficient, that's good for people, that doesn't, make the Black Death look like, an average Sunday.
Well, yeah, sure. But everything makes sense on paper, but once you put it into practice, it gets complicated because real life is different than theoretical nonsense.
Well, I mean, I guess if you want to think that, sure. There's plenty of things on paper that they're rather easy to manifest, as a matter of fact. Like if you take as an example something like the Bible, which has a fairly straightforward, with the 10 Commandments and a couple of things like the Golden Rule, just general rules for society, that goes way more in depth than either the struggle or Communist Manifesto. typically, with a few exceptions, like most Christian societies tend to be the benevolent ones that everyone wants to go to.
Yeah,
Whereas
well,
if you
that's
have
all just like
fascist or
nonsense because
communists,
again, like
they
at the
flee them.
Last Supper, Jesus said, "This is my blood, like shed for you as a sign of the new covenant," like signaling that the old covenant of law was no longer in effect, and that the new covenant of grace was was upon us, and we all now have the Holy Spirit, which is something that didn't exist for pretty much
That's
anybody
not
except for like
exactly what
3
I'm
people.
speaking to as an ideology. I'm talking about it generally in terms of it being
Okay,
something
so you're
on
talking about the
paper you
covenant
can
of law
translate.
and grace simultaneously?
No,
that
that you take the Christian ethos ethics of the Bible as something written down to transform it into a society, because someone said that things get written and they're complicated because like the real life is sticky and all that, because Mein Kampf or the Communist Manifesto, there's just no one's been able to do it correctly, and things that are written down are difficult. And I was citing an example of the Bible in that same sense as just kind of a general rule of thumb that's written down that tends to manifest fairly well more often than not, as opposed to communism or as opposed to a fascist society.
Okay, sure, but like, what specifically of the Bible, like, manifests itself that's unique to the Bible?
The idea of turning the other cheek, for one.
Okay, so
the idea of
no
loving your
other
neighbor as
religion,
yourself.
no other religion is preached like love your neighbor, like turn the other cheek, like
Well,
no other religion has ever preached
I wasn't
forgiveness.
speaking relative to other religious texts which haven't been brought up or cited. I'm using it as a contrast comparison to Mein Kampf and the Communist Manifesto, the two other things that have been cited so far. I'm not trying to talk about every religion and just have everything come out of the weeds.
Sorry, I wish could have backed you up on that, but I just thought it was funny that Ben is asking to ban feminists when Ben is probably the biggest feminist I've ever seen in chat. So I was wondering what that was about.
Come
But
on,
I don't-
kissy cat in the chat. You need to drop some $40 so we can get Dr.
You need to
Darko
impress. You need to impress Kissy Cat.
versus Mr. Mister.
So really?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about old Joe. Old Joe says he wants to go 1v1 versus Dr. Darko. Old Joe.
Dang.
Old Joe.
No, I got a question for the
link
two
is
lefties. Is fascism right wing in nature?
Am I being thrown in the leftist category first?
$20
Before it gets too far
I'm just
afield.
curious.
I
towards
put
the
you there.
1v1.
Whoever I
I was
was
going to
talking
come up
with,
and I was going to
I
come up
appreciate the back and forth before it gets too far
argue
afield.
from
I just
that
want to say
time.
that.
Yeah. All right.
No, I would be happy to
missed
answer, but I think
that.
someone wanted to ask something.
I feel like I missed
Yeah.
out when I had to go inside, but that's okay. We've got
Yeah.
$20 towards the first 1v1. Whoever provides the rest of the money gets to pick the 1v1. We get $50 from Kissy Cat, 1v1 Old Joe versus Darko. Old Joe's not even up here yet. Somebody get the man a link, and we'll save Kissy Tax 20 towards another one. Plus the extra 10 from Kissy Cat, unless Kissy Cat wants
Oxtaxo
that to be
donated $50.
added.
Super chat. 1v1 Old Joe v Darko.
So what was your question?
You should pin that debate panel link, Grid.
It is pinned.
No, it's
it's not pinned. So I have actually a problem. I don't know. I actually have never pinned anything on YouTube, so I actually don't know how to do that.
Spaceman just posted a link, by the way. It's in the chat currently.
You go on YouTube itself and you click the 3 dots to the right of it, and there's an option that says pin link.
So, Mister, what was your?
I asked the question because if you Google the definition of fascism, what comes up is right wing. But the person that first referenced that was Mussolini, and he was a socialist. So do you not see the flaw?
Wait, is socialism necessarily left wing?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so then what you just said doesn't matter at all, right?
All right,
Well-
Paige, you're in the chat. You need to get your female butt up here and do some debating. I don't want to hear any excuses about how you're some high-powered lawyer and you got to do some kind of trial stuff. Tomorrow's Easter. You're not working. Come on, get up here.
Old Joe, the link was just posted, but we'll get it posted again here in just 1 second. Old Joe is coming up. We will
So
have something. Also,
what
Anson, that doesn't work on my version of YouTube. I don't know why. Again, I've tried this for a while now. I don't know why. I obviously have a setting wrong somewhere.
was the question trying to establish the dichotomy of where like communism is the left and fascism is the right, and they're both bad, but in actuality they're both left? Is that kind of what you were asking about?
Well, I mean, socialism is when the government does stuff, and when the government does enough stuff, then it's communism. I believe is the standard accepted definition.
I mean, if you want to go with tomatoes, sure, but it looks like Joe's here, so it might be time for that debate, though.
Let's have that debate, ladies and gentlemen. So again, just so you understand, this is a blood sport debate. You each get 1 minute. Hold on, let me get everybody back first.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Are we still here?
So you're good. You're good. You go to the back. You're back of the bus. You too. Oh, not you. I'll get him back up here in a second. Bye, Emmett. The judges also go to the back. So they're gone. It's just us. I'm your moderator. You each get 1 minute for your to state your position. Do so as briefly and as concisely as possible. It's to your advantage. While we're doing this, it's very important. Once that is done, you will get, or after that's done, you will get 5 minutes for the debate unless somebody pays for more time. Now, Kissy Cat did put in $10 extra, which in theory buys an extra 2 minutes. We will find out if that's what she wants to do. In the meantime, who is the affirmative position here?
Sorry, what's the topic of discussion?
Yes, old Joe. What's the topic that you want to debate Mr. Darko over?
I just jumped onto the channel and Mr. Darko annoyed me as he still is with his twirling his mustache. So I just wanted to debate him about anything. So I think he should take the affirmative position on whatever the topic is, and I will oppose him.
Perfect. Okay.
Well, that's cringe. I don't know. You're gonna make me like pick a topic and take the affirmative position, like
Sure, or take the negative. Take your pick there, mustache twirler. Let's get at it.
Okay. Can you give me just like, I don't know, like 10% guidance here? Like, what are you?
I've got some
Okay,
topics.
let's give you 100% guidance. I will give you the debate topic. National Socialists are left wing. Yes or no?
Okay, that's a weird question. Like, I don't know.
You're already losing, Darko. The National Socialists of the 1930s are left wing. Are they?
Authoritarian leftism sucks. I don't know, like what you want me to say. Like, yeah.
Hey, Grid. This guy doesn't even want to engage, man.
No, it's okay. I understand where both you guys are at. I'm gonna give you guys. I'm gonna throw out some topics.
Sure.
Because we have a plethora of topics. Is there any specific realm you would like, old Joe?
Okay, so the little bit I heard, because I was just I was just chopping firewood, and I just got in here and got briefly in, and then got brought in here. So what I heard was we were talking about National Socialism. We were talking about can you so Grid, why don't you briefly take me up just a 30-second
Let me give you a few. And you were the challenger, so let me give you a few. So we have several here from Anson Knowles. We're gonna throw him under the bus and probably pick one of his topics. And that's my wife. Give me one second. How about does feminism mask control over men as empowerment?
Okay.
You guys like that? Are you guys capable of that?
Sure.
Darko?
Or sorry. Say that one more time. Does
Does
feminism
feminism mask control over men as empowerment?
Okay. I think sorry. There's a lot of there's a lot of words in there.
Darko, take your pick, man.
I
Yes or
like
no?
so I mean I don't think feminism necessarily means like female supremacy. Is that like the idea or
I mean, we can look. I've got hundreds of topics here. What is your where are you comfortable debating, Darko?
like anywhere? I just want to know the terms that we're debating
Okay,
on.
all right. Well, so I'm going to break this down as feminism, and we're going to talk. Here we're talking about the American standard of feminism of, girl boss, get your bag. Women are equal to men in all aspects. Blah blah blah. All of that. Are we kind of in that? Are we understanding it there?
Yes, I'll argue the affirmative. I'll argue the affirmative position to that, since we got to get this. Yes,
Okay. And
feminism does.
basically it's saying is that is the does feminism does that mask control over men? Are women using feminism, the idea that men must cater to feminine wiles or cater to the feminine, or are somehow toxic and masculine? I don't want to make
Yes,
your arguments for you.
I will argue the affirmative, and I will
Okay.
make my 1 minute opening statement right now if we're
Perfect.
ready.
And then you can refute that as you want to. You guys, I'm going to give you
Go
1
at it.
minute, old Joe. Go right ahead.
Sure, I'll go now. So my father was a bulldozer operator. He was a road builder. He ran a road construction company. He would be what you would consider the typical redneck, and he was the boss of his family. And I asked him one time, who makes more money, you or mom? And he turned to me and he said, "Don't ever ask that question to me again, son. I know exactly what you're asking. The things that your mother brings to this family are worth just as much as any money I bring," because the truth was he brought 100 times as much money as she did. But he was the original feminist, that man who drove a pickup, the man who was a redneck, the man who was considered to be, a toxic masculinity person, was the original feminist. And now this is not enough nowadays. He provided for his
10
family.
seconds.
He sent us all to university, but just by dint of who he was, nowadays he's considered toxic.
Okay, that's my wife again. You
That's
have
okay.
1
I'm
minute.
done.
1 minute,
I'm done.
Darko.
For sure. So yeah, I think women bring more to the table nowadays. Like
Hello?
like men used to be the sole provider of their family. And now that's not like the only role that like they can ascribe to. Now women are doing more, they're providing more, and men need to catch up.
Sure. Well, Grid's on the phone, Darko. I'm going to ask you a question. What do you mean by more? My mom, who made our clothes and made our food and sent us off to school and encouraged education, taught us how to read at home when my father was out at work. Define to me what you mean more over
Sure.
that.
So now like those same mothers are working and doing all of that stuff, and men are doing nothing more than they used to be.
Okay, so they're hiring people to do the things that my mom did. So they go to work, get a
No.
paycheck.
Sure. I mean, sure. I guess maybe.
No, I
Like
want to know
again,
what you mean by
like
more, Darko.
women are now capable of providing for the family just as much as a man is. And a
Okay, tell me
man
why that's more.
is not making clothes. They're not
You
teaching
use
their
the word more.
kids.
What's wrong with making clothes? What's wrong with me? You
There's
use the
nothing
word
wrong with
more.
that. I never
Okay,
said there
then
was
why did
anything
you,
wrong with that.
then why did you use the word more, Darko? Define more. What is more?
Because women have been doing household tasks for quite some time, and
What's wrong with
now
that?
there's nothing wrong with that. Didn't say there's
Then
anything wrong with that.
define
Did I
more.
say that
You
there's
used the
something
word
wrong with that?
yes
Old
when you
Joe?
said the word Yes, yes, you did when you used the word more, which is why I'm asking you to define it.
Sure. So, okay, sorry. Here, I can break this down for you real easily. So women have been doing household tasks
Oxcaxo
since
donated
a while ago,
$10.
right?
Super chat. Put this with
Are
my
you
other 10
retracting
and
the word
tickies
more,
20 for the
Darko?
next
Are you
1v1
I'm asking you a fucking
steal
question. Can you answer the
No,
fucking
I'm asking
question?
you to define the word you used. Define more.
Oh, I'm
in the
sorry. So you
context.
don't want to have the conversation that we're having, or
I'm
like,
asking
yeah.
you a very
So
specific
women do
question.
more household tasks than men, and now they're also earning a paycheck to compare with men.
Is that what you meant? Are you going to sit here in front of all the audience and say that was what you meant when you said the word more? Is that what you're going to do,
Yes.
Darko?
Yes, absolutely. Women were doing more household tasks than men, and now they're also earning a comparable paycheck to men. So
So I'm
yes,
glad
women are
to hear
doing
you
more
say
in a relationship than men are, and men have not caught up to what women are doing.
So, Darko, I'm very glad to hear you say that all those women for hundreds of years who did not earn a paycheck were not doing enough. Your misogyny is fabulous. Thank you, sir. I'm glad you
Wow. Yeah,
acknowledged
that's
it in
what I
front of
said.
everybody.
Are you
What
are
did
you
you
a
say?
leftist? Holy shit, dude, because you're just like
What did you
morally
say?
grandstanding. What a fucking leftist cuck this dude is. Holy
What
shit.
did you say? Talk about your word more. You still haven't defined
Yeah,
it. So
women are
doing more now
contributing
than men.
more to relationships and to society than men are currently. Yes.
Okay, so women are doing more than women in the old days did?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so those women in the old days weren't doing enough?
That's not what those words mean.
Okay, what do they mean then? You said women are
Cool.
doing more
Women
now.
are doing more now than they used to.
Okay, so those women that used to, those in that used to days, were they not doing enough? Darko?
Were they allowed to do more? Were they allowed to do more? Did James Barry, the very first European surgeon to perform the first successful C-section on a person, were they a man or a woman?
Okay, so that woman that performed that first successful C-section was
No. Answer the fucking question.
Let me
Was
finish. Let me
James
finish.
Barry a man
Let me
or a
finish.
woman?
Let me finish.
No, fuck
Was
you.
that
Answer the
woman
fucking
James Barry that
question.
did that
God.
woman that did James Barry that did the first C-section, was her contribution to society better than the thousands of women who raised their children and cooked every day for them?
Is that related at all to anything that I said?
Yes, it is. It's a specific
No,
question.
it's not.
Why
No,
is
it's
it
not.
more?
No, it's not.
It
You're just
relates to your
retarded.
leftist worldview. Why
No,
is it
you're just
more? Did
retarded.
she do?
You're just
Did she
retarded.
do more?
Women
Darko?
are
Let me ask
allowed
you a
to.
specific question.
Women were given the ability to accomplish more by men, and now they
Okay,
are doing more.
let's talk about what more means. You still haven't defined
None of that has anything to do with expectations. It's just about what women were allowed to do versus not allowed to do.
Talking louder doesn't make it
1
right.
minute.
Darko.
Being retarded doesn't excuse your behavior.
Ad homs mean you lose, which you just
Oh,
did.
does it?
Yes, Darko, this woman
Oh,
that
okay.
performed the
Okay,
C-section.
so why are
Darko,
women
can you not
doing
cut
more
me
now
off?
then?
The woman.
Do you mind
Okay, more
explaining
than
to
who?
me why women are doing more than men now? Like
More than
why
who?
black women are outpacing white men for education?
Do you think there might be a reason for that, Darko? That is
Yeah,
related
I
to
do think there is a reason.
related to
Yeah,
people like
can you explain
related
it
to
at all to
quota?
me?
Yes, I
Do you
can.
know if
I
it's
can
true or
explain it,
not?
Darko. I can
Or
explain
do
it,
you
Darko.
accept that black women are
Wait a second.
outpacing white men for education?
Yeah. Does that have anything to do with quotas, Darko? DEI?
Or sorry, I thought you said we were done.
No,
My
I said
bad.
20 seconds. Now we're down to 5 seconds. So
Okay.
Darko,
Fuck
does
me,
that
sorry.
outpacing have anything to do with quotas and DEI?
Nope.
No. Okay.
that's the debate, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to bring everyone back up. I have to. I'm unfortunately, guys. I have a thing going on right now. I apologize. So we need to.
Don't even worry about it.
Let's get the voting done. The next debate is Octavius and who's the other one? Is Octavius and
That's Steelman. That's what Kat
Steelman.
wanted.
Yes, thank you very much. That's what she said. Yeah, okay. So let's get the judges. I need to hear from Glenn Lawrence, Tiki Tack, and Anson Knowles.
Hey, Grid.
Yes.
Don't even stress about family stuff. It always comes first.
Yep. So I just got just transparency, guys. My mother-in-law had blood pressure issues. She had to go to the emergency room. My wife took her to the emergency room. I'm here alone with my two children. My oldest child is taking care of my youngest child. My wife is freaking out because my youngest child is very unhappy right now, trying to go to bed. And so I am trying to take care of all of this at the same time. So
we'll keep it handled.
You guys do what you got to do.
If you got to go in for like a bit and like take care of your kids, dude, it's fine.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Start with Anson,
I will run the show.
Glenn,
Don't
and
worry,
Tiki
Grid.
Tack.
I'll keep it going.
Tiki Tack can run the back room, so he can do that. So
Yeah, I have access to the studio, so
yeah,
I can
he's good to go. So you guys do what you got to do. I will be back as soon as I can.
You're more than fine.
So I'll start with the judging as Grid requested. So I'll start by saying that the opening by both Old Joe and Darko was anecdotal and didn't really contain any arguments whatsoever. So I gave no points awarded for both openings because they sucked. As for the content of the actual debate, I counted only 2 points in favor of Old Joe. Most of his argumentation was anecdotal in nature and relied on generalities, and he didn't really assert any positions whatsoever, which you can do in a debate if you adequately defeat your opponent. He was effective in drawing power to his side by pushing for definitions and making it look like his opponent didn't actually offer a adequate definition to the whole more thing that he was caught up on, and he adequately also gained power in the debate by pointing out whether or not it was true that Dr. Darko didn't provide an adequate definition, and basically was hung up on that for much of it. I was really actually disappointed in that performance. Dr. Darko, I gave him 3 points for his debate, where he did actually define more in terms of what he was trying to argue, and he used history to support his positioning, and that was good, and he did make an argument about how men are doing more than women, and that men allowed that to happen because we do indeed live in a patriarchy where men are in charge, and women don't really have a choice because of the power differences. But I removed 1, 2, 3, 4 points because there were 4 ad hominem attacks. And so he has a score of -1 and Joe has a score of 3. Therefore, Old Joe won that debate.
Are you the only judge?
No. There are 3 judges.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
So I would agree with that. You both were coming from anecdotal stances on your openings. So there really wasn't much to gather in substance on that. I do think that it was good for Joe to press on that definition of what is more, or the meaning of more. But I saw kind of a flaw in that. And I wish it was an argument that was presented, is that, okay, if women are doing more than men and men need to catch up, like, what does that mean? But I know. Don't worry. This is actually a point against Joe, because he wasn't able to exploit on that. So on this, even though the ad homs are going back and forth, I generally don't take away off of that. I just said, but they don't give you any points either. So I'm gonna have to side with Darko on this. So 1 point Joe, 1 point Darko.
Bated breath over here.
All right. And who was the third judge?
It was Glenn.
Yours truly.
Oh, Glenn said, I thought you were baiting tonight,
I am
bro.
a contestant, but I'm a judge on this one. Okay, just for this round.
Well, no, I don't think you're. Are you a judge, really? I thought you were baiting,
For
dude.
this round, I heard Grid say it.
Yeah.
So, Old Joe won.
Any explanation or reason?
Yeah, that was like you can't prove. Like you said, women have been doing more. Prove it. You can't prove it. What data do you have that shows that women have been doing more than men?
I mean, literally, just like go ahead and Google.
Literally, just prove it.
Well, yeah, it's like Darko made that claim, but Old Joe was the one to make that argument. But yeah, you're the judge, Glenn. I'm not going to argue this. This is your decision.
You know what? Tiki Tech.
I'm gonna agree. Your reasoning sucks, Glenn.
You know what, Anson? We already know that. So what the fuck?
I agree with you, Glenn, but it's not up to us to make the argument.
Yeah,
I know. So I did my judging, and I said, "Goodbye, Darko."
Excellent judging. That's the best judging I've heard so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it is what it is. Thanks a lot for joining, Darko. Maybe better luck next time. And I believe, what is it, $60 in order to revive Darko in here, which I would highly recommend because he does make some very contentious arguments and he's very entertaining. So otherwise, do you have any last thoughts, Darko, before I drop you off?
Any channels or anything?
I'm Dr. Darko on YouTube. Super appreciate you all having me on. Christians are the most pro-trans people because God was the first person to look at his son and say he needs more holes.
And I've got an even better one for that. Christianity is the first trans religion because it's for transubstantiation. So
his was funnier.
Yep. He should have stuck around and talked about his channel. I want to know what it was about.
Yeah,
Probably about gay shit.
Probably gay shit.
That was a pretty savage exit. But yeah, excellent judging, Glenn. I like how you just didn't feel the need to explain to these peasants your thought process. Real power move.
Like,
Yeah, it seems to me that a drug dealer is the biggest peasant. I feel that the drug dealer is the biggest peasant you could have. Flo, let me send
is it in your fantasy world?
No, go. Flo, let me send you the clips of Grid writing. Let's show the.
So hey, Ticky Tack. There's another debate that was already.
Let's show the chat where Flo's talking about dealing drugs still.
Hold up, Imperious. Are you here for the debate, or are you here just to chit chat?
I'm here to make sure that people know Flo is a child-killing drug addict.
Just put him in the back, Ticky Tack.
And he's.
Yeah. I tried.
Bye, hey, I'll hit you up after the show for that, Flo.
For what? Oh, hit Imperious up. Everything that I have, I got from him.
So far as things that have been paid for, Kat did make another donation for me to go at Steelman.
Yep, I was about to bring that up. So let's go ahead and get everybody else to the back. All right. So Anson, I'm the one who kept you up here because you have all the debate topics. And I don't have
I'll grab one, man. Let's see here. Let's go to. All right.
So you're providing one, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless y'all have something y'all want to discuss in particular. I mean,
I'm new here, so just whatever y'all think is best, I'll go along with.
Yeah. So, what are y'all in the mood for? I know that Steelman's an anthropology expert. I've got plenty of anthropology related topics. I could also do sex related topics. That's my favorite subject, is right, sex related topics. So
sex related regarding what? That's a rather broad topic.
Well, sexual dynamics, right? So does role playing in sex,
I get you.
Does role playing in sex cross lines or break taboos? That's one.
I mean, I would argue that coming on outside of a woman is actually immoral and should be something that a man should consider as something that he should stop doing.
Did you say coming on the
I mean,
outside of a woman?
that's rather like narrow in focus. So that's like really what you want to get into. Sure, that's fine. We could also do like, pardon the pun, we could do broader strokes as well if you'd like.
Well, I don't just mean like on a woman, but I mean like using birth control as far as the pull-out form. That's what I meant, or a condom. But I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the guy who married the like widow of his brother or whatever from the Bible that he like pulled out and spilled his seed on the ground to like like violate. I thought you were talking about that.
Let me give y'all some more. So, does swinging destroy trust or free couples?
Probably both, right? No, I don't know. That's a tough one. I'd have to.
So far as sexuality goes, we could do something that's really basic. Like, is there such a thing as toxic masculinity? Yes or no? Like, we could go for something like that.
Yeah.
Or something relative to it, or like a kissing cousin of it.
Yeah, I mean, if y'all want to do toxic, that's up to y'all. I mean, Steelman, are you up for a toxic masculinity debate?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. Hopefully, we don't get too caught up in trying to define it all. I mean, I'm not
definitional debate. That's what it'll be.
Yeah, or just pick a topic you're comfortable with. Don't feel like that you're forced
whatever. I would argue that that men should feel comfortable expressing themselves however they want. That's actually the true masculine thing to do.
Okay, I'm fine with that actually. That men should feel like they should be comfortable expressing themselves any way they want. You're in favor of that, correct?
Yeah, and I'm not in favor of like trans and all that stuff. But technically speaking, I think that expressing yourself and being true to yourself and saying I'm a man while doing it is being a man.
I'm just writing it down so I don't forget.
All right, you can pop me back, Ticky Tack, if you want.
Okay, sweet.
He's like, all right, I think we got something. Oh, are we actually going to go with this? Wait.
Yeah, okay.
Weren't we in an agreement, though?
Just to clarify, it's men should be able to express themselves in any way they want, correct? And you're in the affirmative position?
As long as they stand
no
on their ground.
Caveats.
Exactly.
It's just a basic prompt.
Any way they want, as long as they're true to that.
Oh, that's a caveat. That's a conditional.
If you have an issue with a topic, just move on to another one.
Well, that's why I'm adding the caveat. I mean, I'm never going to be an absolutist, right? I'm not going to fall for any absolutist.
I'm not trying. This is entirely good faith. I'm not going to try and like bait and switch you or dig a pit and have you run into it like Wile E. Cody or something. It's just because we only got 5 minutes to get into it. I promise. I'm not going to try.
We may already be into it now.
I'm not trying to like trip you up with your wording or like attack your language. I'm going to be entirely good faith to you. I promise.
So I think I kind of expressed my point, and I don't know. Where all the chips? Let the chips fall where they may.
All right. So does that mean that I get my minute to be negative? Because that was the original. Well, the original format was that you get a minute to state your position, I get a minute to state mine, and then we have 5 minutes to kind of go at it, and then people vote or donate to extend it. Correct? And I'm just trying to make sure that I have my time as long as it's still the format.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, I hope we're clear on the topic.
What I got written down is men are allowed to assert their masculinity how they want.
So is it assert masculinity or express themselves?
I do express themselves if you want.
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
Did you want your minute to be in your affirmative position, or you still feel like you've already stated it?
No, I would. You're welcome to go ahead. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
All right. I am against it predominantly because of emotionality.
Okay.
Regarding this
topic.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Are you going to handle the timer or need me to take over?
Yeah, I've got it, man. I'm sorry, guys. I got everything taken care of, though. I hope. And
hey, don't even worry about it, Grid. You're good.
It's just one of those things. Last minute, just happens that way. All right, so we're ready for 5 minutes, correct?
Say again.
5 minutes, correct?
We're going in the 1 minute opening.
Oh, we're in the 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize. I thought you guys had already done that. I came in in the kind of the middle there. All right. Who's going first?
He feels like he had already expressed himself, at least that I understand.
So
and he said he would love to. He'd
Okay.
love to hear from me.
Great. Perfect. All right.
If
Octavius, whenever you're ready.
afterwards, if he wants to have his minute to state his position in contest, he's
Mhm.
more than welcome to. Like I said, I'm entirely good faith. I'm not going to try and trip him up on language. I'm going to just assume English common law. If I'm like, what do you mean by that? I'm going to assume that what you mean is what you just obviously stated. There's no,
It is
being.
blood sport debate. So, I mean,
I understand. If
Yeah.
he
I'm
wants
in
to,
good
it's
faith.
fine. But I'm just from my
That's
position.
why I agreed to
understand.
this to be in good faith with you. So yeah, I'm down.
All right, so I'm in the negative of men should be able to express themselves in any way they want due to, strictly speaking, emotionality. If you look at prisons and other situations where abuse and violence and the irresponsible application of force do in fact occur, it's almost always due to either there's like an issue in their brain with their chemistry or their background that leads to emotional irregularity. There's nothing, in fact, that is more dangerous to society than a man who is emotionally irregular and cannot self-regulate in regards to that. So men being able to express themselves in any way they want, I am against that due to this, with the extreme danger of it, that if you're right on the cusp of it, you are teetering on destroying yourself and everything around you, that men need to be stoic. There are times when they can be emotional, but it always has to be regulated. You always have to, you have to remember you have the tiger by the tail.
Perfect. All right. So we'll set for 5 minutes. You guys can get into it. As your moderator, I'm only going to get into you and correct you because it is only 5 minutes. I'm only going, and because it seemed like some people were questioning the moderation from the last go around. I only get into it if you start talking over each other and do not sort it out within 30 seconds or so. If you just start, yelling at each other, then I'm going to stop you. But other than that, it's a blood sport debate. So have at it. Gentlemen, your time starts now.
All right, man. I appreciate that. I mean, I guess it's kind of my turn to speak, even though
We're back and forth, but yeah.
Exactly. This doesn't have to be formal. If you had something more to say, you're welcome to finish up.
Just right quick, I just want to thank Grid and everybody watching for facilitating this. I've never done this before, and thank you, Steelman, for patching up with me, and also to Kat for the donation. It's really appreciated.
Right on. So yeah, my kind of response to your opening about how it's psychologically kind of damaging or whatever. Now, I'm not sure how, a person expressing themselves and standing on their square and standing true to who they are is damaging to the psyche. Now, I would say, and I'm not, and I don't want to.
It's more relative to society than psychological damage. It's like the threat to society that they represent by men being able to express themselves in any way. That's more what I was getting at.
But I could say that you're actually putting a threat to society by trying to pigeonhole what a man is supposed to be and what a man is supposed to do, and that's actually could be a cause for one of the reasons that men are starting to having to lash out in extreme ways to say, look, I'm a man and I can do things as a man. I can still be a man. And now we've talked. So
right.
that's where the.
I'll grant that to you, but could a stronger argument be stated, in fact, that it's the lack of masculine leadership in patriarchal families, and the lack of multi-generational examples, and the lack of the barbershop of, I don't know what I'm going to do, and so you go in and you talk to the elders that you respect and you listen to them to get that emotional regularity, that the lack of those outlets that, as you say, pigeonhole, making it so that men, if they do express themselves in that wild emotionality, it's that they're so much more capable of violence and force and the danger of it to society. Is that something we could agree on?
Yeah. I mean, well, okay. So I do agree with that to the point. Here's the problem with it. Even though I do agree, I want to kind of, my pushback is once they become, so once they become adults, right, then it changes. So a child can be, guided and coerced into making less feminine type choices, but once they become adults, we can use social, sort of social pressure on people, like to to kind of point out that what they're doing is not something that me as a man, I point that out and say, I'm on my square. I think that is foolish for you to do that as a man. You know, you're not looking like a man that's really standing on his square.
I think I understand what you're saying. My response would be that there's no demarcation line of maturity in terms of that your brain goes stagnant, no longer forms new connections, that you're not continuing to grow and make additional relationships and learn as a pattern recognition machine, as well as the whole divine aspect, fragment of God, however you want to look at it. With that, even if you have a man who's 25 or 30 and hypothetically his grandfather dies and he looks at his father who's in his 50s or 60s, who has to be the strongest man there, who can't emotionally break down, he can't express himself in any way he wants because it would make everyone decidedly uncomfortable and it would make people feel unsafe, like that they were unsure, they didn't know what would happen with their family. It's a visceral reaction that people have. And so you can see that even in adulthood, ways to look towards the elder males and those in other positions who've been there before you for that emotional regulation.
Yes, here's where I think the problem is coming in our society, where we're actually letting men get away with labeling themselves as the idea that they're not men. If we would take that away and say, no, you are a man and you're a man dressing up and you look like you're a woman, then we would be doing more justice. If we would be standing on our square and be honest about what's going on and say, this is what some men are doing, and men are choosing to express themselves in this way. And maybe if we were to tell these men, you are a man, you're not a woman, and you're expressing yourself like a woman, and you need to either stand on your square and say, I'm a man, and you might not like how I'm acting, but I'm a man, so I can do what I want. But stop pretending to be a woman, and a man can do what he wants.
I wanted to thank you for taking my position of the negative, that men, in fact, should not be able to express themselves in any way they want. I completely agree that there are those limitations that we should tell men, hey, there are certain times you can't be that thing. You can't say you're that. You have to behave in certain ways. And I really want to thank you for agreeing with me.
Well, I'm not taking an absolutist, stance on this. As I said, there are caveats to, mostly every position, which I went into. That is time. Now, when you judge me, know that I'm not don't judge me on basing this. Not supporting the t-shirt movement or anything like that. I'm just making my argument.
No, you're perfectly fine. I really appreciate the back and forth. Thanks for that.
I appreciate it.
That was some debate club 101 strategy right there, Octavius.
Thanks. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I appreciate it.
I'll explain here. I definitely want to come in and judging on this. So I have to say that as Steelman, you're the biggest mistake was when Octavius granted you the direction about how stronger men feel like that they want to express their masculinity in order to prove themselves.
Super chat.
Topic: intellectual property.
Looks like the next 1v1 is Beth versus Luke. Intellectual property. Whatever versus the Crucible. Let's go. All right. I'm sorry. I interrupted my buddy Tiki Tack, who was making an excellent observation. Continue, sir.
Yeah. So just to reiterate, Steelman, you're making the claim that men may want to lash out in extreme ways when in order to express their masculinity because they've been told otherwise throughout their lives. Am I getting that correct?
Well, actually, I was saying that men are actually turning trans because they can't express themselves other than being purely masculine.
Oh, on the later conversation. There was a moment where Octavius actually granted you that idea, but then also asked if you can make a stronger argument that maybe it's because of there is no generational education from intact families, fathers, the elders that would be able to direct their masculinity correctly, and you conceded that on that point. And that's the reason why I'm going to have to vote in Octavius, because of that concession.
Okay.
All right,
so
I'll
your vote
is
your vote is Tiki Tack.
Okay.
Oh, so my vote is for Octavius.
Okay. Chairman.
Yeah. So in the openings, both Octavius and the Steelman were awarded a point because Octavius made a good consequentialist argument that was based on dangers related to both biological and learned behaviors, but he added a slippery slope argument at the end of it, so I took a point away. So Octavius got a 0. The Steelman got a 1 for adequately defeating Octavius's argument in his opening. I counted a total of 2 additional fallacies for Octavius. One was an appeal to nature, and one was a straw man. The appeal to nature was related to a point that I gave him for making an argument, and same with the straw man, which was the finale where he basically straw man the Steelman's final position related to trans. So I actually gave Octavius 0 points because of his positive and negatives. I gave the Steelman 4 total points with no negative, no 3 total points with no negative points. Because he was able to adequately agree with his opponent's position and then turn it around and do some verbal jujitsu to make his points. And he made an argument. He made the most valid argument. So Steelman won.
Okay, and who's my third judge? Because I don't see Glenn.
Glenn's here.
Oh, I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you okay? Never mind. I see you. All right, Glenn. Where are you at?
Mind you, I'm supposed to be a debater this time, but okay, judging harshly here. Octavius won.
Okay. That was
all right. Well, good job, Octavius, and thanks, Chairman, and everyone.
Oh yeah, thank
hang
you as
around
well.
and see if somebody else buy you back in. You did do actually a really good job. I was very pleasantly surprised at the lack of spurging and ad hom. It was pleasant. Thank you.
And as both of us were coming at it cold, I just really do got to stay a steel man. I think you did a good job. This is also something that's new to me, and I appreciate doing it with you.
Thank you, guys. I'll be listening.
We like it. I like it when everyone at least can see something of the other side. All right. So we already have our next 1v1. That is going to be Beth and Luke, and the subject is going to be IP. That's going to be great. Evan O'Brien has made it to the stage. We'll get back in touch with you in a few minutes, brother. I promise we will.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'm here, man. It's listening.
All right, good deal. All right. In the meantime, back you all go. Why does it keep doing that? There we go. You have to stay, but you go. How did I miss? Oh, there it is. That's why. There we go. All right. Luke, you know the rules?
Kind of. I've been watching.
All right. Well, we'll go over them really quickly. All right. So you get 1 minute timed per side. You get a minute. She gets a minute to make your positions. Once that minute expires, for both for each of you, we go into 5 minutes, and that is where you debate. At the end of it, you come out ahead or behind, one of the two. I am a moderator, and I'm here basically to keep you from talking over each other and yelling at each other, and otherwise, doing weird stuff. Hopefully, you guys will have a really clean debate. I anticipate that it will be, but we'll see. You never know. Who is going first? Who is the affirmative? All right. So first of all, let's talk about the IP. Kissy Cat, I need to know which version of the IP argument you want argued, which topic, because I made several. Do you want IP rights enforce digital companies from preventing you from owning your games and software? Yeah, I understand that argument as well. Should IP exist?
Yes.
The idea that you can own a thought.
We should do that one.
Yes.
That one's pretty. Yeah.
All right. Ready? You guys agree with that? Okay.
Can I take the pro on that?
Yeah, you can. Are you taking the negative or you want the pro?
I said yes first. Sorry.
Oh, what a female thing to do.
Hey, not my fault.
Luke, can you do the neg?
Probably. Let me get my thoughts together for a second. I was prepared.
I'll let her go first, which was unusual, but we'll let her go first, and then you can catch up. How about that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Beth, 1 minute now.
Okay. The idea that people can own intellectual property as far as logos go and the way things look or function, I think that you absolutely should be able to, including, you know, this is not my thing. So sorry, guys. I think you should be able to sue people if they're biting off of your idea. There's plenty of room for people to grow an imagination and make something that is better or different in some way. And if they can't be imaginative enough to do that, then they probably don't belong creating things to begin with. Done.
All right. That was easy. We have 15 seconds left. How about that? You ready, Luke?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
1 minute now.
Pretty much like a devil's advocate argument, but pretty much the way the IP law works now, it's so vague that it pretty much just applies to companies that intentionally make these patents very vague to exploit the patents themselves and extort money from innovators that are trying to innovate through our economy, through art. So it has no real contribution to society. It's pretty much just benefits the companies that can afford to constantly apply for these patents. I think studies show that it can cost the U.S. economy up to $80 billion annually from having these court these litigation costs. It's like $80 billion annually, so it's costing us. There's no real benefit, and it really just benefits the rich people.
Okay, with 10 seconds left. Awesome. Perfect. All right. We've got 5 minutes on the clock. Are you ready? Set. Oh, by the way, you've heard about moderation, right? I'm not going to interrupt you unless you're beating each other up. Okay? All right.
Okay, so if I have a trademark, what gives anyone the right to make something that is super similar to it?
Just the general benefit to society. Most patents come from pharmaceutical companies, and pharmaceutical companies pretty much have a monopoly over these patents and just try to apply for as many patents as possible. So other companies can't make generic products based
You
on
can't use the pharmaceutical companies. Let's look at what happened with the C19. Okay, you had multiple companies all making the same kind of stabby jabby, and yeah, no, you got to pick something that's more, I don't know.
What do you mean?
What you're saying
Pharmaceutical
is
company is the
unrealistic.
biggest
Those
industry.
patents aren't as focused as what you're even talking. Not even as vague.
Pharmaceutical company is the biggest industry for intellectual property. So not focusing on the pharmaceuticals at all would just be wouldn't benefit our argument. So if we're going to focus on the largest industry of intellectual property, I think pharmaceutical companies would be a good example of this. They don't allow the big pharmaceutical companies don't allow.
I don't think so. You don't see pharmaceutical companies suing each other all that much, do you?
Yes. Yes.
How many? Prove it.
Do you want me to find a study to show that pharmaceutical companies don't sue people?
I said sue each other over patents for
it happens all the time. Yeah, it happens all the time. It happens all the time.
What I said was, when I started out, I'm challenging the idea of logos and general builds of things like that, like making a computer with an apple on it.
Well, it's called intellectual property. That's the debate prompt. I know you want to try to focus on one thing that might benefit you, but I'm focusing on the most important aspect, which are patents and copyright infringement.
And those patents, dude, you've got they're not as limited as what you're putting it out there to be, and that's why we see all these drug companies making the same medications to treat the same things, and the only difference is one ingredient is just a smidgen more than another. So it really doesn't apply.
No, because even if that's true, even if a company tries to pass off a drug like that, and it's just a little bit similar, they'll tie the company that's bigger will tie them up in litigation for so long.
Nope, not even.
Because it takes 5 to 8 to 12 years.
You had 5 to 12 years migraine medications all come out at the same exact time with the same exact ingredients just simply
Yeah,
a
because no,
matter
that's
of
after
one
that.
being a little bit
No, that's
different.
after that
But
was
we saw
after
the
the
same
patent ran
exact
out.
thing with the C19 shots.
No, that
There
was
was
after the
not a
patent
huge
ran out for
difference.
the migraine drug you're talking about is after the patent ran out. See, that's the patents only last 20 years. So that's why it
No,
doesn't really, yeah, it's only, yeah, patents only last 20 years. It's in the Constitution,
no,
actually. The Constitution,
yeah,
Article,
I
yeah,
agree with
Article
you
1,
that it
Section
runs
8,
out,
that
but
it's,
this was not like, no, because they weren't
what are you talking
producing
about?
these kinds of medications 20
2
years.
minutes.
They weren't in
Yes,
existence.
this is
And
like
that's
this
why
is
I
like actually like a
if you
large,
want to talk pharmaceutical companies, like seriously, let's go straight for, the most recent thing. And with those injections,
there's
you
things all the
had
time. It's so big that
multiple
there's
drug
all the,
companies all producing the same exact vaccine with just a tiny bit different.
yeah, because there wasn't patent on that. You're kind of proving
There
my point.
wasn't a patent,
Yeah,
so that
it wasn't on the You're kind of proving my point that there doesn't have to be a patent to have these pharmaceutical
you're
inventions.
trying to tell us that the pharmaceutical company are the ones that have the most
Yeah,
patent
not
or the most
yeah.
IP issues here and
Yeah,
sue
not
them.
not in every
But
single instance is there a drug going to have a patent that can't be contested. So just
you
bringing
want
up
to
one
talk about
example.
stomach medications because that one too they weren't making it 20 years ago, and you've got multiple companies all making the same
We're talking
exact
about like
treatment.
Ozempic. No, that's not. It's not exactly the
No,
same.
no, 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 no.
1
Not
minute.
I'm talking more like omeprazole and things along those lines.
Yeah, none of them are exactly the same. They don't use the same active ingredient.
Most of them do use the same active ingredient.
That's not
It's
true.
just yeah, yes, it is. Trust me, it
Okay,
is.
so since we can't prove it in a minute, we're gonna start the argument out. If you don't want to talk pharmaceuticals, I'll go straight to your like branding argument. Like I said, there's no actual benefit to society for saying that. Oh, Apple has a patent, a monopoly on using this apple as their branding. Like, what? How does that benefit
When you
society besides
associate
Apple being able to sue anybody for using like an apple?
when
How does
you're
that benefit society?
associating a logo with a specific product, okay, that is,
Yeah, how does that
their
benefit
product.
society
They
at
what?
all? How does that benefit society at all, having this patent? Like, you can sue people for using an apple.
It's really it. So it's not even about benefiting society.
Well, it is. It
This
should
comes down.
IP
This comes down to
exist, so
corporate.
it's about
No, this
society.
comes down to corporate law.
That's time, ladies and gentlemen. That is time. This was excellent. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I'm more pro, so this is kind of hard for me.
I didn't like that. That wasn't nice.
Before well, I'm going to let the judges render their verdict, and then I have a position on this. I think it's very interesting. Let's go with let's just continue the trend. Ticky tack. You lead us off, man.
So Beth, you're right. Omeprazole is the active ingredient that is used across multiple pharmacies. However, I think that Luke bringing up the argument of what is better for society and then presenting the example of the IP on pharmaceutical companies pulls at the heartstrings more an emotional aspect, and that's where I feel that Luke has the better arguments on this. So I'm going to have to judge towards Luke of the winner.
Chairman.
All right, I counted 9 points for Beth and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 3, 2 for Luke, and that was because of some of the fallacious arguments that Luke used. He started out saying that he was going to have difficulty debating the topic because he wasn't comfortable with it, but managed to be able to do it quite well. And I think it was because he basically looked up on an AI what he needed to do at the very beginning. And so I definitely deducted a point for that. So, I'm going to give this one to Beth.
It's so bad.
And finally, Glenn Lawrence. Glenn,
do you have the wrong Glenn up?
It's the only Glenn I got.
Nope, I'm right here. Beth won.
Oh, interesting. I had that actually the opposite way. Beth arguing that pharmaceutical companies are not the best example is insane. Literally, they sue each other over patents more than any other industry on the planet.
Yeah, that should have ended the debate right there, to be honest.
And the idea of I actually I don't know what points Anson was deducting, but you're lucky I'm not a judge because you'd be going home. There was a really bad argument on your part, and when you watch this, break it down, Luke, you did excellent, man. I hope somebody buys you back in. To be honest, for a position, I know that you're going to be a lawyer, so I understand that you're using this as a primer sorts to practice your arguments. And I think you did exceptionally well, to be honest with you. Which I don't normally do. Normally, I don't want Luke's arguments. Normally, are not that good.
Super chat.
Grid, this
Revive
is not
Darko, because
like
I do not
seriously.
live
This
in
is
an
not my
echo
thing. So
chamber.
I was shooting
If
from the
anything,
hip.
I'd bring the noise.
I
Rock
know.
on gesture emoji. Fire
No,
emoji.
thank you.
Smiley
Thanks for having
face
me.
Remember our
emoji.
deal,
At
right?
Grid, you
Remember our
handled the
deal.
Hey,
Mr.
thanks
Mum
for running, Luke.
incident very well.
Yeah, man.
Luke, thank you.
Yeah, good to
And
Beth.
no AI next time.
No, I was just looking something up. I wanted to make sure I had this.
I saw you reading as you were.
Yeah, because I wanted to see how much it costed taxpayers. With
I didn't look up
litigations.
anything. I just literally.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't deduct points for Luke looking up what it costs taxpayers. Yeah. Research is part of it. At any rate, Darko, if you're still here, please report to the stage. Luke, I hope somebody revives you.
Luke, I agree.
Because you deserve it.
Sorry,
you did very well.
Have a good night.
Otherwise, man, sorry, you got to go.
Somebody revived him already, Grid. You didn't see that?
No, that was Darko.
Oh, Darko. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Darko. Somebody reach out to Darko.
Might be sleeping.
Yeah, he might be sleeping. If he has not, we'll ask ZD about reviving Luke, because Luke did excellent there. I really do believe that he won that, Beth. I think I think it's your feminine wiles on Glenn that got you across the board there.
I just went at it aggressively, and look, like I said, this kind of thing is not my field of knowledge.
I understand, but anytime we talk about intellectual property, the idea that somebody can own an idea in and of itself is somewhat insane, and it's a legal issue. And so it's when it comes to legal issues, none of it makes sense usually.
Yeah.
Like literally, like people that shouldn't win all the time with legal issues. Ben, if you keep spurging, I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. I'm not kidding.
I think it's broken. There's a lot of different things that have happened in copyright law that are just completely whack.
We have a little bit of cope here from Imperius. It's not a lot of cope, just a little bit. Don't read too much into it. A reminder that Flo is a felon drug dealer and deals now. I don't think he deals anymore. I think he's...
I think he's just spurging. I don't know why he's spurging that much.
Can you get Shroom? Steelman, what's up with you, man?
ZT, then you should have revived Steelman. He was a better arguer and definitely a leftist. Darko was like below mid. Come on.
Darko spurged a little bit, to be honest.
I like Steelman.
So, what's that?
I like Steelman too.
I think Steelman is entertaining. He's definitely an opposition.
Steelman at least has good positions. I mean, they're not good. They're not correct positions, but correct and good are two different things.
No, we kind of agree on the interpretation of the constitutional rights, him and I. We just don't agree on like what exactly enforces that, what grants us rights. I think that's where our delineation is.
Okay, so I think that did we have it? Because I'm a little behind the times because I was in and out there for a little while. Did we have somebody already I know that we had like $20 towards a debate. Did we ever get that patched up into another debate?
I think that debate that was just had was part of that.
Okay.
The one before that was. The one before
that. Octavius versus Steelman, I think it was.
Yeah.
No, that was Octavius versus Steelman was Kissy Cat, and she paid $50, which was $10 over the 40 that was needed for the debate.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
that was
$20. You did $20 to start Tiki Tac, so that's $30.
Well,
no, that was Old Joe and Darko.
how about this? So Kistika has been donating a lot last stream and this stream. Do we just want to grant her like 1v1 at her choice?
I mean, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Darko, welcome back, sir. You've been revived.
Hello. Thank you very much to whoever did that. I appreciate you. very
DD
much.
Den. We do not live in an echo chamber here, Darko. So we appreciated you being here. So there you go.
Can I get a mic check real quick? Mic check.
Yep. Mic check's
No,
good. Maybe
we-
turn volume up a bit.
We cannot hear you at all whatsoever. I don't know what you just said.
We can hear you cleaner.
Try again.
Mic check. Is that better?
Check 1 2.
That's better. So I just want to announce, Kissy Cat, you have a free 1v1. We're just waiting on your word.
Yeah.
And somebody else needs to drop $40 in that dono for another 1v1 after that. Kissy Cat's gotten her free bonus there, but y'all need to loosen them pockets up and get the grip going. we need that blood. We need that blood. And someone needs to fix the emojis in the chat, because every time I drop tons of blood, I get kicked out of there. I don't know if you got your chat set on too strict or whatever, but
I have to say that Kissy Cat is proving Darko's point over here that the men need to catch up. It's like the women are winning here. They're the most donating to the stream right now. And men, you got to open up your wallet.
Women do send men to war more often than men send men to war.
Well,
Thankfully, we're not in wartime right
Pretty
now.
sure almost always men have sent men to war. Like, I'm sorry. What was the woman
That was
president in the U.S. Who sent men to war?
I'm sorry?
Who was the woman president who sent men to war in the U.S.?
Well, I'm speaking globally. When women are in power, they send men to war much more.
Oh,
more
okay.
Regularly, yeah.
Much more often than men send men to war.
Yeah.
We must not
okay.
know about
Gotcha.
like when queens were in power, all that stuff.
Let them have their cake.
I like cake.
We need another 20.
Wade Boggs donated $20 super
What do you have
chat
against cake?
towards the next 1v1.
Cleaner,
So
come on,
Kat
man.
just put something in the chat for what she wanted.
Are
Cakes have
Emmett
carbs,
Cleaner
and
or
carbs
George
are bad.
liberal? No, they're all cool dudes. I'm just
Oh, there we go. Steelman's back. All right. Is this really Wade
Liberal,
Boggs?
huh?
Because that'd be amazing. I'd like to talk to him about some of his
$60 from ZD Den. Steelman, you are back in.
Hey, Evan. No one
ZD Den is a savage. Thank you, ZD Den. That was
Wants
freaking
to
awesome.
see the blood.
Darko, don't be sassy.
Hey, listen. You can
Hey,
cut
it's
off all
okay,
the
be
genes you
sassy.
want.
Okay.
You're still not cool.
You can be sassy. It's okay. You can be sassy a little bit. Not too much, though. Don't let it get
GT
out
Den
of
donated $60.
That's what I said, don't be too
super
sassy.
Chat.
Hey,
Bring up
listen. I'm here to
Steelman.
bait people
Getting
into
triggered so I can
paying for
hear
me to
Jim
go away.
Jordan.
Okay.
No, you're here to do this.
I'm triggered so I can hear Jim Jordan. That's funny. I don't know how to trigger him, ZD Den. You're going to have to help me with that. So,
Wait, where's I thought
George versus Emmett. All right, that's her choice. She has that. So,
George versus Emmett. All right, I don't even know who Emmett is.
All
Oh, there we
right.
go. It's the
There we go.
it's the antagonist from Delocated.
Good luck, gents.
That's funny.
Good luck.
Good luck, you folks.
No, you're a little younger, I guess. I guess you're not as old.
Maybe.
No,
All
you're
right.
definitely not as old. That dude, I think he's like in his 60s.
So
Not even close to that.
what kind of stuff would you guys like to debate tonight? What are you feeling?
Are you pro or against tariffs?
I guess since the rest of the world is pro tariff, I guess it's a free for all for me.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
okay.
I mean, if we're gonna say that somebody's gonna charge us, 104%, something like that, and we're just supposed to just sit around and just twiddle our thumbs, and be like, yeah, no big deal, it's all good.
Yeah,
I'd
just
say,
just charge us more. Yeah, it's fine.
We'll charge us more for a moment, right? I mean, I think it's. I think that
So-
people don't think that the long game.
Are
I
we
think
ready
that there's
for
a long game that goes on
Are
in
we
life,
doing?
not just
Are
a
we
short.
doing tariffs? Is that what I'm
Yeah,
hearing?
I mean if that's
All
what he
right.
wants to do. Yeah.
Who's doing
well,
the
I was
affirmative, who's
asking
doing
if
the
you're-
negative, and let's roll with it. I like this. This is good.
I think we have the same position. He's pro terror, but he's not against it, and I am not against them.
You're neither of you guys are against it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, no,
All
I'm not against it at all. I think that if the rest of the world can do it, why can't we? So
yeah, I was trying to
Oh.
figure out if he was like pro, like he was against.
We may have to. So I need a judge. I need a ladies and gentlemen of the chat. I'm going to need a replacement judge. Glenn Lawrence is going to come in as a contestant. I did promise him that since Anson came up, normally I have Agrippolus, whatever. I have him as my third judge, and I forgot that tonight, and I was so distracted earlier. So let's make if Agrippolus if he is in the chat, please come be a judge for me so that Glenn can take his rightful place and do battle on all of the degenerate topics that he wants to fight about so badly.
he does like that. That's for sure.
Yeah, he really wants to fight on the degenerate topics. Please, somebody come and save Glenn, or not somebody. One of my judges, please come and save him.
Glenn, I love you, dog. You're funny, man.
Where is Wicked Wally? Is my question.
He's probably hanging out with Eternal.
He was all set. He was hot to be here tonight. He was messaging me. I bet he's asleep.
Yeah, he's messaging me too. He didn't say anything about the show tonight, though. So,
do you have any topic you want to debate?
Dude, it's up to you, man. Pick it. I could care less. I don't.
Evan's a debate. What would you call a veteran? A veteran?
I get kicked off this stuff all the time because of my presuppositions, but I'm willing to debate anything you want to talk about.
He is in it to win it. How about let me give you some. Can feminism address male loneliness effectively?
Feminism can't address anything, so no.
Okay, all right. Well, all right. Good. Now, both of you guys are going to be on the same side on that. Okay,
feminism needs to be.
Yeah. All right.
What about how much
does anthropology expose or erase cultural roots?
I think if we're going to go off of fake numbers, then yeah. Otherwise, I think anthropology is something that we need in society. But if we're going to go off of fake things and saying that they understood something that happened 150 million years ago and it didn't happen, I think it's silly. But
where are you at on that, Emmett?
I think they're using fake numbers too. Most of anthropology is fake. It's just stories that they make up.
Okay.
How much redistribution is fair to address economic gaps without stealing?
I think you guys are really close.
What are you saying? Redistribution as in like the government subsidizing people?
Yeah. Do you think there should be redistribution to address economic gaps?
No, because I believe in equality, not equity. I think equity is a silly thing.
So you're against all economic? Well, just as a clarifying, you're against all economic welfare, for example.
No, I wouldn't say against all of it. No, I think that there's people that deserve it. Absolutely. You have widows, you have orphans, you have things like that. I think that those people need to be supported. I think, though, that if a woman leaves a man or a man leaves a woman for whatever reason, I don't think they should have some economic forever money from the government for no reason. Why is it? Why are we being subsidized by that? Why would somebody need to be subsidized by the government? I think.
Evan, let me ask you. How about this as a topic? Should marriage lock couples into shared debt?
Okay. Well, here's my thing with marriage. I think that marriage should only be between somebody who has a covenantal marriage. I think secular marriage needs to be abolished. So what are we talking about? We're talking about covenantal marriage.
You guys are both going to be on the same side because Emmett's a covenant marriage guy too.
Yeah, I don't think
this is a
secular
tough one,
marriage
guys. This is going to be tough. Give me a second. Going through stuff. You guys are really close. Really, really close.
What about school lunches? Are you against or pro school lunches?
I'm against governmental schools in any way, shape, or form. I think they should be abolished.
We really have the same.
You guys are really
idea.
close. Is toxic masculinity a real problem or an unfair label?
I think, in no offense, I think it's GHEY. So,
all right, there we go. Wow.
Fair label.
Okay. Online piracy. Are there circumstances where it should be permitted? Have you downloaded software that you knew was pirated and did it anyway?
No, I've obviously downloaded like TV shows that I didn't have. You know, like I shouldn't have been able to watch because I downloaded through like LimeWire or something like that. But I don't think that stealing software helps anybody in any way, shape, or form. Now, I think shareware is a great idea. I really think that we should move in that direction. But I don't think that stealing software is a good idea. But that's up to me. That's up.
What about you, Emmett? Where you at?
Yeah, I think I could probably argue that piracy is not the same as stealing something. If you want to go that way, I could probably.
What's the definition of piracy?
Specifically online piracy, because I know that everyone within the sound of my voice has downloaded that jacked up copy of Windows or something.
Yeah,
not me, man. Never.
Not
I've always
you?
paid for it.
Really?
Never. Like I said, I've music or like a TV show I have, or like a movie, but I've never ever taken software from anyone.
Okay.
I even think it's hilarious when like someone pirates a game and like they put something into the software in and of itself. Like when you play the game and it knows that it's pirated, and then like they can make fun of you in the in it's pretty awesome. Like I don't know, I kind of like it. Like,
what
like
about
don't
you?
steal
Are
from
you
people.
in
It's
that
not
same
cool.
boat, or are you on the other side?
Well, as I said, I have mixed feelings about this. I think in some cases it can.
Some cases it's okay.
In some cases, it can be grayed out. Not necessarily the best thing you do, but it can be grayed. So,
All right,
yeah, we can argue that one.
All right, I think you guys are a little. We'll come back to that one. How about this? Where do you guys stand on Ukraine's reaction to the U.S. currently?
I care less what Ukraine or Russia or anybody thinks about America. I'm more of an isolationist than I'm anything else.
I think Ukraine are a bunch of pussies that doesn't.
All right. What about the borders? Open borders, kind of open borders, sealed off.
I think that just like property lines and just like firmaments for a house, I think that you shouldn't be able to cross a certain line. I think that at that point you're a criminal. So
I think you're wasting your bombs on Ukraine, and you should be directing them at Mexico.
Okay.
Shit!
And he's Mexican.
Oh, shit.
Like I think you're just wasting them in Ukraine. You should just go ahead and see. Oh, there's a
that was savage.
Truck with
I know that's right. That's savage. All right. What about this?
Savage.
Are traditional gender roles a biological default or a cultural relic?
Can you say that one more time?
Are traditional gender roles, male and female, are they a biological default? That's just who you are, what you are, your brain works that way? Or are they a cultural relic? Meaning,
so where I might differentiate from somebody, I would say my presupposition is that God is the creator of the universe, and so that's the normality would be male female. Outside of that, I don't have. If people want to mess around with gender and be weirdos and ruin society, I don't think it's going to give it. If they want to, go for it.
I think the idea of them being a relic is just ruining society, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll see.
Man, you guys.
So this guy, who put us together? Like this guy's like my homeboy. Like
I know, right? Like you guys are gonna go out.
This guy's like my homeboy. Like I don't understand.
You guys are gonna go out for beers.
I think we can go into the piracy one.
Do a barbecue.
We can, the piracy. Yeah, because I think that we're gonna have a different. We're not gonna completely unagree, but we'll. All
right, let's do.
I can take
who's taking the pro? Who's taking the neg?
I'm gonna say negative. I'm against piracy.
He's against piracy,
even though I've done it, and that's the saddest part is that I've done it. Not software though, not software. But
all right,
I've done it too, so I can't be like completely against.
That was rough. We got.
I'm sorry, Grant.
We got to get a better.
You know me, I have a very strict line that I draw in the sand in my life. So,
all right. Okay, and we're gonna have to talk about this bombs in Mexico thing later.
I got to hear about this too. Yeah, I got to listen to that.
Do that. All right,
I'm just saying, like, why is there in Ukraine? You
No, but we got to hear why. Let's do the piracy thing.
All right. So Emmett, go with your proposition that piracy is okay.
Okay, so before we start, real quick, we're talking about piracy in like the software where you're
software, operating systems, games.
Not the kind you would do if you didn't.
What about for music or movies? What about?
Yeah, I would also say movies, music.
Okay.
You know, what do they call? What we used to jailbreaking your iPhone so you can use custom apps and shit like that. You know, stuff where the manufacturer and or owner has a license to prevent you from doing it, and yet you do it anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
You ready? Start now.
Ready. Okay, so I would go ahead and say the piracy has a lower limit when it comes to morality. In my sense, the reason why is because you're not taking from anybody. Most of the time, what we're doing is a person goes on, share it with another person, and I think that is, in a sense, a valid way to go ahead and get something copied and share it with somebody else. So if you had like a book, you could go ahead and take it, it's yours, and you can share it with somebody else so they can read it and nobody would be losing anything.
Okay.
That's okay. All right. Evan?
Okay, so I'm not going
to now. 1 minute.
I'm not going to concede to anything, but I'm going to say that I would agree with him with sharing things like that. I think that music, movies, television, I think that does help people, especially like smaller people. I mean, you can look at bands, as it were. Obviously, now we're in a different generation, but Napster, I think, helped out a lot of these bands, even though Metallica was really pissed about stuff like that. But I do think that it helped out people because without that, many people would have heard it, right? A CD would have cost you $15 to $20, depending on where you went. I think, though, with software, I think that if you have something designed for something, and if it isn't shareware, I don't think it's okay to just take a $10,000 program and share with anyone you like, because that person spent their time doing that thing, and it's not boosting anyone's anything. It's just making sure that the person who pirates it doesn't have to pay. So,
yeah.
All right, you had 12 seconds left. That was great. Awesome. Good job, guys. All right, so 5 minutes on the clock. I'm here as a moderator only to prevent you from actually drawing blood. Otherwise, you guys have at it.
I would go ahead and say that most of the time when you have especially when it comes to software, and especially when it comes to high-end software like Maya that costs $5,000 license, stuff like that, what you want to do, and even what Maya has been doing, is give it to people to learn it and share it so that they will, at the end of the day, be able to sell the licenses when you're working on companies. So I don't think it's wrong for people to be able to share those kinds of software. They even get the same kind of benefit that you would get when you are using music or sharing music or movies or anything like that.
Okay, so what I would say is this: you have two things, right? You have alpha and you have beta testing, right? So you have alpha testing, which is the people who are creating the item itself and they're looking into it and going and finding bugs and things like that. And then you can send the beta thing too. So if you have the beta, which is people who are outside of the people, propagating the product, that can look into the product and they can say, hey, this is a great item. Everybody should buy this thing. Like I said, when I was arguing with music and movies and television, I think that there's a difference because you can say this. You can say, hey, I heard this great band. You don't have to share the song with them. You can just say, hey, it's a great band. But if with software, if somebody's beta testing something, they can say, hey, man, look at this. I got this item. Like I got to test it. It was, let's just say something like, gosh, what is that? Photoshop back in the day, right? When it first came out. Like everybody talking about that, going, you created a big hype.
Have you ever used Photoshop?
Yes, I've used Photoshop. Yes.
Okay. How are you proficient at using Photoshop?
I'm not very good at it. So like when I did use it at the time that I was using it, it was when they moved it to, you could either buy the whole software or you could do like a monthly program. And I did the monthly program for a little bit. I'm not proficient in any way, shape, or form because I'm not really a graphic artist, but I do know people who do use that thing. it's easy just to say, hey, this item is great. I mean, you can look at what's the software for music that everybody uses on Macintosh. It's one of the best ones. I can't even think of what the stinking name is right now. Anyways, you have these things, and if you're beta testing something, you can talk about that thing.
Okay,
And
just let me go ahead.
Yeah.
Like, if you have let's say you have Photoshop and you pay for it, how long do you think would it have taken you to be proficient at it?
Oh, quite a while. I mean, I wasn't. Yeah, right now I use GIMP, so I learned a little more on GIMP than I did on Photoshop because it's something I can use for free and I can kind of get all into it and then go back to Photoshop if I need to. But I mean, it's as easy to just go to my buddy's house and using his Photoshop on his computer. And
Why don't you go ahead and ask your buddy to get you the software? It's like you go to your house, but it's in your house.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I would go to his house and I'd hang out and I'd use his stuff and he'd teach me something on it. But like where I got my basis, like my elemental, right? Like my elementary part of it would be I used GIMP to try and figure out that. And that's a free shareware product.
What I was going to say is like most of the time, and I know a lot of people, and this is true as well for Photoshop. I know artists that have the license for Photoshop and they use the pirated version simply because it weighs less. It doesn't have to be connected to iCloud. That is completely dumb. And they just want to go ahead and use the actual product as it's supposed to be.
Is your argumentation that it just because it costs more money, so then don't?
Well, no, they pay for the license, but they just use the other one because it's just better. Like even on that on that argument, it's like even the pirated.
Wait, hang on. They pay for the license for Photoshop, but they use a pirated version, which is better.
Yeah, they pay for it because they don't. They're like professional artists, so they can get sued. So they have the license just in case.
So I don't understand. So if they've already paid for it, what are they pirating?
Because it's like as I said, it had. Right now, Photoshop is filled with bloatware that when you download it, from there.
Of course, yes.
So you don't want any of that.
I agree on that. Yes.
When you don't want any of that, you just pay for the license, but you use the pirate version. And what most of the artists do is that they want to get proficient at it, and maybe it takes years for them to get actually good at it, and they don't have especially some artists don't have the money to go ahead and get it like license, get that proper license for it. So what they do is just they get proficient at it, and when most of the time when they are proper artists, they will pay for it.
No, and I understand. That's what I'm saying, though. You can use something like GIMP, which is shareware. It kind of introduces you to that whole thing, and then you can get yourself the license once you understand how to use the program. I mean, GIMP, I've done tons of stuff. Like I've literally there was like a website where it was Dodger games and the end score, and I put like a character on the screen, like two opposing players,
That's
and
time.
like the score and all that stuff. So it's like you can use that to understand it and then pay for the software instead of pirating it. Like I said, it's not the same thing because you can't. It isn't like music. It isn't like movies. It isn't like television. It's something that you have to. You're taking someone's intellectual property almost. I mean, it's not that I'm agreeing with intellectual property, but I think it's not cool to take thousands and thousands of dollars away from.
Wait, so is stealing okay or not okay? Just curious.
I don't think stealing's okay. Have I stole?
Okay, so you're against pirating.
Right, that's what I've been
Yeah,
arguing.
he's on the side of against.
Oh,
Emmett is
well,
on the
then-
side for. All right.
You're for that, right, Darko?
I mean, I think pirating is stealing, and you shouldn't do it.
No, Darko and I just have a past, and he doesn't like me, so he's gonna jump at me about
That's
it.
okay.
That's unrelated.
That's unrelated. That's okay.
I hate him for unrelated reasons. Okay.
I didn't know you guys were a couple. Oh.
Yeah, we're cute. We're a cute couple.
You
for
guys
sure.
are cute. Yeah.
Yeah. We do the whole arm linking thing and skip and jump.
Arm linking.
And do this all the time.
All right. Anyway, judges. Starting with Glenn Lawrence, who, by the way, I
thought Glenn wasn't judging this one.
Well,
I tried putting feelers out. Nobody's bought yet.
Yeah, a grill. Normally, I have a grillopus, or however I say it. Normally, he does. He's my third judge.
George won.
I don't think he's in the chat right now. I think he.
I rendered my verdict. Grid.
Glenn is right there.
Yeah, Glenn's right there.
Kalina, where is your your flaming skull thing? What's going on?
He's gay now, so he doesn't have that
Oh,
anymore.
cleaner. So if he's on,
Gay people
depending,
like
he
planes, though.
may, if he's on like a, there's something about sometimes it won't show up, or it'll take a little bit of time to show up
Okay.
because of the software that, or not software, but the system that he's on.
Okay.
It's just the way it is. I don't know why.
It's because it only uploads the GIF file one time and then stops after that, so Streamlabs doesn't continually upload it.
Okay,
to
so you believe
YouTube.
it's GIF and not GIF. Okay. All right. Yeah. I like that.
So, Glenn, did you already make a judgment?
He's
Yeah, I
muted.
said
Oh,
Jorts. I said Jorts one.
Okay, cool.
Jorts. We got one vote for Jorts. Ticky tack.
I have to admit, this is a great argument on both of your sides. Emmett, I completely understand the argument that you were making. Evan, you were navigating around the argument very well not to concede any points towards him. So, honestly, I'm at a 50-50 shot here.
Gay.
Chairman,
I really don't know.
Yeah,
It's almost a coin flip here.
Hey,
Also
flip
gay.
a coin. I don't care if I lose. If it's a coin flip, do it, man. I'm all about
Flipping
that.
coins are gay.
Oh, come on.
So I'm going to cater to bias here, and I'm going to have to go to Emmett.
There you go. All right.
Okay. So
All right.
we're one up.
All right. So I saw that there were two different deontological based thinkers here. Emmett said that piracy is not taking from anyone. George said that it's taking without compensation. They were both concerned with the ethics at the start and not the conclusion, so they're not consequentialists. George, you conceded the argument that Emmett made in his opening without conceding it by saying, "I'm not conceding it, but I agree with it," which is conceding. So I also noticed that you did a lot of word salad, failed to really land your plane on any arguments, and just sort of talked about software in general. So I scored you at a -4, and George, I scored you at a 4. You attacked your opponent's positions. You made an argument, and yeah. So Emmett won that.
All right.
Emmett won, and George did not.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's terrible, Evan. Tell everybody about yourself and
there's nothing
where
really
they
to
can
tell.
find you if they want to. And
I'm just a guy. I have presuppositions, and I like talking to people and having fun. I think Emmett and I agree on more than we disagree on. So I think I made a new buddy. So I'll follow you if you have some kind of channel or something, man. So hit me up on my YouTube and let me know, and I'll follow you up.
I'm probably gonna start.
Suck your dick.
I'm gonna go ahead and start a channel that's called State of Gaming, and I'm gonna be talking about the state of the gaming industry more than anything.
Oh, nice! And you're a nerd too, to boot. I like that. All right. So for me, it's I wear jorts. The I is an L. The O is a 0. You can find me anywhere on any platform.
And he's a cool dude. And he's a good debater, and he's a good faith debater, which is awesome because that's not always the case. I would like to get a judge before we move into the next round. If anybody would like to step up for that, that would be great. Looking at you, Paige, Wade Boggs.
I'll be a judge.
Boggs. Paige, looking at you.
Are you in the channel? Are you in the Discord, George?
Yeah. Of course. I'm in the Discord and
By the way, I have like 200 people. I didn't realize I had 200 people in my Discord.
Nice. Congratulations.
I was the other day, I'm like, why are there so many damn people here? And nobody ever talks. It's just me.
Grid, you got all these people on your grass. Are you mad?
I know
Why are
they're
you
all
here,
on my
people?
lawn, man. They're all on my lawn. Anyway.
Get off my lawn, and I'll get off your lawn now, Grid, okay? Kick me
All
off
right,
your
well,
lawn.
have a great rest of your night. And if you want
You too, brother.
to,
Great
hang
argument,
around,
Devin.
we'll see if somebody buys you back in.
All right.
The Kissy Cat sends $2
Cheers.
and says, "Did those guys just become best friends?"
I like Emmett. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Go to general and send me a DM.
Paige, I would like you to judge if you feel up to it.
A hit was also called in.
Who?
Yes, we have our next debate. I'm sorry, guys. I did get a Cash App from Mr. our truck driver, who does not always have the best signal. So he tends to use Cash App anyway. So let me just make sure that I get this right, because I don't want to mess it up. Darko versus Cleaner.
Ooh,
spicy.
Ukraine war.
Right.
One of you pro, the other anti.
Is this habanero or ghost pepper spicy?
Those peppers are spicy. All right. Yeah. Mr. is he's on it.
Intervention and anti-war versus non-intervention and pro-war is my understanding of what he wants to hear.
I would agree with that as well. So let's get our judges sorted out. Paige, are you good? If you want me to judge, I can off cam. Yeah, it's off cam. That's fine. Lawrence isn't cammed up.
Is Jess debating, or is she coming in to help judge?
ZD, well, just to judge, ZD Den makes a good point. Old Joe, if you're available and would like to judge, I could go with Old Joe or Viking Paradigm. If he might work out.
Hey, Grid, I got to run, but I just want to thank you for having me on, and I hope you have a great rest of the show.
Well, Octavius, was that Octavius? It was.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Honestly, it was great having you on. I know that you've got a lot going on. If you would tell everybody a little bit about yourself, I know you've got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I hop around Discord and do the single dad things. I'm working on building a publishing house business for authorship, and also sponsoring a YouTube channel and some other things regarding to that. A lot coming in the future, but for now, I guess if you want to see me, you just got to keep an eye out on Grid's channel.
All right, Old Joe, if you want to come up, we'll let you do the judging, and Glenn, you may sub down into the competitor role. The competitor, Glenn is no longer safe. It's no longer safe. All right, so the rest of you guys got to go, because we got a debate going on. Let me get everybody. All right. Here we go, folks. We have Cleaner 409 versus Dr. Darko, Ukraine war. They have the topic. Are you guys ready for who's opening and who is not?
Sure. I'm pro, so I'm opening. They're muted, so I don't know if they're trying to say something.
Yeah, which side are you taking?
I'm pro.
Pro war
Ukraine war.
or
Yeah.
pro
war, pro Ukraine war for sure. Absolutely.
pro Ukraine war. Okay.
I mean, sure.
So I'm taking the intervention and anti-war side.
No, I'm taking the intervention and pro-war side, which is what you had said before. I'm pro intervening in the Ukraine war. I don't know what you're like. Oh, well, we should just let Russia take over Ukraine.
I think I understand what you're saying. That's fine.
For sure.
Yeah, I'll take the oppositional side.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
So
All right,
borders are good.
All right. So when you're ready, Darko, let me know, and I will start your minute.
For sure. So borders are good. We should have some sort of recognized borders, as we have for the past century. People shouldn't be just allowed to, encroach on those borders, including Russia, including the U.S., including Mexico, including countries in Africa. I don't think states should be allowed to secede from the Union in the same way that I don't think Russia should be allowed to take over parts of Ukraine. That's all I got. Sorry.
We had 25 seconds left. Alrighty, when you're ready, Cleaner.
So I'm not really sure whether he's saying we should intervene in that, or whether he's saying we should leave them alone to fight it out. It didn't really.
Or sorry, to be
really-
super clear. Sorry, should I answer that question, or
Tiki
it's
Tack
his minute to
donated
respond?
$20.
I'm trying to not
Super
be
chat. Add 4 minutes.
an asshole here.
Well, it's his opening, so he's not asking
Okay.
any questions yet. He's
For sure.
making a statement. So
Gotcha. Okay.
Go ahead, Cleaner. I'm sorry. I'll back
I'm
you
not-
up. And I'll see if I can't give you a few extra minutes here. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not really sure with that statement whether he's saying we should be intervening or just letting them duke it out and us stay out of it. So I don't see how that gets involved or doesn't get involved. As far as the Ukraine itself and whether or not we should get involved, he said he was going to take the side of us getting involved. So I'm going to take the opposite side and say I'm against us getting involved because I believe that us not getting involved is pro-war. War bolsters economic growth. Russians have been wiping out Russians for a long time. The rest of the world shouldn't really give a shit if Russians decide to kill other Russians. Just leave them alone and let commies kill commies. Every man in the world benefits from the women of the Ukraine fleeing the Ukraine to other countries, i.e., there are more wives available. I'm done. Next.
That was actually about right at 5 minutes. So it was kind of perfect. All right. Your time starts now, gentlemen.
All right, cool. So you're pro-immigration then? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not what I said at all.
Or no, well, I mean, you said that like people fleeing Ukraine is good for other countries because then like people who are, like useful will go other places, right?
Right. I didn't say whether I was pro-immigration or anti-immigration.
Well, I
either
mean,
way.
if you're for people fleeing that could be useful to other places, like that is like people leaving other countries and like going to other places where there will be more productive is kind of necessarily pro-immigration.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you there. It's pro.
For sure. Okay, wait. So are you like pro borders, or are you pro like borders, or are you an open borders person?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not okay with open borders at all. I believe everybody should migrate legally.
Oh, okay. So like when a country encroaches on another country's borders, you would say that's bad, right?
Right. So all the guerrilla warfare the Ukraine was doing to Russia for the past 30 years before the war actually started, I think that was a bad thing, and I think Russia actually had.
Okay, so you think that the Ukraine had borders like a few decades ago, and they've been pushing past those borders?
Yeah, they actually have. There's a lot.
Oh, they actually have. Okay. So Ukraine was not a recognized country with recognized borders like several decades ago.
Russia for years before this started.
Yeah,
This has been going on
sure,
for a
okay,
long
yeah.
time.
Sure. Yeah. The USSR broke up a long time ago, and then Ukraine had a set system of borders, and you don't like those borders. Like you think those borders are able to be argued.
Do you think that this all comes down to just simple borders? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying here?
Yeah,
It all
absolutely.
comes down to borders.
Yeah.
Well,
I think the U.S. has defined borders. I think Canada has defined borders. I think the Ukraine has defined borders, and
Right.
Russia has
I wouldn't
pushed those
disagree
and encroached on
all.
those.
Yeah, we've all defined borders. So if you believe this is all about borders, then you probably believe that the Ukraine should keep within their borders and Russia should keep within theirs, right? And maintain
Sure,
the border.
and Russia has not done that.
Well, that
Russia has not done
like
that.
you're defeating your own argument there because Ukraine literally took territory away from Russia after the agreed upon negotiations were
they
done.
did not.
Both
No, they
sides
did not.
agreed where the border was at.
Demonstrate that. Demonstrate that.
That's in the accords. They've already agreed on
what
it.
accords?
That's why it was set.
What accords?
That's why the border was set by the rest of the world and understood by NATO.
I'm sorry. Where was Crimea with respect to those borders? In the accords.
I'm not familiar with exactly
Okay,
where-
so if South Texas
But that
was
doesn't-
taken over by Mexicans and
Yeah,
they
that's
decided to
what I'm
secede to
saying.
Mexico, you'd
We're
be
not-
super fine with that, right?
Ukrainians decided to attack Russia and take part of Russia for themselves. This was
Oh,
a border that was there
so
established for a
Crimea
long
attacked
time already.
Russia first,
So
Crimea attacked Russia, and so Russia just responded and took Crimea.
And Ukraine decided to invade part of Russia and take part of Russia for their own. You're still not. You're still not.
You just believe in open borders, which is okay, dog. You can just say that. You can just say that you don't believe in borders. That's
Dodging away
fine.
from all 3 points that I started in with, and only focusing on the borders, which I mean, you've already.
You didn't make any points. You didn't make any points.
Yeah, I
You're
did.
just like, oh well, Ukraine had borders, but like
out other Russians shouldn't be a problem for the rest of the world to get involved with, and every man in the world benefits from the women of Ukraine fleeing the Ukraine to other countries. 3 valid points.
oh, okay. So now it's women, Ukrainian women fleeing from Ukraine. That's the benefit, right? Eastern European women
the rest of the world, yes.
spreading out to the rest of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eastern European women have the best genetics, and we should just let them go wherever the fuck they want.
I didn't say they have the best genetics. You're straw manning my argument. My argument was just that it benefits the rest of the world. There's more mate selection. for us.
Why did they? Oh, okay. So you're pro race mixing then?
I don't really have anything against
Are
it.
you pro race mixing or are you pro open borders? Like you gotta pick one, dog.
What if
if you want to let Eastern European women go wherever the fuck they want, you're pro open borders.
Come over legally is anti-race mixing? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm
you
saying
really
is
like those
that
two?
if you think Ukrainian women should just be able to go wherever the fuck they want, that's pro open borders, right?
No, that's not pro open borders. I already said I believe they should be migrating legally. There is refugee status that they can attain for a limited period of time in some other states around there, and then they can apply for citizenship to other places to get away. They should do it legally. I believe I've already answered this question. Why do you keep trying to run away from any of the points that I've made?
I'm not trying to run away. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck your argument is about,
You've
dog.
already defeated your own argument with the whole.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
They
No, I haven't.
literally.
You're just like, oh, Ukraine should
No,
exist unless
no, they
Russia
literally
wants to take them
pushed
over,
over into
and then the rest of the world can
That's
just
what
take
they've
in
done.
that country's immigrants or refugees or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, so you can conflate two topics and make them sound like they might have something to do with each other in some remote way. Anybody can do that. That doesn't mean that you're actually right in any way.
Wait.
shape, or form.
So
And
are you
haven't shown
pro
me that
refugees
far.
or against refugees?
Refugees, I have no mind about. If someone,
Oh, okay, so you're okay with refugees coming to America?
and I'm trying to answer your question. You can either allow me to answer the question, or you can just spurt the fuck out like you're doing right now.
Yeah, I have autism. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, sure. So
I don't
you're
care what you have.
you're
You ask the
pro
question,
refugees
allow
coming
someone
to
answer.
America.
Yeah, I don't have anything against refugees being in an area to get away from a war for a
Okay,
limited
so
period of
you
time.
think
However,
America should
that
accept
period
refugees?
of time is done. They should be extradited out of that country.
Oh, okay, so you think refugees are okay, and then after they're done being
For a
refugees, we should just
limited period
deport
of
them
time.
elsewhere?
And they should be trying to find some place they can go that's safe while they're refugees. Yeah, I don't.
What the fuck do you think a refugee status is? Like,
It's literally a refugee status. That's what a
okay,
refugee.
so refugee status is you can come hang out here for a while, and then we're gonna deport you afterwards
Someone
somewhere
is
else.
fleeing a war-torn country, so they do not get killed.
Okay, so are
So what you're saying
refugees
is you
offered
don't value
citizenship
human life
in the
enough
place?
to allow
Are
someone
refugees
to
are
sit in a park or
refugees
something like
are
that,
refugees
or somebody
offered
that other
citizenship?
people aren't using. You don't believe that human life is valuable enough that you should allow people to get out of a war-torn country so they don't get killed,
And
sit
you want to
somewhere
deport them
while
after
they
that?
figure out what they're going to do. That's what you're saying right now. You do understand that, right? That's a logical entailment of what you're saying.
No,
You're
you're
saying you do not
straw
value
manning me.
human life. No, I'm not.
straw manning my
following the
position.
logical entailment of what you're saying. You're
Oh, wait,
saying
wait, wait,
people
wait,
should not be
wait,
allowed
wait,
to
wait,
leave
wait, wait,
a war-torn country where they get killed. That's what you're saying.
So are refugees offered citizenship in the places they're refugees in, or not?
No, not always.
Not always.
No, not always.
1 minute.
Oh, okay. Are they sometimes?
It can
Are they
happen.
sometimes?
Are
they most of the time?
Are you going to keep losing your mind? I already answered your question twice. It
Okay,
can happen.
so So sometimes refugees are offered citizenship in the countries they flee to. Is that your position?
Like, are you seriously just going to keep asking and asking and asking the same question I already answered like 3 times now?
You haven't answered the fucking question.
Yeah, you said,
Oxcax
do refugees
donated
sometimes get
$50
offered citizenship?
super chat.
Yeah,
No.
sometimes I'm sure they
No.
do.
Any non-gender-related
I'm asking,
topic.
are refugees often offered citizenship in the countries they
I don't
flee
know. I don't know the percentage. I couldn't
to?
tell
Okay,
you in every
so
country.
you don't know. So you don't know is the fucking answer.
I can't tell you.
You can't tell me shit because you're uneducated. You believe in open borders. You're
Okay,
just like,
what's
oh,
the
refugees
percentage?
should just go
What's the
places, and
percentage?
then they should just move to other fucking places.
You want to attack like that? What's the percentage then? Give me the percentages that are going on, that have gone on in the past few wars, so that you can prove you know something about what you're talking about. Tell me the percentages, and there you go. Google it.
Most places where refugees are
Yeah,
resettled
tell me the
are
percentages.
offered
But I know
citizenship.
you know what you're talking about, because what you're doing right now is you're saying I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm being very genuine and good faith, letting you know. No,
You're no. You're jerking yourself off now.
Free situation. I don't know.
Guys, shut up.
Time is
Yeah,
over.
I want one clarification. What was the topic of the debate?
The
Grid?
Ukraine war.
No, I don't want your
war.
answer. Yeah, what about the Ukraine war exactly?
There was it was give me 1 second. It just says pro/anti-Ukraine war, pro Darko, cleaner anti-Ukraine war. And then it was clarified a little further that it was interventionist versus non-interventionist framing.
Okay.
That was why I framed my 3 beginning arguments with that mindset in intent.
Yeah, you believe in open borders.
So can we judge now or what?
Yes, absolutely. I'm waiting. I'm waiting patiently. Ticky Tack asked a question.
What you don't have to wait for is fuck you, Wally.
Yeah.
You cute
so Darko,
A lot of hate.
I'm sorry to say you were
I missed you too, Darko.
producing a lot of false dichotomies. And when it comes to actual topic of the debate, I think Cleaner 409 fits better with the topic of the debate.
You can't substantiate.
I'm the judge, doesn't matter. I could go on my bias and that's it.
Sorry.
So you're with cleaner than Ticky Tack?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say that. The way that I counted this, cleaner, you got 10 points. Darko, you got, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, -5 points because of all of your logical fallacies. I did see the 2 straw men, 2 false dichotomies, 1 appeal to emotion, and 1 red herring. And you didn't make an argument in your opening, but you did eventually kind of clarify that you were saying that border integrity is a reason why your position was the way it was, but didn't really tie it in somehow and bolster that with anything. And you did effectively push back against the historical references that Cleaner made in some of his arguments. So I'll give you 2 points for those, but you lost them all with your red herrings. So and your other logical fallacies.
Okay, and I will finish by saying that I thought Darko started out strong by making his claim that borders are important and that borders need to be respected, and that this was a very clear violation by Putin of the borders. That was a strong argument. I thought Cleaner made a good argument in counter to that, saying that this is ambiguous, that the borders are actually not as clearly defined and have not been for a while. I thought Cleaner's argument that, and I'm surprised neither judge has mentioned this, but I thought Cleaner's argument that this is a good thing because it produces more women that can be provided to men of other countries was nonsense. And I was prepared to rule in favor of Darko until he started making the sound effects, which are not a good debate tactic in my opinion. So in my opinion, I will have to call this one a draw.
Well, we really can't
Joe, no. You're taking my spot as a judge. You got to do it right. You got to do it right, old Joe. All right, if you're taking my spot as a judge, you got to do it right. Darko, you lost. Cleaner won. Game over. There we go.
Yeah. No, Cleaner won based on majority decision, didn't he? Isn't that the way boxing works?
But yeah, sure.
Okay.
This,
All right.
But this
That's fine.
audience is obviously slanted in a direction.
That's not true. I voted for a libtard earlier, man.
Bro, you can
Hey, I voted for Furby twice.
Yeah. I actually have really
You're
good
not the
judges, so
audience.
I
voted
don't,
for a
I
woman.
don't go with that. I'm
And
gonna
I will make one more comment on
Sure.
on the side as a detraction against Dr. Darko. I thought he made good points, but I think the interrupting, the asking a question and then interrupting before he gives the opponent a chance to answer is also a strike against them. I don't think that's necessary. I think you can let your opponent answer and then address the point rather than cutting him off
No,
before
he wasn't answering the fucking question. Is the problem? Whatever, sorry.
You weren't allowing him to answer the question, and I have the same critique for you, Darko. Is that you were just
no,
talking
he's,
over him a lot of times.
He's misdirecting. Like, I'm
Hey,
like,
look, I'm the judge here. I'm stepping my foot down. I'm just telling you how it is. You know,
that's
just,
fine,
let
and
him speak.
I am
Yeah,
arguing
that's an
with you,
accurate
but
critique.
I will
That's an
accept your
accurate
I
decision.
won't argue with you. I'm just telling you how it is.
Darko, I
you
suggest
should take that to heart. That's an accurate critique of the debate style. The
Yeah.
interrupting sometimes is helpful, but in this case, it was over the top. It was
Oh, I'm
too
sorry.
much.
Someone told me this was blood sports debate. My bad.
No, and look, there was only one time where I felt like I needed to kind of step in and say something because you guys were kind of going back and forth a little too much at trying to, and it was getting to the point where nobody could tell what anybody was saying. So that, and there was only one time I felt like I needed to do that, and that's fine. So I'm gonna, and again, I don't comment on every single bout, but I'm going to comment on this one. I thought that, first of all, I thought the border security argument for the Ukraine war was a good, unique argument, and not the one that I would have foreseen. I think it was good. The problem that you have with that is Ukraine taunted Russia into the war, and Cleaner knew that. Now I'm going to criticize Cleaner for not knowing that the reason that border security was something that mattered is because of the deepwater port, the all-weather deepwater port, and I can never remember the name of the city. I think it's St. Petersburg, but whatever the fuck it is, whatever the name of the port is, that Ukraine basically was restricting Russia from using, which Russia considered its normal territory, and that's what precipitated a good chunk of this war. And I do like your argument. You lost it, man. I mean, if you had just kind of pulled back a little,
yeah,
I think that you could have you had an effective platform and you had a good strategy. You just kind of lost it there in the middle. And you did have Cleaner, because Cleaner could not. I mean, I think he understood that there was a reason that Russia was mad about that. He just couldn't articulate it, and you had him. You had him, Darko. You just didn't. You lost.
You're giving him so much charitability.
Well,
I'm giving you a lot of charitability as well.
Well, Darko.
No.
So
Darko.
No. Let me say this. So I understand that part of this is blood sports, but the only way that I'm going to grant you points on a blood sport debate is if you can make me laugh.
Yeah, and here's the conservative arguing for open borders, arguing for pro-refugees. Like,
and
I don't know, like, what else you want from me?
That's a straw man right there, bro.
Hold on.
And that's the reason why I mark points off.
That's a straw man. You have no idea what question I have.
I've already got the next debate ready to go. So Darko, I would actually and you're welcome to come back on a regular night, and we can hash this out, because I do think that your argument is it's a unique argument. I enjoy the mental exercise of it, but I do have to move on because otherwise we won't finish until 4:00 in the morning, and that's unacceptable. So. The next debate that was
Have a good night, Darko.
Yeah, Thanks, Darko. Have a pleasant evening. The next debate is Glenn and was it Glenn and Emmett? No, it was. Hold on, Kissy Cat. Who did you want to be the next debate?
It was Glenn v. Steelman. Any non-gender related.
Yes,
topic.
that's what it was. Glenn versus Steelman. The rest, Wally. Hey, good to see you. You got to go to the back. What a dick! I'm a dick. That was a dick move. Steelman, we'll get you up there. We'll get this set up in a second. Any non-gender debate, be thinking about that while I put people in the back. By the way, arguing with the judges is never a strong move. Just gonna be honest about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's your next debate topic is whether or not he won.
Don't pick a fight with the judges, man. That's bad juju. All right, so any non-gender topic.
Thank you for the revive.
Oh, absolutely, Steel Man. We appreciate your arguing. And so do you guys have a debate topic in mind? Do either of you have something that you prefer to debate that you feel strong at or about?
I mean, I get nervous as hell still. I'm kind of new to this. So right now, I'm just trying to calm my nerves and hopefully
calm your nerves. All right, great. How about is online anonymity a necessary right or a license for chaos?
What was that first part, Grid?
Is online anonymity a necessary right? Do you have a right to being anonymous
scared
online?
little hiding bitch? Yes, I guess you do.
Do you have a right to be a hiding little bitch, or is it a license to create chaos?
It's a license to get your ass whooped.
So if I could hear his position, I might be able to form mine a little bit more clearly.
Oh, look, you need my help to do yours.
Glenn, your mic is severely muted.
Oh, well, turn down for what?
Your
Chuck.
That's way better.
All right. So, you need my position so you could form your own position.
All right. Well, let's just move on. I don't want to. We're having topic dyslexia.
I'd like to say that I've been handicapped by this prompt, okay? Because they said I can't talk about the women's.
I know, right? You all you want to do is debate degeneracy, and you can't even and Kissy Cat prevented you from debating degeneracy.
This is some bullshit.
I know, right? Well, this is not gender based. Is hierarchy inevitable in sexual dynamics? Is that gender based?
That definitely is.
Definitely is. All right. How about is red pill just realism or veiled sexism?
Well, this is all fucking sex shit, man. Get us some politics.
Gender
politics.
Some law or some religion or.
Is the rise of AI in national defense a threat to democratic oversight?
The rise of AI, a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've been saying AI is a threat since I've been talking about it for the last several months.
To democratic oversight?
Yes. Meaning that the AI could decide that humans are wrong.
I mean, we did have.
We had a bunch of movies about that.
I'm in a movie that's coming up about this. So,
but don't we already think humans are wrong? Most of us,
right? Yeah, but we're humans.
Yeah. we're all sitting here arguing that each other are wrong about everything, and so what is it that what is the debate of the topic of this? Our AI is going to sit here and join this debate?
AI could self-determine that it's just not going to shoot missiles at people anymore.
I mean, Gemini did tell somebody to go kill themselves because they were a leech on society. So I don't trust AI no more.
So I would say that I would argue in favor of having AI be involved in decision making at the highest levels.
You would be?
Yes.
Glenn, are you saying that you would not be?
Yes and no. I mean, it's really weird because it depends on what. Like, are we talking about like getting rid of all these like femoids? Yeah, they'll have AI do that somehow. If it's about like national security, strategic planning, and stuff like that.
I mean, I'll go so far as to going into court, like judges using AI to figure out what the law really means, to do case research, to make quicker decisions.
All right. We'll come back to this. Should third party candidates automatically qualify for debate stages?
That's what you did last week.
I know. It's a good one though. And you guys didn't debate it.
I would call it third party candidates.
I would say yes, and I would go so far as to say that we should actually abolish the entire party system.
I kind of don't agree with. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Are immigration policies driven more by economic strategy or cultural anxiety?
Cultural anxiety. But I don't want to give all my prompts away. I don't want to bias your decision making. So I'll let you decide what you want to do.
Well, you guys have to be able to actually argue. I mean, I can't give you a prompt and you not be able to argue it.
Is you're saying that immigration policies built on economical like what was that?
Are immigration policies driven more by economic strategy, meaning that we're more concerned about jobs being taken away or strain on healthcare systems and that sort of thing, or cultural anxiety in that instead of having hillbilly craft stores, we now have bodegas?
No, it's on the resources. It has to do with our resources and stuff like that. So let's do the first one.
So you're saying resources, and you're saying what were you saying?
I'm saying it's just based on
social stuff,
cultural, social pressure based on unsubstantiated fears.
Okay, that sounds like we got something. All right, because economic is resources. All right, cool, great, we got it, and it's a non-gender biased topic. Kissy cat, you see, this is a kind of bullshit that I have to deal with, guys. I'm kidding.
I'm gonna make it gender real quick.
So
all the big booty.
By the way, if you missed Kissy Cat's voice last night, you missed out. Straight up Southern sweet tea. I'm telling you, it was awesome. We should get her back up here to present the awards. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we now have Glenn Lawrence and the Steel Man in the ring, and they're going to go at it. You guys have your so who is the I guess who wants to go first, because it's really not a pro con deal here.
Right. So I don't mind like just having open discussion. I don't need to like you don't have to be super formal about how you come at it.
Well, all right. So either you go first or he goes first. Who wants to go first?
Okay, I'll go first.
All right. Got 1 minute.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time. So I just kind of want to make the point here, what I think, which is that, then I apologize for any background noise. So, in a free market, right? So, like letting people come in and work and bring their labor, even if they want to undercut our jobs and work for cheaper, that's actually good for us because they're actually going to be able to manufacture the products that we were manufacturing for cheaper. Therefore, we're going to be able to buy those products for cheaper. So if everyone comes in and undercuts our jobs, then all of a sudden the market, everything goes down, the price goes down on everything. Then that actually benefits us because then we don't have as much of a pressure to get such a high paying job in the first place. And this is what a free market is based on. Anyone who's arguing that we shouldn't allow these people in, it's because they're pro non-free market.
That was your minute. Let me know when you're ready, Glenn.
Go ahead. Wow, that was kind of weird. No, it's about resources, economical, we have to be smart and strategic about how many people we allow in our house. We only have a limited amount of resources. So yes, borders are important. Immigration policies are important to make sure we don't be bringing in a whole bunch of people that are going to be draining our resources for our citizens. The idea of the job, bringing the prices down, all that stuff, so that doesn't mean your cost of living is going to go down. Your rent's still going to be the same. Just because, your little table for your TV stand got cheaper doesn't mean the rent's going to go down. Doesn't mean your wages will go down, but your rent won't. So how does that help?
All right, 17 seconds left. And we're going to take this out to 5 minutes. Gentlemen, debate.
So I wanted to address that point that you made about your rent wouldn't go down, and I'm trying to say that in this system, if you look at it holistically, it actually would.
Hypothetical world that you're creating. Okay.
Right, where we actually had a free market and let people work at the wages that they wanted to work at, where they wanted to work. Then
wait a minute. You said the wages will go down, but free market, letting people work at the places they want to work at the wages that they want to work at.
Yeah.
What
So
if I
let's
want to
see.
work at like $1,000 an hour. So
Great. Then you find somebody to pay you $1,000 an hour, and I think that's great for you. And if you can't find anyone to pay you that, then fine. If you want to work for $1 an hour, I think you should be able to find someone that wants to pay you $1 an hour, and I think you should be able to work for $1 an hour, or $10 an hour, or $1,000 an hour.
How do you live off of $1 an hour?
Well, if depends on your living situation. You might have roommates, or for example, let me give you another example. If we truly had a free market where a lot of people were able to work for,
what does this have to do with immigration?
So, okay. So again, there's 2 points that you've made that I haven't been able to address. The last, in your opening statement, you said that your rent wouldn't go down, and I'm arguing the fact that it would go down because the cost of living for your landlord would go down. Therefore, they wouldn't have to charge you as much for rent. And your rent would go down.
Still choose to charge you that much for rent, right?
Excuse me?
They could still choose to charge you that much for rent, right?
Well, they could choose to try to ask that much for rent, but the market would essentially dictate that they charged you less because the cost of goods are going down, the cost of wages are going down, and therefore the cost of.
What does that have to do with immigration?
Well, so what I'm saying is, immigration is actually supporting a free market. People are saying, well, we don't want immigrations because they're coming and stealing the jobs. And I'm saying, if someone's able to steal your job from you, then that's free market. Either
you're better off saying like they're stealing jobs that you don't even want, because that's what's going on.
Like, I don't even care if you do want the job. If you want the job,
most of the immigration, that we have a problem with, there are immigrants coming from southern border, and they're doing more agriculture work. That's what they're doing. They ain't stealing anybody's jobs. All right.
Okay.
Really not, except the construction guys. Those guys kick ass. But the problem is that when we have a standard of living, and this is what it costs to live here, and you need to make a certain amount of wage that you could survive. And if they have they're letting everybody come in, and now they're lowering they're paying them cheaper under the table because they don't have to pay taxes. They're not legals, right?
Right. So what you're doing.
Radar. So hold on. So now they get all the work, and then you get no work. You're on unemployment now. So how did that help you out?
Right. So I agree. Well, so what the problem is not the immigration. The problem is actually the unions and the minimum wages and the government who is not allowing a free market within our borders. So that's the real problem, and we're blaming it on the immigrants. We're not addressing the root of the issue, which is the fact that the government has a stranglehold on our free market, the unions have a stranglehold on our business owners, and that we don't have a free market. And that's that's what's creating the real apparent problem with immigration. Now, immigration is actually coming in to solve that problem in its own way, and we're calling that a problem.
How did that solve any problem?
Well, I'm saying they're actually supporting a free market, letting business owners, not have the government stranglehold
letting
on
business
them.
owners pay their employees or force their employees to pay them less. Say, hey, I'm going to pay you less if you don't, or you don't take the less cut. I'm going to hire Paco over here, who's not legalized, who came over here with a little bag in his backpack, and he going to work for way less than you.
Right now, that's how the free market works, and the government's coming in and saying, because you're, a United States citizen and you're abiding by our rules, you can't play in the free market. That's the problem. Immigration is not what the problem is. The problem is that we are not allowed to have a free market.
It goes back to the resources. We have limited amount of resources, and if all these illegal immigrants that you're talking about were coming over here working and not draining our resources, that would be one thing. But
what resources
they are draining the resources?
What
So
resources are you talking about? Considering the resources that we produce are like grain, soy, corn. Farmers are the only people producing resources.
Subsidized housing. How about medical? How about not welfare? No, resources.
So if your problem is with the welfare system, then your problem is with the welfare system.
Draining our resources.
But you're saying that they're draining our resources. By using the welfare system.
Resources.
What resources? What do you mean all of them? I'm going to use the one that you gave it as an example, which was the welfare system.
I said the hospital. I said medical.
Are you talking about that's part of the welfare, right?
They could go to the ER, get seen, and guess who's paying for it? You. No, maybe not you, but me.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, gentlemen, that was really good. Once again, a very polite-ish debate. Very good.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn.
Very good.
You're welcome.
All right. So, judges, we'll start with Ticky Tack.
Yeah, so on this, it's like I may be voting towards a bias, but I do know that Glenn was coming into this with a better educated background, considering that he's, I'm assuming you're in California, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I kind of figure that's where a lot of your arguments come into. So I'm going to have to vote towards Glenn just because he was more educated on this topic of how immigration really is affecting our tax system.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to say in the opening, y'all both made economic arguments. Steelman, you argued your position from the free market economics position, and Glenn, you argued yours from a scarcity position. In terms of the opening, Steelman, you also added an additional preemptive attack on what you thought your opponent's position would be, which is a very good debate tactic. So I gave you an additional point on your opening for that. All total, I counted 9 points in favor of Steelman and 7 points in favor of Glenn, based specifically on the number of arguments that you made and counters that you made in terms of your positions. Y'all both did very well at maintaining your composure, not using fallacious argumentation. I was very impressed with both of you, but I'm going to have to give it to Steelman.
Okay.
And I will finish off by saying I thought Steelman opened up strong with his argument around free market driving down the price of goods, which is absolutely accurate. I thought that Glenn took the debate in the moment that he mentioned the welfare system, the Medicare, even the staunchest advocates of a free market system like Milton Friedman, Thomas Sowell will tell you that open immigration does not work in a welfare state. And that, to me, was a killer argument that Glenn made. So I will also vote for a Glenn victory.
Okay. Well, Steelman, again, it was a great argument and very pleasant again. Unfortunately, we're at the point where there's no buyback ends. So you're welcome to hang out in the chat and cheer, jeer, or otherwise encourage or discourage people from the chat. And I hope you do. It was a pleasure having you tonight, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Steelman.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, it really was a pleasure to have you. It was. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, the panel is now closed. The people that are on the screen are the last people. So now we are in the final rounds, and we will be every debate is the final debate for these folks. And I'm waiting for a Waiting for a debate. We don't currently have. Actually, I think Kissy Cat had a free one. She did not use it, and we need to do that quickly. So, Kissy Cat, if you'll tell me who you want to, whose feet get held to the fire, I will. We'll make that happen.
Hi, Wally. Hi, Paige. Hi, Jess. Thanks for joining us.
Howdy.
I'm a rude host.
Hey there.
Jess, thanks for coming up, lady. It's nice to see another female on this panel. I hope that the next person that buys a 1v1 does it against the two ladies. I want to see a cat fight.
I don't think Paige came up to debate though. Paige, did you come up to debate?
I think she
was like my alternate judge.
I was your alternate judge, but look, I'm up. My cam's off, so I don't really have the same concerns as well with the cam debate right now. I'll debate. It's not like I've even judged at all, so I think I've kind of assumed the position of debater by default.
Perfect.
Oh, Paige, you're in the mix too. So there's 3 chicks on here, so we could have a 3-way cat fight. That's even better.
You'll be hard pressed to get me to fight.
Are
with
you
that.
the third chick, Anson? Oh wait, you're the fourth. Never mind.
Yeah, I
Anson,
don't
this
think
is not going to be your home videos.
fighting each other.
All right. Kissy Cat must be working and filling prescriptions or something because she still hasn't given me who in the debate that she would like.
Kissy Cat, pick a 1v1. You ain't got to pay for it. Come on, you already spent
You
a bunch
don't
of
have to
money.
pay for this one. You've done enough. I mean, you haven't done enough. We want more, but
yeah,
we're appreciative of your. We can let the new ladies debate. We have Jess and Paige. I got you. Okay. All right.
I'm new here.
Well, you're
Fuck,
new.
how long do I have to be here to be new?
I think she meant that you came up after we started.
Can we just say you're always new because you're fresh?
Oh, look at that. Slick. That's why he's dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. He is dangerous. All right. Go to the back. 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 You two. Not you. You. And you. Now look, I'm the only one on camera. How about that? Why is this? There we go. All right. Ladies, what would you like to debate? Where are your strengths? What would you like to discuss?
So I primarily debate in the fields of public policy. I guess like gender debates are a big thing of mine. I'm not that great on theology, although I will debate it. Scientific things, I can also debate that to some length. I'll leave it up to my opponent to suggest some topics, and I'm pretty flexible.
Okay. Jess, where are you at? What would you like to debate? Where are your strengths?
Well, I'm not even a debater, so.
But you threw your hat in the ring.
I
Well, at
know,
least
because
that's a
I've had a lot
podcast.
of my chat and stuff like that has been asking me to do more debates, so I've kind of been throwing myself in
Peer
fire a
pressure.
bit more. No, it's a good skill for me to learn anyway.
I have
It's just
just
not my
one
thing,
for
that's
you,
all.
ladies. I've been saving this prompt for just such an occasion. I have 2. You don't have to, hopefully, but one you'll pick one or the other because it'll be awesome. But we'll move on if not. Is human jealousy natural or a flaw we can unlearn?
Oh, what's the other one? Grid?
You don't like that one?
I don't mind it. I don't hate it.
Oh, you don't hate it? Okay. All right.
I don't hate it. Yeah. No, I
You
don't
don't hate it. All right. Well, I'll give me a second. I got
I mean, my position would be it's a flaw that we need to unlearn. Just to
okay.
clarify.
So it's natural, but a flaw that you can unlearn, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Jess?
I would agree with that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Womp womp.
Okay. It's okay. Look, we got a lot of people agreeing. That's the thing.
Somebody suggested body count, but I think we probably have the same view on that.
It'll be close. It'll be close for sure.
Probably.
Should marriage be legally recognized at all? Keeping in mind that Jess is in Australia, so it's a different legal system, but still.
Yeah. I would think that my position would be that the law should stay out of marriage. Because I'm religious, so my worldview is that it should be based in religion and not law, and that if it is based in law, it should be a secondary acclamation.
Jess, do you have a position?
Well, I agree, but without, like, not from a religious stance, but that's why my kid's dad and I didn't get legally married through the government, is because of that.
Maybe there's a segue there. So, Jess, you don't believe that marriage should be for religious people? Like, you don't think that marriage?
No. I don't think the government should be involved in marriage.
Right, but do you think that people who are secularist should still be able to have the sacred right of marriage?
I don't have a stance on that. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I had one there, but
Yeah, I did too. But let's continue down that line. Should marriage require mandatory counseling?
Yes. Jess?
For everybody?
Yes. In order to get married, you would have to have mandatory counseling.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would
Yeah,
stop a
'cause
lot of
that's
divorce.
becoming
I
a
think
law.
that would help a lot with divorce, actually.
Yeah. In my home state, that's about to become a law. You can do a covenant marriage here now. It's interesting. Well, I'm sidebarring. Don't want to do that. Is online dating ruining genuine romance or making love accessible to all?
Ruining.
Yeah, ruining it.
Okay. All right. You guys are just of the same mind. Does casual sex boost confidence or wreck self-esteem?
Wreck. Absolutely.
Yeah, Rex.
Do food stamps help the poor or trap them in poverty?
I'd say probably trap them in poverty.
I don't debate a lot of political topics like that. Like, I don't even go into that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And food stamps thing, the way that kind of stuff is here, is completely different to America, so it's very hard for me to even engage in that.
Okay.
Also, they're notoriously misused. Like, people that don't even need them use them. So,
do free healthcare systems save lives or waste money?
Waste money, 100%.
Say that again, please, Grid.
Should marriage laws favor? Pardon me, wrong one. There's so many of these. Do free healthcare system save lives or waste money?
Waste money. Yeah, they waste a lot of money. All government systems waste a lot of money.
Yeah.
True. Okay. Is flirting online cheating or harmless fun?
Cheating.
Yeah, cheating.
You guys are sisters. What do we got here?
This is like
I don't even know Paige. I've never even met Paige before, so I don't. Yeah.
We'll continue down this line. Do homeless shelters fix poverty or enable it?
Enable it.
Yes, enable it by a long shot.
Okay. All right. Should we label social anxiety as a disorder or a quirk? Is it serious or is it not serious?
Well, I think it is serious if a person has that problem, but do I think that we need to like, promote it and encourage that this is like a disorder? And I don't think so. I think we need to help people get out of social anxiety as opposed to just labeling it and encouraging people to
Yes, people
play the
labeled
tiny
themselves with
violin.
things like depression, and instead of, oh, I feel sad, it's I'm depressed. Instead of I'm nervous, it's I've got anxiety.
Are
So
women followers who will just say whatever the woman next to them says?
Yes.
yeah, a lot of the time, yeah.
Literally, Anson Knowles just wrote that in chat.
We like just demonstrated that, Jess, for the record. Epic L. All right.
Oh, baby, this is awesome. All right. Should we mock overly sensitive people?
Yes. Mockery is the only way that they find
Yes,
salvation.
I'm a big supporter of shame.
Does feminism hide power grabs as equality fights?
Yes. 100%.
Screw feminism.
Feminism sucks. It needed to die before it was even originated.
Okay. Is feminism caused women to have a permanent victim mindset?
Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of women, yes.
Oh my God.
Maybe we should give up this whole me versus Jess debate thing, Grid.
You guys need to go, join a social club and start changing people.
Well, usually women hate me, to be honest.
Oh, same. But I'm a member of the Crucible, as is Jess. So I think we're in a different female league there.
Yeah.
Is hookup culture the norm?
Yeah, it's the norm, but it shouldn't be.
It's freaking disgusting.
So, do you agree? Yeah.
Okay. Should schools push hookup culture as normal?
No.
Okay.
These days, it's the opposite of what it should be. Is the more of a good girl you are, you don't sleep around, the more you get
gotta
shamed.
do some deep
It's
dive.
crazy.
We gotta do some other stuff here.
What about like genetics and like cloning and stuff like that, or like IVF or that kind of stuff? That could
How about
maybe really.
should modern dating expectations prioritize mutual utility or emotional fulfillment?
Probably utility. I think everything is transactional, regardless of whether or not we like to admit it or not. Even in a traditional sense, there is like a certain utility that each person bears in terms of the relationship as a whole.
You have to have a foundation because emotions change over time. So if you want something
Yeah.
that's long lasting, you have to prioritize that. Otherwise,
Okay,
it's not going to
so to
last.
clarify, what this is really asking you is, are relationships based in sex or are they based in utility? And therefore, and the entailment of that is that once in the relationship, the sex falls off or the sex isn't good anymore, then the relationship is over, effectively.
Right. So yeah, they should be based in utility because that's the thing that will inevitably bear the most longevity.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I think that we found the only two women in the world that agree on that. Does the push for inclusivity in media dilute artistic freedom?
Yes.
I missed the first part of that. Sorry.
Does the push for inclusivity, like DEI and all of that sort of thing, in media, like content creation, movies, books, videos, music, dilute artistic freedom?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Are social media companies responsible for their end users' mental health?
No. I think that there is
No.
some user anonymity or autonomy rather.
There's like always crazy people. You can't. No one can control that.
Oh, the age gap, love. I think we're gonna agree on that too, guys.
I think literally like that's like 40 topics so far that we've gone down.
40 topics.
I'm seriously. I think
Sorry
I
for the
mean
swear.
not 100%, but I'm not keeping count or anything. Men and women cannot be just friends.
That's true. Like on a rule basis, obviously there's some exceptions, but I think generally, yeah, I think that men and women can't be friends.
Yeah, and I agree because I've argued that point many times.
Okay. Okay.
That's usually the one that I actually get a lot of women in with. Is that one the men being friends, men and women being friends?
Women think that they can be friends with men.
Yeah, a lot
They
of
want to have
chicks
their
do.
cake and eat it too. Yeah.
Okay.
They're unfaithful. The religion of force for good or source of harm. Anson suggested. I don't know. We might.
Oh yeah. Okay. Age gap relationships. Where you guys at on that?
I'm fine with it.
Oxcaxo donated
I'm,
$10.
I
Super
am
chat.
in one, so I
Age
can't.
gap
Like my kid's dad is 24 years older than me, so it'd be stupid for me to argue otherwise.
Okay.
But I guess we have to argue it, do we not? Because it's been paid for. So I guess one of us got to take the negative.
Someone pay for a sub. I don't have a.
Well,
I didn't intend for.
Maybe
a sub.
there's something about age gap relationships that we could disagree on.
Well, like
even
the line.
if we agree with it, maybe
Okay,
there's.
I got it.
Disagree with.
Should schools be able to enact corporal punishment, that means spankings, with a paddle or whatever, on all students, male and female?
No.
I think I'd go crazy if someone tried to whack my kid.
Really? You guys don't believe in corporal punishment?
Not by the school. I think that's up to the parent. Just like I think that
I agree
Ed
with
should
that.
be. Yeah, Smack's Ed should be like the parent's discretion. I think that ultimately, if you discipline your child well enough, then you shouldn't have to worry about a random stranger being forced to deploy corrective behavior on them. Like that's just ridiculous to me.
I couldn't accept that.
Everybody's like, hey, both of you against me. I mean, I can't because I'm I can't. Oh wait, check my phone. I'm checking my phone.
Glenn knows me very well.
Oh,
He might know a
baby.
topic that might
This
be well.
is mean. It's mean, but it's good. Are single mothers a net negative on society?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay.
I don't think I've ever agreed with any woman this much ever in my whole life, to be honest.
I think we need to go to one of those feminism retreats where we scream in the woods and maybe we can be less.
No.
I'm
not doing that shit.
Chairman of the board thinks you should do age gap because it was paid for, but Kissy Cat is saying that she just was just suggesting, not actually selecting the topic. Selecting the topic is way more money than what she sent in. So.
Well, look, I mean, it's fair. We've been going, tit for tat for a while. Jess says she doesn't have that many, experiences debating. I'll take the hard position on this, and we'll just.
Let me find a good topic where I think you can at least like beat each other up on a little bit.
Okay, that's going to ruin this glorious friendship that we just built, Grid. But okay.
Okay. Can women fix a man?
Can women fix a man?
What do you mean by fix?
Oh, like he's like
take an
he's a
incel and
DJ.
turn him into a stud. Take an abuser and turn them into a non-abuser. Can you fix a man?
No, not unless he's like a simp. Like he's like a hardcore simp. But even then, I don't think we should do that. I think it's up to a man to build his own like personality in the world and to help himself. I don't think he should depend on a woman to
This
do
is
that.
literally the turning a hoe into a housewife
Yeah,
scenario,
but
just flipped backwards.
dude version. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think guys can do that. So I think like men actually can influence women because of our natural inclinations. But I think it's very difficult for women to do that. And more so, I don't believe it's our place. So.
Can prostitutes save us from the incel problem?
Sorry, can hosts say what?
Can prostitutes save society from the incel problem? Can they return men's libido?
No, because it's not real connection.
I think that's a part of why we have the problems that we do.
Yeah, because of the corn industry and the smacks industry.
Okay.
Somebody said AB. We're probably gonna have the same position on that as well.
I'm not sure that I agree with either of your positions on that, because I think you're kind of twisting the argument.
Okay, like you think that well, I think it solves the problem momentarily, Grid. Like it does.
Yeah, because if
that.
get paid, they're no longer incels, right?
Yeah, but like it only solves the problem on its like pith and substance on its surface. It doesn't
I don't know.
actually.
Yeah, they still have no skills with women at all. They just know how to pay for vagina, which is like.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, technically, we all pay for it. It's just whether we do it.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really solve the problem the real problem that incels have.
Wait, are we debating this right now? Is this an us versus Grid? Do we want to do?
I mean, I'm gonna have fun one way or the other. I'm gonna have fun one way or the other.
Maybe we should do it that way. Maybe we should do it that way.
Let's do it.
Grid, you disagree with us on a few
one
topics.
of you. They'd have to decide which one of you did worse, and that's nobody will agree on that. Is
Why don't you do a
CPS
2v2
more useful
then?
as a tool? Pardon me. Is CPS useful, or is it a tool used to cause fear in the that's actually really good. So it's worded a little funny. I think she means, is CPS useful, or is it a tool used to cause fear in the population and influence parenting?
The second.
Both. It'd be both, because there are a lot of parents that don't really deserve to be parents.
Yeah,
but it also instills a lot of fear into the population and manipulates how parents parent their children as well.
Yeah, but Jess, it also we know the fact that statistically children are less likely to be SA'd. They're less likely to have negative outcomes if they're left with the parents as opposed to left to the foster system. We know that.
No, I completely agree with that.
Okay.
I'm not really sure what happened there. Okay. How do I get this? You guys, yeah, they was like, don't stop them because they agreed already. That was funny. They were like, you guys started a debate and then you stopped and it was over.
Wait, so I won because I led the position.
Right.
She agreed. I don't know.
Is anger a healthy emotion or a societal poison problem position? Whatever.
I think it's a healthy emotion when it's justified. Yeah.
That's how you use it.
Hmm?
That's how you use it.
Okay. Should modern society prioritize emotional intelligence over intellectual achievement in education and leadership?
No.
No. We do that now, and we're encouraging little kids to choose between if they want to be a boy and a girl. No more of that shit.
Whoever wanted to see a woman-on-woman fight, a pox upon you. Does sexting ruin trust or spice up relationships?
Like to the other person that you're in a relationship with, or just generally, like outside
Just
of the
generally.
Oh, it ruins trust.
If you're with somebody, you shouldn't be sexting anybody. You shouldn't be engaging like that with anyone besides the person you're with.
All right. We got literally everybody's like going off on here. And we do need to move this along. All right. So should non-married couples be viewed equal to married couples in society?
No.
No.
Okay. All right. All right, and I don't
You need
normally go
some
here.
incentive to
Let's
get
do
married, otherwise
religion.
what's the point?
Let's tap into some. Do I have any religion? I don't normally debate religion. Let's see.
Well, somebody said, like, is religion a force for good, or like, I guess the alternative argument is typically that religion.
Well, the
is
argument I had this
oppressive.
morning or the debate I had this morning was, which is better for society, Christianity or secular humanism? But let's just say, is religion good for society?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yes.
Yes.
Both
yeah.
of you said it was yes. Okay. Fucking ticky-tack. Ticky-tack getting dirty here. Is anal an okay request from a man?
No, no, because it's sodomy. But
did both of you answer that?
yeah, I said it's not okay because it's sodomy, and I didn't hear Jess's position.
I think my connection's slightly cut out because every now and again I miss slightly what you're saying, Grid. What was
It was Ticky Tack said, is anal an okay request from a man?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
It's a question, I guess.
Is that a legit sex act?
I'm not debating anal. Fuck that. I'm sorry, but no.
Okay, we're running out of
I'm sorry, but
you guys agree a lot. Is faith virtuous without evidence?
Yes.
without evidence to you or to other people.
Got it.
Is that what you mean?
We got it. All right, good to go.
No, I'm asking for clarification from you, Grit, of what you're
from
talking.
me, I don't have it. I mean, faith is faith. Faith is faith. You either have faith or you do not have faith. I can't have faith for you.
Well, you have to have faith even if you're not religious.
I'm not sure that's true.
I do. I just think that people don't recognize it.
You have faith in what?
No, I think that people feel faith. They even if they're not religious, they just don't know what it is or where it comes from.
But I'm assuming that Michelle means like religious faith, right?
Religious
Michelle?
faith, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you have faith without evidence? Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how if we agree?
No, I think that you can have faith without evidence because you can have religious faith.
That's what I said. Religion is a good topic though because I'm not religious. I do believe in God, but I'm not religious. So.
Oh, okay. So topic: how can you believe in God but not be religious? Perhaps.
Perfect.
Because I believe that I can get into that. That's
all right. Let's do that. We're going to do that
controversial
because this has been too long, and I was having a good time, and now I'm just like, this is very interesting. I don't think we've ever had that. I've never had that happen before. I can always make people argue. Anyway, 1 minute. Who's starting?
I'll start.
Okay, you get 1 minute to define your position on religion and why you need it, or whatever it is that we're arguing here.
All right. The word God specifically brings to mind religion. Religion outlines why God exists, how God came to help humanity, and God's role working in tangent with humanity. For instance, I think there are many people that might believe in a spiritual nature, but they do not call it God. The very term connotes religion. It is what religion is based upon. And to assert that there could be a God without religion would be basically straying far away from the long upstanding doctrine that God is specifically a religious based idea. There's nowhere where you'll find that it's not. Even in sectors such as paganism or other kind of like, polydeity religions, they do recognize a specific figure. So I think to say that you believe in God with a religion would be taking an entirely novel point, which no one in the history of humanity, to my knowledge, has adopted. That concludes my opening.
Well, I do
Okay.
believe. Okay.
Nick,
So you want me to...
give me 1 second.
Sorry.
I have to. All right, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I believe in that religion exists in this in terms of what it's meant to be, but today what we've created to religion today to be resembles more of a cult structural. So most of our modern day churches, over 90% of them, are constructed more on the base surrounding a cult rather than a religion. And if you look at the definitions of cults and religions, a cult and a religion, they have a lot of a lot of things in common and a lot of similarities. I also believe that God, even in the Bible, it states that there are many false churches and false structures and stuff like that. And that is why I don't believe in the modern version, view, structure of religion. But I believe in God and religion itself.
All right.
Well, I don't call myself Christian or religious.
Okay. We're going to start the 5 minutes. Ticky Tack, if you could come up and moderate, I need to go inside and just check on my kids. Again, my wife is with her mother. She had to go to the emergency room. So
sorry to
I
hear
am,
that.
I'm like balancing act here. So Ticky Tack, take it away.
Yeah, sure.
They need 5 minutes on the clock.
Bringing that open right now. 1 moment.
Just let me know, and I'll start with my cross-examining.
All right, going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Jess, I think one of the foundational points that you made with respect to religion and God was focused on the fact that modern religions exude more of a cult-like behavior. My position is that is incorrect. Cults specifically emphasize personal devotion to one leader, a human leader, to be honest, which is quite different from the Christian perspective of a devotion to a deity or a higher entity. So to say that there are similarities, I think the similarities might be quite minimal. But the main point of godly religion, the focus on a deity and a unhuman individual or thing, does separate religion and specifically Christianity from a cult. I think that to confer the two are the same is an insult to religion.
I'm not saying that they're the same. I said they have a lot of similarities. And I would disagree with saying that cults do not follow a deity or a god or a spiritual being of some kind, because majority of them do. And a lot of religions also call themselves a religion without the presence of a god as well. So you're incorrect by that definition. Just so you know.
Okay. Yeah. Do you not think there is some kind of benefit though to the fact that modern religion does bring people together towards
I
a
don't
common
deny
cause?
that. I do not
And that
deny
it
that.
and that it encourages
There are a lot of
morality.
perspectives. There are a lot of perspectives about religion or Christianity that I do agree with, which is why I carry a lot of Christian like positions, and I can argue a lot of Christian positions. But I do not call myself religious or follow any kind of church because of the structure that man has created them to be. And that's come from man, not from God.
Yeah. Would you disagree with me though that there's been a more severely negative application of cults than there has been for religion? For instance, if we look at Marilyn Manson, the Kool-Aid guy, I forget what his name is. It's escaping me
I
right
would agree
now.
with that. I would agree
Yeah,
that the
and
word makes a lot of people uncomfortable with the intonation that comes with it, and people straight away assume people straight away assume by that. But if by actual definition, there are a lot of undeniable similarities between the two, and
right.
the structure of religion and churches itself in today's the way we have in modern society is a man's structure. It's not a structure of God.
Well, Christianity, for instance, is a patriarchal religion. So there's a hierarchy there, right? So first there's God, then there's the man, then there's the woman, and then there's the
Oh,
children.
I agree with that, and I actually follow that in my life.
Yeah, you're a patriarchist, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that, right? And you would probably agree with me the fact that there is not as much of a negative application of religion to the end result as there would be for a cult to the end result, because religion is governed by societies, like specifically the Catholic Church has its whole, board of bishops and archbishops and the Pope and all that stuff. And there's a lot of like community reinforcement, whereas a cult, any random charismatic individual can go forward and get people to do heinous things as we've seen historically, right? I don't see the same negative application in
Well,
terms of
churches
religion.
could do that too. Yes, the Catholic Church is guilty of many atrocities throughout history, and many things have been done in the name of God. So, and that mimics cults very, very. It's undeniable. Would you concede that maybe the word cult has a negative indentation, but would be correct in saying that it has many similarities with religion, even if the two are
So,
different?
so here's the similarities that I see. One, group like kind of community. There's a huge sense of community in either of them, right? Second is like an end goal. It motivates people, right? They get some kind of sense of belonging when they're with a religion or a cult. And that would be where I would draw the line. I think the Catholic Church example, although I will concede it's a valid one, I don't see any other widespread examples of where religion has been used to justify a behavior. I'm more
Oh,
the
there
Mormon
are
type of
many.
tamer.
There are many branches of Christianity and religion that have covered up things like child SA through the church, and there is much documentation of this even in modern times and currently happening even today. There are religious organizations, some of them even Christian organizations, that are even outlawed in certain countries because of this prevalent behavior that's
Okay, but
protected within the churches.
yeah, but at the end of the day, Jess, if we had to have a society that was all just people in cults, right, without like a god or some kind of spiritual leader, or just religious people that are
Well, we've
basing their
already
beliefs.
Time is
established
up.
we've already
Time is up.
established
5
that
minutes is up.
both can have God figures or no God figures in both religions and cults.
Yep.
Yes,
5
time's
minutes
up.
is up.
So, womp womp. All right.
All right. I missed that, but it sounds like it was super exciting. So, Ticky Tack, you want to go with your impressions?
Yeah. So I think that Jess White is making a lot of really valid points when it comes to the similarity of a cult on religion. But I also know that there is some really specific things about a cult that would qualify or disqualify as a cult, and that would be the ostracization of people from their community. And typically, Christianity does not encourage that kind of bit.
I didn't
However,
say Christianity, but religion does do that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I should shut up.
It's a lot of the examples that were being presented right now was the Catholic Church, which does fall into the preview of Christianity. But I will say that Paige never actually made any sort of counter arguments towards that. So I would actually have to favor towards Jess on that because of the lack of counters to actually say, why Christianity is not a cult.
All right. So in the opening page, used examples to prove evidence of God, without religion, but or God with religion. She bolstered her position using, I guess there was an argument there. I didn't quite understand it, but I knew there was one. Jess used a definitional argument tying religion as an equivalency to a cult, and Paige did a good job opening with after the openings, the actual debate portion was a good counter to Jess, and the entire debate sort of hinged on all of that. But then, as a part of that, she admitted that with a minimal qualifier, she used the word minimal to describe that cults do actually share similarities with religion, basically undermining her entire argument from that point forward. And in terms of the blow for blow, Jess, I counted about 9 hits for you and about 7 for Paige. So I'm going to say Jess won that.
Okay, and I will chime in. I was impressed with Paige getting Jess to admit or concede that she lived a Christian lifestyle. That was a very strong point. However, Jess made a very strong point coupling religion to cult, and I don't think Paige successfully uncoupled the two. So I will agree that I believe Jess won the debate. Now, Grid, can you find a replacement judge for me since I have to step down?
I'm sure I can.
Paige could probably fill in now that she's out.
Yeah, I'll
Paige,
hang
you
out
wanna be
till
a
you
judge?
find somebody. And yeah, Paige would
Sure.
be good too. Yeah.
And I agree with the judges. I think that Jess had a good point. I don't even know how I'd argue that religion isn't a cult other than the leader aspect,
Well, it was a definitional argument on her part. You could have done, she made a false equivalency, and you could have pointed that out, but you never really did.
Yeah,
Other
like I'll
than the
say
leader,
that
yeah.
it's very common for people to try to like substantiate a religion to a cult, but there's some very key factors that make it not a cult, like the ostracization of like people from the community. That's a really big factor.
I actually don't disagree with you guys. But having said that, there are actually a lot of religious organizations that do isolate people from their family and friends. So that actually isn't just in cults, that's in religion as well. I do agree that they both are different,
Which
but there is a lot of overlap. And
Yeah,
that was
I
my
agree.
point.
I agree, but you definitely hyperfixated on like the Catholic religion. So that's where I kind of I don't think that was the best example.
I could have used others as well. If I had more time, I would have gone more into more depth, and maybe another time we can go into more depth about that because this is an interesting topic.
Hey, good debate, ladies. Thank you very much. And I'm jumping down. Thank you, Grid, for having me up.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank
Joe.
you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Or evening, I guess, morning, whatever it is for you. All right. Wicked Wally somehow didn't get raised up. I don't know what happened there. It was weird. All right. So who is next? We need to get the next one going. I do not have anything in front of me. Wally, how the hell have you been, man? We haven't even heard from you tonight. Usually you're the voice. You're the guy.
Well, you know what? I made the mistake of laying down on the couch earlier, Grid, during WrestleMania, right as like the last women's match was coming on, and that put me right out for about 2 hours.
Okay.
Do you want to just give commentary for the next few debates coming up?
Yeah. That's funny. That is funny. I can't believe it was so hard to get a debate going between the two. That was pretty hilarious.
I'm disappointed I'm disappointed at how Evan handled my topic. I woke up to him failing.
I kind of would have expected, knowing how a lot of the Crucible crew will take the oppositional side for learning purposes, that one of them would have just jumped on the oppositional side to learn some of the oppositional points.
I did offer, but Grid said that we would press on. So
Yeah.
I'm not even a debater. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Grid, you didn't even toss out the idea to them of what's the proper way to grill a chicken.
So Grid,
Yeah.
Maybe we would have argued more on cooking stuff and like actual feminine topics.
Well, it's easy. Is it coal or gas?
Yes, Anson. What was it you wanted, Anson? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if you get into a roadblock like that, one thing that you could do is just say, all right, what's your worldview on this? What's your worldview on this? What's your worldview on this? So you can find a specific area where they disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting because I'm pretty sure some of those things they're not actually too far in agreement on, but it wasn't worth in retrospect, it would have been worth the 2 minutes or 3 minutes to figure out where the divergence was. But I didn't think we would go.
If you dug a little bit deeper beneath the surface, there probably would have been something under that. That even though we agree on the surface, there might have been something underneath that we disagreed on. That's true.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got to get those donos flying, folks. Remember, you can patch it together to get the 1v1s flying.
And it's even it disturbed me even more that Evan fumbled that argument because he's heard me give an argument on that topic before.
Well, I think Evan's a little out of practice. I think he hasn't been debate, and he told me that he hasn't been, he's been busy. He hasn't been debating or anything. So, give him a little bit of cut him some slack, Wally. Jeez.
I give him more shit than anybody because he's like my best panel debate buddy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, maybe you need a new debate buddy.
No, because it's kind of like when my best friend since like freshman year of high school calls me up and we spend the first 5 minutes of every phone call calling each other every insult in the fucking book, running each other down. And then we go, so what the fuck's up, asshole?
Yeah.
What if I could give you a better insult than nobody's ever heard of before? Would you be friends with me?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, you fucking clown shoe.
Clown shoe.
Shoe.
That's
what are you doing, clown shoe? Come on, pussy tits. Say something. Say something, pussy tits.
He's just saying words now.
That is the weirdest insult I've ever
Clown boat?
heard.
Now you're clown boating around this place. What's going on, man?
Now I actually can picture the little tugboat with the clown that's like.
Yeah,
I've never heard anyone say pussy tits before ever in my life. What the fuck?
I got some unique ones. Maybe next show I'll reveal some more.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll give you some Aussie slang ones that you can throw in as well.
Grid,
save it for next show. Save it for next show.
One thing, one thing you could do, Grid, to make them pick one is to just give them a 5-option maximum and say, look, if y'all don't agree to debate on one of these, then I'm going to pick one for you.
Yeah, there you go. That's actually a good plan. I like that. We may have to do that from now on.
If you let women talk for long enough, they end up arguing about something anyway.
Y'all are just too damn agreeable. That's your problem. You're like, I don't want to.
It was hilarious that when I asked them what Anson said in the chat, they're like, yeah, we agree with that. That was awesome. That was actually awesome. It's been a really great show tonight, guys. We need to finish out strong. We only have a few debates left to crown a winner.
Grid, you should have just fought him yourself.
Well,
had a good one there for a minute.
I started to. I was like, yeah, but then, how do we crown a winner? Anyway. It's okay. Poor Paige, though. I felt bad, but whatever.
Don't feel bad. It's all in good fun, Grid. It's all good.
Hey, Grid, can I ask the ladies a quick question?
Absolutely.
Do you guys agree that women should be involved in politics in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Glenn, they can pick a DGen topic if they want.
$50.
I don't like women voting either. I don't believe women should
Glenn, you
vote.
can pick a DGen topic if they want.
Yeah,
This
it's
is gonna be
rare
so
that a
good.
woman can see that.
What?
And she's got $10 left over.
I know. What?
Badass kissy cat.
Oh,
Legendary.
this is going to be legend. Legend. Right here, right now. You guys ought to know
They're gonna
what's
need
up,
extra minutes. Pay up, guys.
because I'm going to be honest
Wally,
with you.
you know,
Wicked
we gotta take
Wally
it dirty, Wally. We gotta go
is
all the way.
Wicked Wally is only
This is the
slightly
degen
less
topic of the
degenerate
degen.
than Glenn Lawrence.
Wait a minute. Who said he's that close to me?
Oh.
Who said he's that close?
This is gonna be great. This is ready to be legend right here. All right, good. What topic are we fighting about, guys? Pick one. You've heard them all.
Glenn, where were you on the piracy thing?
We were talking degenerates. It says degen topics, right? No. Oh, piracy. Okay. Let's see. You know how I had Napster. Okay, I had Pirates Bay. Like, so I did a lot of pirating.
Yeah, because my thing was, I think when the way I had kind of phrased it when I had put it into the topic was I was approaching it from the sense of, is there a threshold where I think I would not consider it to be theft? And I've kind of always come back on, if it's out of print, so there's no lost sale, it's hard to consider it theft if somebody who owns a copy of it just proliferates it and gives it away of their own accord.
Yeah, no, actually, I kind of agree with that.
Is taking steroids supplementing for lack of masculinity? Shots fired.
What are steroids? Because testosterone is not a steroid. It's testosterone.
This is not
TRT.
this is not degen enough for a kissy cat. Apparently,
See, this is weird because I actually am somebody who was like, I've never given a shit if professional wrestlers took steroids. I don't know why anybody cared about it at all, ever.
Seriously, I think like
people actually forget that, like, prior to like the early 90s, steroids did not have a bad public opinion.
Exactly.
All right, pick a degen topic and let's get at it, boys.
Pick a degen.
Like, how about we hit the one that the girls avoided?
Which one?
The anal.
Oh.
Well, I did try to correct it in chat, Glenn, to see if we could save it, because correct me if I'm wrong, but my correction was, I believe the biblical definition of sodomy is two dudes.
Yes, it's laying with a man as if you would with a woman. That's sodomy. So look, if you with a chick and you stick it in, it ain't sodomy.
Yeah, we agree on that. We don't have a debate.
We've gone where few men go before. Is hierarchy inevitable in sexual dynamics?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is red pill a seduction strategy or manipulation of men?
It's neither.
Okay.
I could see how some men would apply it as a seduction strategy.
Yeah. Or at least, well, I mean, try, but who are they seducing? They have to be seducing men, because if you're trying to tell a woman how hypergamous she is, I don't think her panties are getting wet.
Wait, hold on. Telling a woman that she's hypergamous and chooses better men based on what her
like complaining to a woman, like, hey, you know what? The reason why you're doing that is because you're just a hypergamous bitch. Okay, so that's why you go after the top 20 guys. Like, that's not gonna.
Wow, that's You guys,
That's not going to work.
You
It's not
just
gonna
solved the internet right there. That's
I did.
Well, that's why it's like, you can take a lot of the observations and you can say, well, how do I apply this to a dating strategy? And if you're going through all these illustrations of how a woman gets emotional in this situation a particular way, you tweak how you're approaching things for that. So I think, yeah, men can apply it that way, definitely.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you turn a 304 into a wife?
Sure, there's many guys that do it all the time. Now she
Paige was actually making that point when her and Jess were having their long debate peace summit before a disagreement broke out.
I mean, has anybody not read the story of Hosea in the Bible?
Yeah. So serendipity has a good one. Let me see. I got to
You've
scroll.
got it's like with the bad boy question, and Paige was.
Is it justified to exploit the female body in a bid to attract subscribers?
Is it justified to? How's it exploited? Who's exploiting the body?
So, like a male content creator with a half-naked co-host.
We'll call him Grid One.
Okay,
we'll call him Wally. And we'll call the co-host. And I didn't even. This was hilarious because this is. I could have written this topic.
Is the co-host in agreement in this idea?
Yes, the co-host.
No, it's not exploitation. That's not exploitation at all. That is a partnership. She's bringing what she can to the table.
And what she can bring to the table, she got a lot of, let me say.
All right. Is nut punching a fair tactic in a street fight?
In a street fight, I mean, like, hey, it's win by all means necessary, right? It's your life or their life. You don't know if you're gonna win or you're gonna walk away or not. So
if another guy's attacking me, there's no code of honor for no code of honor.
All right. So below the belt.
If it's my life or your nuts, it's your nuts gonna get knocked the fuck out.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, if there isn't a ring, the fight itself is below the belt. So I'm gonna hit below the belt.
Well, Wally's motto is swing low, swing hard. How many bites are allowed during a BJ?
None. If I even feel your teeth, you're going to end up having the teeth in the back of your head.
My wife's calling me.
We don't disagree on that.
Oh, man, this is too easy.
All right. It's too bad Grumple-Stillskin isn't still in the chat because he'd have a lot to say about that.
Let me ask Wally. Wally, I think I got a topic for us.
All right.
A woman with no gag reflex is a high-value woman.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Kissy Cat says, come on, y'all know you like some tooth action.
Shit, Glenn, if I ever had a woman like that, maybe I could have had one that actually finished.
Ooh. Is passive aggression the most sophisticated form of force? Ooh.
It's a really bitch-ass way of saying that I don't like you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if I'm agreeing with that, I'm giving women as a whole way more credit than they deserve for their preferred fighting style.
Don't agree.
That's like asking a pro boxer, hey, do you think sumo is better than boxing?
All right. Okay.
Basically, she's saying is when you ask your girl, is everything okay? And she says, I'm fine.
Okay.
Is that a good way of arguing?
I'm fine. Man, you guys are killing it here.
I think this is what people really wanted was degen jokes while we worked through a peace summit of topics.
I know. That's what
But this is a way more entertaining peace summit than the previous
at work, and
This is
she's
way
just
better
like,
than
"Hey,
the
I'm
last
going to
one,
be
you know?
entertained."
It is WrestleMania and 420 weekend rolled into one.
Exactly.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have chronic tardiness.
Males should be the primary providers in a relationship.
I mean, I don't disagree. I mean,
yeah, we're not going to disagree on that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is the last stand of feminist hiding behind trans?
no, I don't know if this last stand of feminists.
This was the topic Anson and I were into last.
Yeah, I mean, I think feminism has created the transgender movement. You know, they created a lot of the ways for it, but is it the last stand? No.
Is it SA to receive a BJ while you are asleep?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Cleaner was asking, is it okay to have a personal relationship with a woman you work with?
I'm assuming by personal, we mean a little,
See, I thought he meant is it okay to have a working relationship? And I said, well, technically there's an understanding that there's basically no way I can sexually harass the person I work with. That's impossible. So,
that is true. That is true.
I was going to say, in that case, it works. Is it okay to have a working / sex relationship? Well, I think there are a bunch of content creator couples who say it works out for them just fine.
Okay, so how many wives work for their husband? I'm sure they're fucking.
Oh yeah.
You guys are literally just like riffing here. I don't even know what do you guys disagree on? So, Insane Clown Posse's a really good band.
Yeah, I'd have to say that.
I don't have a problem with ISP. They're pretty cool.
I got, you know what? I met my son's mother at an ICP concert. I can never say I hate him.
No, I had a joke. I won't say it. It'll probably just cause a whole war and leave it alone. Fuck it. Let's just go there. Who would win in a boxing match? Kickboxing match. In a ring. Someone we won't speak the name of. Or Grid 1.
Okay, all right. So
I think Grid could fight that with capitalism a lot better. Grid could just buy a ringer.
Yeah, there you go. That's how I mean, if you can't like win, buy the win. Yeah, just I did that once on another show where the literally like somebody like solo judged or something like that, and so I was like, you know what, that's dirty pool. So I just fatality'd them, which is why we don't have those rules here, because we're not cheating like I cheated.
That reminds me of that old Simpsons one where he's like, Mr. Burns, I insist that we cheat. Excellent. This is taken just as long, but it's a lot funnier. So we don't.
It is a little funnier, but I really this is crazy that we can't find something that people just can at least debate back and forth.
All right, I got one.
Go ahead.
We're gonna let's do the incel one that I sent you.
Oh, incel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is
if legalizing prostitution, could legalizing prostitution solve the incel problem?
Legalizing prostitution solve the incel problem? Huh. It's actually making me think. I'll give you that already. It's actually like hearing it again. It's posed to me. It's actually making me think about it.
Or should prostitutes bang incels to solve the incel problem, therefore using their pussy as a tax write-off?
Or sort of like a do it for your country campaign.
Hey, sir, we got to protect it. So we got to serve our nation, right? We get called up. We got to go to war. So, wouldn't that equate to like selective service?
I mean, there might be a case to be made there at that point. Because really, is it not a public service if we're creating a more peaceful environment online for all of us?
Grid's face is priceless right now. It's like I can't fucking stand either of you.
I mean, so there's a book by Piers Anthony called Bio of a Space Tyrant, where literally in the military they have the head, which is where you go,
Yeah, I know what the head is.
You've been in the Navy. And then there's the tail. And the tail is where you go have sex. So there you go. I thought that was great, right? Like, and they had, that's where, men served in the, men served on the front lines and the women served in the tail. So
well, it's like if you were like back in like Rome had it right for the gladiators, they sent you the fucking hookers down there to keep them entertained, make them happy after they've been.
I think those were hookers.
Slave girls, whatever they were. Other
slave girls, yeah.
Other slave girls.
Is
still a good business practice for such a profession, I think.
Is modern filmmaking trash?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Seriously, both of you agree? Rubble still says like those are girls.
Does body count matter?
I think it matters individually.
Silver Ogre has it right. Join the Navy, ride the waves.
I think it matters when you make it matter. If you focus on it, then it matters.
Yeah, there's a threshold of it for people. I think some people overshare, and I think that's where it becomes a problem for the other person. Is like, yeah, okay, you had like 20 other people. I don't want to hear a presentation about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's
okay,
right.
Should polyamory have the same legal rights as marriage?
Like polyamorous relationships?
Yeah.
So then you're talking about polygyny then?
Yeah.
So then should polygyny be legalized should be the question then.
Should it have the same legal rights as marriage, just like gay marriage?
But like, wouldn't that mean that would require polygyny to be legalized?
I'm assuming so. I'm not the one arguing it.
I'm wondering because right now, polyamorous relationships.
Yeah. Should polyamory have the same legal rights as marriage? Should you be able to marry 3 people?
Well, that's polygyny. That's polygyny.
Yeah. It's a simple debate problem.
Well, if it would have equal rights, it would be legal. Like that, it's kind of a foregone conclusion at that point.
Yeah. Should it have the same legal rights?
Well, it's not even legalized, so like the relationships are not even legal.
It's the same question is should, back before they made gay marriage legal, should gays have the same legal protections in marriage as regular couples?
Well, okay, so since we can do that, like they fucked marriage ever since they let the gays do it. So I mean, you might as well just just open the door for everybody else to just do it now. I mean, like there's nothing special about it now. You let the gays get into it, and they fucked it all up.
Okay, I can disagree with that and say no, we shouldn't.
Okay, let's have fun with this.
All right, let's have some fun here. We're going to go with it. Remember that
we had a lot more laughs along the way to get here, at least. That's the important thing.
Michelle says, is asking for nudes in 2025 just lazy? Shouldn't you earn the content?
Michelle, I just asked you the other night. That doesn't mean you got to put my business out there like that. Hey, damn.
It's funny. It was just a question. Yeah, okay. There you go. All right. Ready? Let me get my clock out because I gotta move this forward. My wife's gonna be really mad at me for not we went a little longer tonight. Anyway, get my clock going. 1 minute each for the start. Who's starting?
I'll start.
Yeah, you're in favor of busting the sewer gate open, so let's hear the case for it.
Yeah, well, he thinks you should be able to marry your motorcycle, so it's okay. All right, let's roll with it. Glenn, you have a minute starting now.
Whatever starts your engine, Glenn.
So, marriage had sanctity when it was identified as one man marrying one woman, right? That aligned with scripture, right? And now, well, this country the laws have moved away from that. So it has rejected it. So it's like, if you're going to let the gays do it, why don't you let everybody else do it the way they want to do it, as long as everybody's legal, of age. I don't see a problem with that because it's not any less, less sinful, whether two dudes are getting together and a dude and multiple women get together. It still falls under sin. So you are saying, oh, we're gonna let these people sin this much, but we're not gonna let these people sin over here because we want to keep what somewhat sanctity of marriage. It don't make sense to me.
All right, so that's your minute, Wally.
Well, first off, regarding a sanctity of marriage being put upon that, I would say that there is still a sanctity of marriage within a religious context, but as to step outside of that, I would say it becomes a very poor reasoning and a very poor argument to say, well, just because we got this leak spilling out of the sewer grate, we should probably just bust it open and just let all the other sludge behind it flow out. No, I think we should still be fighting to try to maintain a line, and not abandon the norm. A normative framework of what marriage is completely out the window, because then at that point, how do we push back against anything?
You had 7 seconds left. Good timing.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to do 5 minutes here and keep it clean, guys.
Oh, we're keeping it dirty. That's the whole point. The question is Wally is why are we pick and choosing who could get married if originally, even the framework of marriage in the legal sense is derived from the biblical definition of it. And if the legal sense is no longer upholding the biblical definition of it, why are we having laws determining who could get in a relationship or who could be married if we have consenting adults wanting to get married with each other? Why are we limiting the number just to 2? Why are we infringing upon those people's right to express and be loved and experience marriage the way that they desire, where do we get off on that?
Well, right now, those people basically do engage in what they would call a marriage, but essentially they're just doing covenant-based relationships where they have no legal incentives or anything or protections because they can't have access to them, but they have those relationships voluntarily.
And isn't that like infringing upon their rights? Shouldn't they be able to get on their second wife's insurance? Or what if the guy wants to add his second wife to his insurance?
And there you go, because you're getting to where we were going to get with this anyhow. The whole reason marriage started being attacked as we know it is because we have government provided incentives for people to get married. Therefore, you're going to have everyone who wants access to that demanding the ability to get a relationship recognized under that system. You know, we provide that you can get all these tax benefits, you can get all of these other legal options that you can go into without having to have a will or having a power of attorney filled out for somebody. You just have a person who can assume legal representation over in an emergency and shit like that. Basically, a lot of stuff. My way of saying people are just too lazy, apparently, to go make a power of attorney with someone they trust. But if there were no government incentives for people to get married, then you would not have gay couples giving a flying fuck about marriage at all.
Yeah, but
they don't because we don't get tax benefits, so they don't want a share of them.
Yeah, but we do have these things here and in place. And why are we infringing upon people being able to experience that if they want to have three, a husband and two wives, or two wives and a husband? I don't know.
Because we don't want to. Should we further legitimize a union that is outside of the normative framework that the majority of society follows anyway as a marriage? Whether or not legally we allow people of the same sex to get married legally or not, we still have the normative framework of marriage for most people is two people.
Well,
it's not one person plus three of the other. It's one and one.
Historically, even biblically, you have, man with multiple wives, right? And that would be the framework, historically of many people in different religions or different regions of the world.
But wouldn't that be contextual in a lot of situations? In a lot of those situations, it's because men would take multiple women on under their protection because maybe you had a scarcity of able-bodied men. You had a scarcity of men with resources.
Men. We got a bunch of trans. We have a scarcity of able-bodied men. We have dudes cutting up.
I mean, that is a whole other problem.
Well, I'm saying it's like, legally speaking, if gay people could get married, why a man marry two women if they're all in agreement of it? Why can't they have a legal contract that says that they are a triplet thingy?
Well, I would reject that I would reject that they should have ever changed from marriage being between a man and a woman to begin with. So just because you have a situation like under the American framework where the Supreme Court stepped in, doesn't mean we bust the sewer gate open and let everything in behind it.
Well, it's don't call Michelle a sewer gate, okay? All right, that's my homegirl. Don't be doing that shit.
Okay. All right, Tiki Tack, who you got?
Wally, my frustration with you is that you did not bring up the fundamentals of what marriage was supposed to facilitate, which was a nuclear family. It's like a single man and a woman having children. And the fact that you didn't bring that up, it's like Glenn was able to point back to biblical references in the Old Testament to where polygamy was actually justifiable. And that's where I have to side with Glenn on this, is because he was able to reference both biblical scripture of where polygamy was acceptable, and he never had an argument of what marriage was supposed to facilitate.
I never said it hasn't been I never said it hasn't been a minority, because that you do have contextual situations historically where that's the case. I'm making the argument of we shouldn't add sweeping legitimacy onto it and elevate it to this kind of mainstream normalcy that it doesn't have.
Then you would have to argue that marriage should not be part of government in general.
That's where I was saying the only reason a lot of that is even a debate is because of the government incentives that are put onto marriage, which is why government should be out of the marriage question.
So why even entertain these ideas? It seems like you're arguing way too much on the aspects of what Glenn was trying to facilitate instead of just flat out right saying that marriage should not be part of government. You never made that claim.
Well, I wanted to explore why we're getting to this point of just because one thing has happened, we should therefore allow everything else in after it. Because that was his premise, was because we've already had the well poisoned by the Supreme Court, let's take that little leak and just swing a sledgehammer at it and let everything else out behind it.
But then that just argues for Glenn's position.
But no, that's why I'm exploring why do we want to be why does he want to be going in that direction is where
because you just said that government allowed it to just go that direction. But yeah, that's my judgment. Glenn, you had it on this point.
All right, Anson.
Yeah, Wally won that. He made two really good points in his opening where he stated a position and countered Glenn's position. Glenn's argument was good in his opening. He had a black-pilled argument. The issue is that Glenn used several logical fallacies in his argument, and Wally only really used one. He appealed to majority. Glenn used slippery slopes, and he begged the question. So I'm giving that W to Wally just based on points, and it was really close, actually, very, very close. It was only really 1 point difference. So
Anson in his notebook. All right, Paige.
Yeah, so I kind of had a similar thought to Ticky Tack, just in terms of Wally's position lacking the populist viewpoint. But I think that it could have been easily countered by Glenn, just in terms of his, sister wives, one husband kind of viewpoint. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that was a flaw on Wally's part, as much as it might have been for mentioning it. But of course, he didn't mention it, so we can never know. Overall, I would have to give it to Wally, though, specifically on the basis that Glenn's foundation of his argument consistently throughout the debate was like, well, if it was a slippery slope fallacy, and I don't find that to be a particularly strong way to debate from. It kind of gets off of the topic and moves on forward to like a kind of live and let live hypothetical, which I think encourages degeneracy and is something that we should seek to prevent. So overall, I'm gonna have to give that to Wally.
We're 1 for 1 now, Wally. You know that, right?
That's
one
right.
For 1. You finally got that W back.
Yeah.
11 months later.
Tell everybody where they can find you and what you're doing, and then I gotta kick you out so we can move on so I can go to bed.
You're not gonna find me anywhere. Like recently, I'm gonna be busy still doing what I'm doing here, taking care of Thor. So that's what I'm doing for the next while. I might hop on, do something every once in a while. You can find me at your mom's house around midnight. When you see the bed and knocking, don't come. We rocking, okay? You might see some weird things, and sorry, kids. All right.
Glenn's the handyman you always thought looked just like you.
Thanks for joining, Glenn.
He's your daddy. That's what's
Take
up.
it easy, Glenn.
All right. So Kissy Cat, who is next? Kissy Cat has a credit, by the way, so she only has to. She only needs $5. We need a $5 donation for the next battle, which she just sent in. Emmett and Beth.
Anson's
Anson
choice.
chooses the topic. Let's go. Perfect. All right. You go away. You hide. We hide you. You get to be hidden. Not you. And not you. And there we go.
Can't see.
Wait, why is Chairman?
Yeah, what's up?
You have to pick the topic.
Yeah. Let's see. How's about we do one of my DGen topics?
Whatever you want.
Yeah. So is eating fur burger a requirement in a marriage in the Christian paradigm, because you are owed that because you own each other's bodies in the sense that you have to share with one another no matter what?
Yes.
I don't know what the fur burger
is eating vagina.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the fuck is a fur burger?
In a
You've been
Christian
saying this entire
paradigm,
time.
And it's got to be hairy too.
It must be a Southern thing.
Come on.
But I am from the South.
You're not degenerate enough, Ticky Tack.
Probably. Okay, I'm dropping out.
okay, I would say no in a Christian paradigm.
So y'all disagree?
Yeah, she said yes. I said no.
Yeah, finally get
All
it.
No, Lord.
I must be so happy.
Okay. All right. Go away, Anson. He just looked too evil doing that. All right. Who's leading?
I'm taking the affirmative, so I guess I'll do it.
All right. You get 1 minute. Ready?
Ready?
Start.
Under the Christian paradigm, according to Scripture, when you get married, two flesh become one, and so therefore, everything that you go through, you share together. So I don't see any argument for why a husband would not do that for his wife, especially. I mean, if she's doing oral for him, it should go both ways. And he owns her body anyways. Good enough.
Well, okay. That was a quick one.
Yeah.
20 seconds left. All right. Emmett, ready?
Ready.
All right.
I would say that under the Christian paradigm, we have sexual acts that we are supposed to be doing and conforming to. One of those is we should not do what is considered to be, I forgot the word, I'm sorry, but fornicate. Well, we should not be fornicating. It goes beyond the idea of proper sexual ethics according to sexual according to proper Christian values. So I would say that's why it would be no.
Oh, also 20 seconds. Wow. Okay. Or 20 seconds left. All right. Well, let's get into it. Ready, set, and go.
Have you ever read Song of Solomon?
Yes, I have. But again, when we're talking about Solomon specifically, we're talking about one of the most degenerate people ever.
It's not fornication within a marriage. Song of Solomon goes in depth to doing quite some.
Yes, and Solomon was literally going ahead and praising demons while he was being the king. Yeah.
No, when it comes down to what happens within a marriage, it's no longer fornication.
Well, you're correct, but I mean, when you're talking about Christian marriages, for example, you're not supposed to do anal. So that's because you're not supposed to be going over the board when it comes to sexual ethics. You're supposed to be doing and respecting each other's body.
And there's nothing disrespectful about this. Are you trying to say that everyone in the Bible had nothing but missionary sex?
Nobody's talking directly about missionary sex. What we're talking about is going in and respecting each other's bodies and manners.
There's nothing disrespectful about it. And I mean, this isn't we're not talking about sodomy. We're talking about two very different things here.
Well,
The things
that was the
happen
word I
in
was
marriage.
looking for.
Look,
Sodomy, like oral is part of sodomy. It's considered.
show
to be
me a
sodomy.
scripture that says that oral sex is considered sinful within a marriage. Because
Oral sex is
we can pull up
considered to
Song of
be
Solomon right
sodomy.
now.
Even when you're
Find
talking about
scripture about him describing, tasting his partner's body and vice versa. Okay, so
well, yes, when you're talking about tasting, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to produce oral. What they're talking about most of the time is about actually enjoying each other's when it comes to sexual intercourse, which
So
I'm not
also
against.
scripture, by the way, having to do with oh my gosh, this it's about honey and eating honey, and it actually alludes more to it. It goes for
Well, again, you're talking about a passage when there's a metaphor, and they're talking about honey as a way of enjoying the thing. But we're talking about morality in a Christian framework, and in the Christian framework,
the
it is
story with the
considered
honey
to
has
be
to do with the night of a marriage. Okay.
Yes.
And
And the night of a marriage is supposed to be filled with honey because you're supposed to be doing the sexual thing with your partner.
it's not dirty. There is nowhere in the Bible that ever says, nothing but missionary sex. Nothing that says anything against anal.
We're not talking only about missionary. It's like you can have doggy style and it's gonna be fine.
Hang on. If scripture goes as far as to outline that sodomy is sinful and wrong and totally against it, why would they not have scripture outlining the same thing for oral sex?
It's not just missionary. You can have doggy style. You can have
You just
cowgirl.
ignored my question.
There's a lot of
You ignored my
positions you can
question.
have. It's amazing.
You just ignored my question. Don't
Okay,
side
could you
step
please
it.
rephrase the question? I will try to do it in good faith.
Scripture clearly outlines that sodomy is wrong and not to do it. Why would there not be scripture that also outlines that oral sex is wrong?
Oral sex is considered to be sodomy. I'm not remembering exactly
No,
where
it's
it is.
not.
It
No,
is.
it's not.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well, I mean, it depends a little bit on what kind of denomination you're going for. But if you go with the Orthodox position, it is sodomy.
Are you trying to tell me that Orthodox Christians don't have oral sex? Are you really trying to say that?
I'm
right
trying
now?
to tell you that if you go to a priest and you ask them about sodomy, it will tell you that that oral sex is part
Oral
of sodomy.
sex is not considered sodomy. We all know that
And then-
sodomy is explicitly anal sex, and it's especially outlined because of the homosexuality argument. Okay, there is absolute. If they go as far as to outline that this specific act is considered wrong and bad and nobody should be doing it, they would have done the exact same thing for oral sex if it was truly a problem. They also probably would have outlined, you can't have her doggy style either, right?
Not
But we don't
necessarily.
see that
Again,
anywhere either.
sex is not about only doing missionary, unlike many people think. You can have a ton of different positions that you can enjoy sex with, and it has nothing to do with just doing missionary.
You're
Missionary, the
presenting
idea of
it
only
as
do
so much of
missionary
sex is
is
dirty, and the Bible does not outline that anywhere. And there is not
It
a single
does.
Christian. I mean, Christians don't. The idea that Orthodox Christians don't have oral sex is just mind blowing. We're not talking about priests. We're talking about Christians.
yes.
I like you. You're good people.
You're great. It was a good debate.
All right. That was certainly quite interesting.
Okay, so just to settle something before we get to the judges,
No, but you're not the judge. You're not the judge.
I got to settle something ticky tack though.
All right, go ahead. What's going
I'm
on?
looking it up here, and it says modern legal definitions often include consensual oral sex as part of sodomy.
Modern.
Yeah, but we're talking
But
about
also biblically, sodomy is two dudes. Glenn and I covered this already.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
If
All
they
right.
outlined that, they would have outlined this, but they didn't.
Okay.
Sorry.
I mean, the sodomy includes like two women.
The time for arguing is over. The time for judgment is upon us. Ticky tack. Go with
Grid,
it.
can I allow 30 seconds from each side to argue on a particular question?
Sure.
All right. So what is the definition of sodomy from both Emmett and Beth? Emmett, you go first.
Well, we're talking about the Christian. I was thinking about the Christian worldview, and when it comes to sodomy, we're talking about improper sexual act, and that includes, for example, anal, for example, oral. That's pretty much what they talk about.
Beth, what is sodomy?
If you look at it scripturally, they don't outline it like that. It has to do with anal sex.
I don't think that solved my position here.
Okay, well, then make a judgment. Move on, dude.
Yeah. So I think Emmett makes the more convincing argument because of the examples of Solomon is not a great example when it comes to defining what is sexual morality and what is not, because that is a very contentious situation right there. So it's hard to conflate what is and what is not proper within the context of sodomy.
Well, especially when it comes to Solomon.
I also
Yeah,
did
yeah.
reference it was Joseph and Asenath with their wedding night with the honey and the taste. It's
I noted that, but I didn't understand the scripture. You probably should have elaborated a little bit more on that.
I couldn't think of it. I was blanking on who it was. I'm pretty sure it was Joseph and Asenath.
So Emmett, you have the score on my side.
Thank you, Tic Tac. Thank you, Beth.
Absolutely.
All right. So in the opening, Beth made two arguments. One was from the Christian paradigm, and one was for equality, which really isn't related to Christianity, but it didn't matter because she didn't expand on that at all during the argument, so it's kind of irrelevant. And Emmett also argued from the Christian paradigm, so they stayed on topic. Overall, this was more of a debate about who landed the most blows and who was able to command in terms of the blood sport, because they were both arguing from the Christian paradigm. I gave Emmett 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 really good hits and blows in there, and Beth got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. But she had some points taken away because she had a begging the question fallacy, so she got 10 points. So I'm going to give this to Beth.
Okay. Paige.
Yeah, so I had to set aside. Well, I had two competing biases. One, I hate the fur burger. I don't want any man of mine to eat the fur burger at my restaurant. But I also really like Beth. Me and Beth are gal pals. But I'm going to give the debate to her, setting aside my balance, just because I thought that Emmett's definition of sodomy, which he stuck to, was like utterly preposterous. And there was no basis for it. In fact, even like I would have accepted, I think we got somehow to the fact that there's a modern definition, but that wouldn't have like actually taken into account in this debate because it was on a Christian paradigm. So I think given that fatal flaw, I would have to give the point to Beth on this one.
I disagree with you. Okay.
Okay.
Emmett, you're awesome. Thank you.
Someday I will get to debate somebody that I actually dislike, so I can be more forceful.
We have to get more people. You have to start sharing the show with people that you don't like, so they come here and feel comfy, and then you can spring this trap on them.
I can make myself unlikable for you, Emmett, if you want.
Emmett, it's always great fun, but you got to go. So we'll see you later.
Yeah. Thank you all very much for having me. Thank you for the judges. I think it was great. I'll find a way to beat you sometime, Beth.
Absolutely.
Someday.
You'll get. It's gonna happen. I can guarantee it.
You just got to be more assertive, Emmett, because that's how she won. She was much more assertive in her argumentation. You got to just talk over her and make her be quiet.
Yeah, I know, but
good luck.
I
couldn't
like her, so it's kind of hard.
For pity's sake, what is wrong with you?
I have faith in you, Emmett. If you try hard enough, you can beat them.
You have good arguments. Definitely try harder.
Yeah.
I think I did a little bit better this time, though. So
you did.
I'm happy.
Yeah,
for
you did.
that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And as I said, thank you all. Have a great night and have a good one.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the blood.
All right.
Thanks,
So
Emmett.
who's up next?
He's got the potential. He can beat a woman.
Personally, I think he won. So I think he has a potential.
I disagree. I think that Emmett continuously retreated back into that it's just wrong because it's sodomy, and I don't believe, and I'd have to look again, but I've never read a description of sodomy as being anything other than a man laying with another man.
Yep.
And if he had said, well, it's depravity, and gone down a depravity rather than a sodomy line, I could have seen it more, but he barely even waved at depravity.
So my definition of sodomy is anything that goes outside of the paradigm of procreation between a man and a woman.
That's a pretty wide definition.
It's like, but that could also restrict it down to like what sexual positions you even go into. So it's like I don't know. Look, this is just my opinion at the aspect right now. So that's what I was judging based off of.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, that's interesting.
If you look at it scripturally, like they literally outline, the actual reasons for like why Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. Okay, and they go into like, they give decent detail as to this is specifically what happened and why we did it. And nowhere in there are they talking about slightly more natural. I hate to call it natural, but it's natural in modernity.
But what's the purpose of sex?
The purpose, it's more than just procreation, even within the Bible. It's literally where this is why you consummate the marriage, is because it's the two flesh coming together to make one, and that is the most intimate place that a couple can be.
But that's to facilitate a family to procreate.
It goes beyond that. It absolutely goes beyond that.
I don't think so, though. I think the motivation is to make the connection so you have a family.
And as much as I really would like to spend a bunch of time on it,
Sure. I'll back off. I'm the judge. I shouldn't debate. I'll step out.
Well, no, and honestly, if it was 8 o'clock, it'd be a whole different subject. But it is 2 o'clock, and we have three battles left, guys. Got to hit that dono so we can get these done. And we've got Cleaner, Jess White, Wally, and Beth left standing.
Holy cow.
So that's 2 dudes and 2 chicks. That's unusual. It's going to be on. We just put that out there. That's quite unusual. Maybe even weird. I don't know.
Somehow I think Beth versus Jess would be less of a peace summit expedition to get to a topic.
Yeah, I think Beth is ready to fight anybody at this point.
Yeah, I think Wally and Cleaner need to go at it, to be honest with you. Somebody in the chat needs to match up Wally and Cleaner, because Cleaner will clean out Wally, and then it'll be Cleaner against the chicks, and then he'll clean out the chicks.
I don't think Cleaner's ever beat Wally.
Well, he's a better debater. He's obviously way more intelligent.
Are you saying that because his beard matches your beard?
Yeah, he's a cool guy. We got a lot in common.
I gotta say, Anson seems pretty base to me, man.
Cleaner, you never.
That's a lot of ball washing going on over here.
Cleaner, bro, you never told me you looked so much like Tommy Flanagan.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Chibs from Sons of Anarchy, the Scottish guy.
Yep, still don't know who that is. Saying more about it isn't going to make me know who it is any more than I already do.
You got like the hair, you got like the beard for him.
Hey, Grid, it might be better if you like offer a 2-for-1 deal or something on this 1v1, just so we can get this thing wrapped up.
Yeah, actually, that's what we'll do. So whoever gives the next donation, we'll do it. We'll do a 2-for-1, $40. Let's hit the dono button, bar, whatever, and let's get these fights started. And then I will. The last battle I'll take care of. It's on me. So let's make this happen, guys.
So somebody earlier was saying way back when, if I read correctly, they wanted me and Cleaner to debate wrestling, and I don't know why.
Yeah, that seems weird.
I mean, I could debate wrestling, but I don't think anyone would want to debate me saying like something like, "Oh, they seriously think women's wrestling is entertaining."
I think talking about wrestling in general is really like boring, and you almost put me to sleep right there.
Have you guys seen the? This was a long time ago when they had like the women's.
Cleaner versus Jess.
Oxcaxo donated $50. Super
And
chat.
me versus
You guys are gonna have to give me a
Both
sec.
V
I'm
Wally.
kind of dealing with a mother incident, like
We
a
can
mum
do
incident
we
at
can
the
do
moment.
Beth v. Wally first.
Yeah, if that's cool, because I just got to sort this out. I'm gonna be a little bit, but I'll be back very shortly. I'm still listening.
Okay. All right.
Is
So
that
it
cool?
looks like Beth, you and Wally facing off.
Again.
Like
No alimony this time.
no alimony. That's funny. That's funny.
I knew I was going to lose that because not a single one of the judges wanted to pay their ex-wives a stinking penny, and I knew that.
Well, fortunately, Ticky Tack doesn't have an ex-wife yet, so he's not biased. All right, what are we debating?
Shit.
Hmm.
I don't know, Beth. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about digital piracy?
He really wants to debate digital piracy.
It was my fucking topic, and it got debated poorly.
I got one for you. Should we be allowed to debate in this format since we did not invent it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't get the point of that one.
All right. Keep going. Just argue amongst yourselves and.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, Grid. I could not take a bad faith position that I should be able to monopolize a format.
I understand.
I mean, this might be another prompt related to that, Grid. Should people who don't like the concept of competition move to Cuba?
Okay.
How about school sports?
What about them?
Should we allow school sports like football, or is it too risky?
Oh, I got one for you. Should sports such as soccer and football be allowed in high school or junior high school?
Yes.
Should they be allowed? Yeah.
Okay. The problem with high school sports is the massive amount of injuries, life-changing in some cases.
Yeah, and they don't. I think they've gotten better at it because I think it's the same thing. It's the same thing with we didn't know as much about concussions 30 years ago as we do in the past 5 years.
I actually looked it up, Grid, and over 20 sports for 2023 to 2024, over 20 sports with over 2 million kids participating, there was less than 6,000 injuries. So that's actually not that bad. It's a lot. That's a lot. But when
that's
you consider
reported
about over 2 million athletes.
Yeah, but that's reported.
Fair. Who's going to report a pulled muscle?
Right, exactly. Who's going to report a twisted ankle? What you're hearing about is the people who tear the ligaments out of some kid's knee,
Yep.
and he's never able to actually play soccer again.
on the same note, with the way things have changed, these kids can't work out their own problems out in the, behind the woodshed like they used to anymore.
True.
So they need that outlet to, because there's, especially with boys, they got a lot of testosterone that starts flowing. Girls too, man.
Yes, but what we're
Hormones
seeing
start.
right now, and I'm actually debating you guys here, but what we're seeing right now is that kids are beating the crap out of each other on the track. We just had just a couple of months ago, we had the girl beat the hell out of that other girl with an aluminum baton, putting her into, I think, a mild coma, and then we just had the kid stabbed in the heart and died. We've had, I mean, should these sports be allowed in, under high school?
These kids are so bottled
They should
up.
even be allowed in college. And
That's why it's gotten so violent, is because these kids are so bottled up. They're told over and over and over again, use your words and let it go. And, somebody's bullying them. They can't do anything about it. And they're so bottled up. The second they get into these sports, they just want to rip each other's heads off. And it's horrible. I agree with you. It's horrible. But if it's the
Chairman
only
is
outlet they
chiding me
have-
for debating you guys, but I'm trying to lead
See,
you.
now
into a
I'm
good
kind of
prompt here.
because now I'm kind of interested though, is like, because I'm completely out of it, because like I'm almost 40 and like my son does not have any interest in like sports teams at all. So I'm completely removed from how the infrastructure is.
I'm going to give you this prompt and see if you guys can debate it. Given that high school sports add millions upon millions of dollars to budgets where schools are clamoring that they can't even afford school supplies and teachers are having to pay for them out of their own pockets, and the risk of life-altering injury, are high school sports worth it?
Oh, under the current structure, absolutely not. Not when you follow the numbers of like how many kids play high school sports versus and then how many go into the college system, how many go into pro from there, and how many actually succeed. You're chasing into into an industry that funnels around you very, very quickly, and it bottlenecks.
Is there a debate here to be had, or you guys are in
No,
agreement?
because once you start adding the financials in there, I do agree with it that, the money needs to be put towards learning. I see them cutting programs all over the place. And so you really need to prioritize what's most
right.
important.
They'll cut high school shop. They won't cut football.
Yeah. And I agree on that one. If we were just talking straight sports, then it would be.
Here's the thing. Maybe, I don't know where, maybe you'll see where Beth lands on this. Should student athletes be compensated?
What do you mean?
So because like you look at how like college sports, look at how the schools monetize the teams, and they'll have video games, all these branding deals. The student athletes, until I believe very recently, and even that's only at a small number of schools, saw none of that. They got told, hey, you got a scholarship, be grateful, while the school's making money on TV rights, like the TV rights.
That's not something that's applicable where I am. Like,
should you be able to?
Well, even like high school sports, they sell merchandise for the school teams, don't they?
Debate show, even if that already established debate show sucks.
Is this a debate prompt for you guys?
Didn't we already agree on yes, we're pro competition?
Okay. All right. Okay. That's funny. That's pretty funny. Thank you for the $10, Glenn Lawrence. All right, well, let me go back to my list of debate prompts. Hopefully, we won't have to go down 40 of them to get to.
So wait, I just want to see where Beth is on this. Should student athletes be paid? Yes or no?
By who?
Well, I mean, if you're like I said, if you're talking about college athletes, the colleges would be paying them something because they are making so much money, or they'd be getting paid by the NCAA. One of the two.
If we're talking college, I mean, I would assume so. Like you said, I mean, we see college football on TV all the time. I would think that they're getting some kind of compensation out of that. Beneath that, though, I mean, again, like that's not even something that's, yeah, that's not something that's.
So what if it was a case of like, if you're playing, because like Grid is talking about how you're at risk for so many lifelong injuries as a teenager because of high school, junior high sports. What if there was something like they put out a stipend for student athletes, essentially as a kind of like, hey, this is compensating you in some way because you might get seriously injured for doing this shit.
They can't even pay for their supplies. So again, when we start adding money into the mix, I automatically have.
So if we can't bring more money into the mix, and they can't already maintain the system well, we should probably just get rid of sports.
We should probably just get rid of public schools.
That too.
Just saying.
You guys agreed. We have two. Everybody agrees too much.
I think I brought this back to actually going with you, Grid. That like, no, let's actually get rid of these like sports, like high school football.
Yeah.
But now she's being agreeable.
I know. The two-party system is broken.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a connection between policies and inflation.
There's a connection between policies and inflation. Well, yeah.
Yeah. This is your way of trying to tell me to go to bed. You're picking up.
Let's see.
So Beth, just so we're clear, since I said yes, you don't believe inflation happens like independent of policy. Nope. Okay.
I said yeah. I agreed with you.
Hold on, wait. You got? Oh, never mind. I mean, I'm not, man. In fact, if I was debating this, I could beat you guys up.
Oh, you could beat me up with one hand behind your back. I'm sure of it.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean, Beth's gotten this far, so there really hasn't been a lot of woman beating tonight.
Yeah.
I've just been sitting here, quiet, waiting on the patriarchy.
Do welfare programs unfairly burden taxpayers to support the lazy?
Yes.
Yeah, that was resounding.
Oh, that laugh.
Is mandatory parenting education, listen to all the words, is mandatory parenting education needed to curb bad child rearing?
No.
Yeah. It's hard to say no because I know some really bad parents, and I would almost be self-sacrificing enough to go through it but the thing is, I know they wouldn't absorb a fucking thing of it. So no, it's not going to help.
That's not even what I give a shit about. I'd give more of a shit that I don't believe someone else should be able to arbitrarily set standards. Just because you're going to train people up doesn't mean you're training them up to a level that's good.
Exactly. And the way that they're using it to put fear in us and control our parenting is doing nothing but leading to kids who can't be independent.
Should society, or is society correct to shame cheating in relationships to enforce loyalty?
Yes.
Do we actually do it effectively now?
We don't. It should. Wasn't that the prompt? Or
I mean,
did you say we are or we should?
Is society right to shame cheating in relationships to enforce loyalty? You have to really think about this one and think about what it's saying. So do you think that do you think that it is even possible?
I think right now the only way society does that is that they shame any kind of infidelity on the behalf of a man. They don't shame a woman's infidelity equally. We make excuses for the women. We don't allow the same excuses for men. We don't care that a man just wanted to feel loved. We don't care that he felt lonely. So the only kind of loyalty we're trying to use is we're trying to shame men into loyalty to women, not women into loyalty to men.
I think society is doing shaming, like you said, especially to the men. Not as much to the women, but women need to be held more accountable by other women. It's
well, this
is not really the prompt, though. Is society can society even enforce loyalty by using shame?
Shame is a powerful tool. You can change a lot of things with some shame.
Okay. All right.
I'm all for it.
I understand you're for it, but I think it is it right? Is I think is it correct, I guess is it's not
if we want to have a moral society, the yes.
Okay. In a relationship, does pornography harm those relationships more than it liberates sexuality?
Yes, harm.
So porn in a relationship bad. Wally's like, I don't know about this one.
I really want to agree with that.
See, I have to. It's because like even when I try to think about like even people I know, like I knew one of my friends, her and her husband, like they watched shit together all the time. They've been married like fucking almost 20 years now, doing perfectly fine. It's weird to take it. It really depends on the couple.
Glenn Lawrence wants to know if I found out about your home videos. I don't know what home videos you're talking about, Glenn.
I don't know what home videos he's talking about either.
Don't want to know. I think is love just brain chemicals or something deeper?
Brain chemicals.
It's brain chemicals. Yes, I am still going. And my wife is now calling me to tell me to come to bed. Stand by.
Wally, let's find something.
That love shit.
Hanson, help. Throw some out. I'm looking.
What is it? You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I think it's more than just fucking brain chemicals. That's some fucking bullshit.
Oh. Okay. You're muted.
So we got it?
He says it's more than just brain chemicals.
All right.
No.
My man standing up.
Oh, we might want to qualify this real quick here.
Well, that's when you define it in your opening statement.
Okay.
All right, ready? Who's going first? Who's the affirmative?
Well, it was
Would Beth be how was that? Because I think Beth would be the affirmative in that prompt, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you think it's more than brain chemicals. She doesn't. So you're technically the.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah, I can go first. Doesn't matter.
All right, roll with it. You got your minute.
No, yeah. So, yes, love as I believe most people would understand it, because we have these ubiquitous concepts of love. But love begins as a chemical reaction, but chemical reactions change over time. There's becomes other levels of work that you have to do to maintain that, and you don't always feel the same. Love involves a depth of commitment and devotion to that person, and doing things because you have a higher duty to do them at that point because you out of love for that person.
Awesome. You had like 15 seconds left. Awesome. Very good. Ready?
Ready. So you're right. Love begins with brain chemicals, and brain chemicals are what really lead our thought processes and so much of our bodies. That's why you see people going on antidepressants, which help direct their attention and their thought processes. And when it comes down to love, the bottom line is that you still have to have that same chemical reaction in your brain every single day when you wake up and you're interacting with that person. The mechanics of the relationship may change over time, but it's still like on a daily basis goes by what your brain is telling you to feel.
Well, you had 15 seconds left. You guys are getting good at this. This is awesome. All right, you ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
So Beth, my first immediate thought is you're not going to maintain a long-term relationship or a marriage purely on how the dopamine moves through your fucking brain. It's ultimately what you need that dopamine to do is you need it to make you do other things.
Exactly.
For example, like we need certain things to feel, we need food to taste good so that we want to consume and not starve to death. We need sex to feel pleasurable so that we want to reproduce.
You're on my side with this.
No. Don't start being so agreeable. You try to rope me into agreeing with you.
You don't have sex with your partner unless the chemicals in your brain tell you that you want to. So you are totally taking my side.
And you are gonna have conflicts in this relationship. It's not going to be a constant flood of dopamine through your system. You have to have a higher level of devotion to that relationship than just being a slave to your chemical reactions. Because if you're going to be a slave to your chemical reactions, Beth, then you know what? When you start having problems, the milkman starts looking pretty good, doesn't he? Because you're just a slave to your brain chemicals.
Damn well within a relationship, every time you have one of those little spats, 2.5 hours later, the makeup sex is entirely better. And even, the brain chemistry that makes you angry can lead you to angry sex, which, by the way, is a lot of fun. And if you haven't had it, I definitely recommend you try it.
This is where this is where you're trying to hijack my fucking point. Where I'm saying it's like,
on my side.
You need things to feel good, so you want to do them, but at the same time, you can't be a complete slave to those chemical responses.
It's not all about feeling good. Okay, the chemistry in your brain, even when you're angry, the chemicals that make you feel angry still keep you invested in what's going on. That's why you get these angry women who go to like wild lengths to freaking follow their husbands, see what they're doing, sneak around in their stuff. And same thing with men. And it's not, you're right, because it's not always happy and great, but it's still that chemical reaction.
But you cannot just be approaching it with this idea of, you need this to feel exactly the same every day.
No,
you need to
that's
be
not what I said. I said you need to have chemicals.
You literally said you need to have that same reaction to that person every day.
If you're liking them, but you still have to have, my point is you have to have the chemical reaction in your brain every day to want.
We're not saying you don't need a
want to
chemical
engage
reaction, but there is more to it, and you also can't just be a slave to those reactions
We
either.
are slaves to that
No,
reaction. That's why we want to eat. That's why we want to fuck. That's why we want to scream.
No, you are a slave to those reactions when you want to overeat to the point that you're morbidly obese. You're a slave to those reactions when you can't control your sexual urges to the point that you act outside your marriage.
Hey.
At some point, you have to have a higher sense of ethics and morals kick in over your brain chemistry so that you don't fuck up the relationship that you're in because you're just being a slave to your brain chemicals and blaming your dopamine receptors on why the mailman looked attractive.
I can't advocate for women who cheat, but what I can say is that even
well, you're kind of advocating for women cheating with this whole we're just a slave to our brain chemicals because then that's why she's just a slave to the mailman.
Dude, do you know when dopamine is even being released in your brain? Like, I mean, it's not like there's a set schedule. You can trigger it. So, I mean, you know, you could try triggering her dopamine if, you know, she's angry all the time and whatnot.
Well, that means you have to put in a higher level of dedication and devotion to that person. You have to have a higher level of control over your emotions and just being a slave to your dopamine. You're making a very good argument for operating at a higher level than just saying I'm a slave to my urges because of my brain chemicals.
Everything you outlined doesn't happen unless chemicals are released in the brain that are going to drive you to do that. Okay. So, I mean, like, you really seriously helped me out on this. Sorry.
I can't even start to make notes on how you got to that point because I am still saying you are trying to sell this of, well, we're just going to be a slave to my brain chemicals.
All humans run off of that is the initial reaction.
You're still not disputing until you need a higher set of ethics and morals over their brain chemicals at some point.
You do.
Time to
drive
vote.
everything you do.
Time to vote. Time for the judges. All right.
Wally, thank you.
That was actually really good. I'm glad we got that one in. Ticky Tack, lead us off.
Wally, you have kids, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't you bring them up?
I didn't feel the need to bring him into an argument.
Well, not necessarily the kid itself, but the thing is that what other argument can he actually present to why two should stay together or to have a cordial relationship other than the duty to your kids?
I mean, if we were talking more in the direction of just maintaining a relationship, I think we would have got there. But when we're just talking kind of like broad-based, like love, like we kind of had to see where we got from there.
Well, isn't the biggest part of love is to commit to a duty that you will, commit to something outside of the relationship matter? Or outside of the emotional aspect of your brain chemicals?
Well, if we're talking about the love between two people, that's different than just saying, well, I'm deferring to something else in a bad situation. I'm talking more about, well, how do you actually try to maintain that in that situation? And it takes a lot more than just being depending on your urges.
Well, then you're just talking about literally just like chemicals against chemicals at that point.
Wasn't thinking of it in that direction. Because again, if you're just being, because again.
So do you have a judgment, Ticky Tack, or what?
Yeah, my judgment is towards Beth.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
I think ultimately, Wally, you could have made the argument better if you actually presented some sort of duties that the man has to provide in the family or within the relationship. That would be my critique.
All right. So in the opening, Beth made a biological argument and Wally made two arguments. One of them was basically bolstering Beth's position by making another argument that agreed with hers. And then he did a word salad. So I gave him two negatives for his opening. Overall, Wally scored a -3 and Beth scored a 5 because he basically used fallacious arguments. He strawmanned her position and didn't really assert much of an argument to bolster his position, although he did make a position. So yeah, Beth got that.
Yeah, I would agree with some of my co-justices. I think that Wally's primary position was a lot of straw manning on Beth's position. I think what Beth was trying to get at, although she didn't really get to it, is that it's not just a sexual relationship that stimulates the hormonal changes that elicit long-term intimacy. You were trying to get to this, Beth. It's the oxytocin hormone. It's a love hormone. It does decrease slightly with age. However, oxytocin is released not just during intimate moments, it's also when you make memories with the person, or even like the smallest physical touch, such as a hug or a kiss. Yeah, I agree with Tiki. I think Wally, if you would have brought up your son, I think that would have been a good point. But ultimately, I don't think that would have resulted in a win. I think Beth defended her position much better, but yeah, she could have emphasized a bit more what hormones, how is it
Kind of hard for me to
sustainable?
appeal to him when I'm not in a relationship with his mom for the past 11 years.
Fair point. Yeah. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to give this one to Beth. Good job, Beth.
Thanks for the oxytocin. It's 3:40 in the morning. I'm thinking as fast as I can.
That's okay.
Well,
Look,
you're
I'm
awesome.
wanting
I
this
love
show to
hearing
end
you.
too, so I'm working on it.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, we're way over time. I'm gonna have to start it. I'm just not gonna have to do the regular show and just start right in at 8:00.
Well, I think you kept it open a little bit longer for more people to come in too, Grid.
I
You're
did.
cut off of how many?
This is what happens when we discuss love and brain chemicals at almost
Yeah.
at 3:30 in the morning my time. And
Mine too.
Yeah.
speaking of altering brain chemicals, I've been doing that all night.
Was it 409 and cleaner now?
Yeah.
Well,
409 and Jeff.
Wally, just kind of a tip on this. I think the best like love that a man can produce is his duty to his wife and children, and I think that will always win out. So whenever these arguments come up again, definitely bring that up.
Good point.
Just the tip he
I
said.
think you would have made it would have been a much stronger point to also have said that while sure the chemical reaction can produce sex, producing love is a much deeper and less chemical reaction, and also it evolves from duty, just in the same way that you love your son, the way that you may love a friend and care for them and never have sex with them at all. So anyway, those were effective arguments that you didn't touch. Anyway, $2 from Viking Paradigm. Love is both chemical and electrical.
I'm going to work on becoming a love doctor. Don't worry, Grid.
I know, brother. I know. It's okay because it's okay. All right, get out of here, Wally. Tell people where they can find you, and then get out of here.
You can find me at Wicked Wally World, just fumbling through existence on the internet, doing my own random shit talking and crazy shit. I will be back on Monday. We got a new show, and I got some shit to fucking air out on Monday, so that's going to be entertaining.
Nice. Good times. Good times. All right, our next debate, Jess White, cleaner.
I'll throw myself out, Grid.
Yes, please take yourself out with the garbage, my man.
See you, Wally.
Bye, Wally.
Okay. So, where was I at? Oh, Jess and Cleaner, you guys ready?
Yep.
Jess?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. I was getting a little concerned there. Excellent. All right, so we're going to hide. So it's going to be Beth in the final round for certain now. And let me get rid of Anson here. There we go. Okay. All right. So what's a topic that we can discuss? How about, and I know this is a little unfair, but I don't care. What is the path forward for leftist now that they have sown so much division in our country.
Was that the end of the question?
What's that question? Prompt. So basically, how can the left recover after their routing in the last election?
I don't debate a lot of political topics, Grid.
Okay.
I don't involve myself in a lot of politics. I don't think it's a woman's place. So.
All right. Okay.
To be fair, even if this was two men, that is a very open-ended question.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
A debate that may not, they may,
Yeah. It's a little late. I'm a little punchy and I'm just being a little flippant. So I apologize for that. Can science and religion coexist without undermining each other's foundations?
Yes.
I missed that question. Sorry, Grid.
Can science and religion coexist without undermining each other's foundations?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No.
You're going to say no now, Cleaner? All right.
I just want to get into it. I'm tired of
I know. All right. All right. Well,
I'll take any oppositional view.
Okay.
I don't care how ridiculous it is at this point. Just let me at someone.
all right. Cool. Yeah, you've been sitting a long time. All right. I'm good with that. Do you guys understand? I mean, who wants to go first, basically?
I think it would be more fair if I let her take the initial stance.
Okay. All right. Jess, are you ready?
Kind of. Sorry, I'm dealing with a situation here. I actually might even have to not even do this debate as much as I want to, because I got like mum emergency happening at the moment with my kids.
Okay.
Well, if you want,
which is unfortunate, but
sides with myself.
sorry.
No, Cleaner.
Maybe
What
maybe you and Grid should have a debate, and then maybe
Well,
or you just you
what
and
we'll do
maybe
is
just
we're
go
already
straight to
down
you and Beth.
It's just Beth
Yeah.
and the winner of this one. So we'll just put Beth and Cleaner 409 together.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a shame because I actually do want to engage with this, but my
okay.
motherly duties come first above
We
everything.
all
so.
understand, and it's
Yeah.
great for you to take the high road. And
That's a win for Mom.
That is a win.
Good Mom.
All right.
All right.
Well, hopefully I
so
can catch
we're
the
going
next
to
one, and
bring-
I can make it to the finals. Then we'll see. I'll be back next time. Have a good night,
Okay.
guys. Hope it
Yep.
goes well for you.
We're bringing Beth back and Jess. We'll put Jess down. And there we go.
Did I hear, can science and religion coexist?
Yes, without undermining each other's foundations.
Now, does that apply to any science?
It
I'm
sounded
sure.
like a general.
Yes, and just general science. So biology, physics.
So I think if we're going to get into the weeds on it, that would be an in the debate type thing.
Yeah. You guys, so who is leading off?
I mean, if you're not comfortable with the topic, that's perfectly fine. I'll approach any topic in the opposite stance you take.
Okay.
So just pick one, and I'll take the other side.
I'll stick with this one and say
Okay.
yes, they can.
Okay.
Let me give you an alternative just to consider.
Okay.
Are traditional expectations in dating still relevant, or do they hinder equality?
Well, I don't believe men and women are equal. So I'm not quite sure how to approach that.
Okay, we'll stick with the science one. All right, I just wanted to throw that out there. It was one that I've been looking at, and I just haven't been able to get to tonight. So, which is weird because I've got to all of them. All right, so Cleaner, you're going to lead off, and then and Beth will follow. Is that what I got?
Sure, I'm fine either way.
Okay.
Or Beth, did you want to lead off?
It doesn't matter to me. If he wants to
It,
lead
it
off,
would
We'll let Cleaner lead off because I think he has a grasp of the topic, and that'll help you. That'll help you out.
Sure.
All right, Cleaner, go.
Okay, so throughout history, we have already seen that science repeatedly tries to dispute or refute the fact that people believe in a God and tries to tear down the foundations of different religions. This is not saying all scientists do this or all forms of science do this. This is saying that they do this. In retrospect, also, though, we see that different churches have done this as well. Different religions have done this as well over time, trying to wither away the reality. And we see this in certain religions right now that are so internally conflicted with their own views that they end up lashing out and doing violent things towards other societies. There we go. Go for it.
All right. Ready, Beth?
okay.
Go with it.
First of all, I want to thank my opponent for conceding almost immediately that in a lot of ways, science and religion do kind of walk hand in hand. And, you know, we do have new advances in science, like, for instance, a few decades back when they discovered the God particle. And yes, there are religions that also reject science. But then you can take sciences like archaeology and anthropology, and you can look at this stuff. And I mean, I've actually been to Israel and been to places that we read about in the Bible. And I personally think that science and religion are just trying, once they figure out how to not hate each other and realize that they're on the same team, this isn't going to be a problem anymore. It's going to solve a lot of fights.
Okay, perfect. Now let's get into this. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
You mentioned the God particle. So has religion accepted the God particle as God's particle?
I can't vouch for what every different sect wants to look at or believe or
Has any sect accepted the God particle as God's particle?
I'm not sure.
Your knowledge.
I'm not sure. What I do know is that, like I said, when you come down to a lot of the science, as far as even looking at like the purity of the air, what it would have been like back then, and the effects that it would have had on human beings, you can start collaborating different stories from the Bible and see where these things actually could and did happen. And so it's really not that far off when you start, once it gets there and people are willing to even hear it. The big problem is getting people to stop with the fighting. And I agree with that. However, this is already coexisting in a lot of ways. So I don't understand how it could even be an argument other than the influence of ignorant people who just need to stop for a second and look at it.
And scientists would argue the opposite side, saying that science shows you the true form of the world itself, the reality, how things are, the factual
And
analysis.
yet, before he died, Stephen Hawking absolutely said that he believes there's a God and that science, or well, I'm pretty sure he said something about science helping him come to that conclusion.
Naming an exception doesn't necessarily mean that it's true of all science.
It's
or
not
that
so much
false
of an
of
exception
science.
anymore. We have
An
scientists across the board who look at this and say, this requires such a level of perfection for us to exist, for our bodies to operate the way that they do. This can't be just some,
Some scientists have said that. However, there are still a large majority of scientists that follow the evolutionary doctrine, saying that we evolved from something. So that doesn't necessarily confirm or deny either. It's not showing that science is accepting of religion or that science isn't accepting of religion, to say that there's a few that have accepted certain parts or certain things that they agree, okay, well, so maybe there's some greater force of some kind, but they're not defining it. So
The prompt
anthropology
was, can they? The prompt
throughout,
was, can they?
throughout the science of anthropology, if you want to call it a science, because I don't believe anthropology is a true science because it can't follow a scientific method. You can't recreate anthropology. That's historic. You can't recreate history unless you repeat history, which would be through human action, not through fossil records, right? So anthropology, do you understand how anthropology works whenever they go to try and date something?
Basic. I have the basics of it. My daughter's going to be an archaeologist. She's graduating with her BA in the
Okay. So most of what they try to do is what they call carbon dating, which has been proven that over the course of 100 years, carbon dating is off by 1% every year. If you go back 1,000 years, it's now so far off, your skew matrix is massive. You're talking about saying that something is 1,000 years old when it could actually be 2,000.
1 minute.
Get to
We
1,000
have enough sciences. That
So if you
we
go
have
back,
enough
if you go back
science
and say something is
does
10,000 years
well.
old, it could literally be at that
Doesn't
point
matter.
with
Listen,
1%
we have enough
continually
sciences
going
that
through
do
time.
mesh well.
It could
with religion.
actually be about 50,000 years off at 10,000 year dating.
We have enough
The
science
math
that
supports
do
this.
still support religion and can mesh with religion. And the prompt is, can they coexist without, undermining each other? And I do see a great potential for doing that. And several scientists have also seen that as well. The big thing is getting the churches, primarily, I would say, to get the churches to calm down and actually listen for a second. And there are preachers who are starting to do that and teach their congregations that this evidence is out there. It does exist. And it's something that our faith should lean on and be built on.
Well, having a handful of people in a church, not necessarily of the leadership of the church, supporting something doesn't necessarily mean that the religion.
This is much bigger. This is much bigger than just a small handful.
That's
Look at
just talking to
Bodhi
a
Bacham
person
is a huge
specifically.
one
That's
when it
not
comes to
speaking
that.
towards the religion. The religion itself pushes people away from science itself.
So what do you think, Ticky Tack?
No,
Sorry.
we're at the judge point.
Yeah, you guys
Thank you.
are going.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
I'd have honestly liked to keep going with that for another 5 or 10 minutes, but I
Me
understand
too.
we're on time constraint.
Another time?
So I have to say, Beth, bringing up the God particle was probably your worst mistake.
Yeah.
Um,
I thought about it.
True, did you?
yeah, it's like there's nothing about the God particle that substantiates some relation between religion and science. And I think it would have been a better point to bring up the idea that Christianity is what inspired a lot of scientific research to figure out the uniformity of nature over time. And that kind of proves the coexistence between science and religion.
Well, I did bring up as far as, they have done the looking into as far as how perfect things would have to be in order, for us to even exist and for the earth to even exist, even including, how far we are from the sun and everything else. And
But at the
down to,
same
I think, what you're talking about.
At the same time, you contradicted yourself to say that the churches need to calm down and accept the sciences a little bit more.
Some of the churches do. I agree with them that some of them get completely out of hand and are total science deniers, and they're missing out on the fact that there's a lot of science that actually supports the belief.
Yeah, I just think that 409 in general made like a better argument in this position. So I'm gonna have to actually vote towards 409 on this.
All right. So what I saw here is that Cleaner took both sides of the issue in his opening. So I added a point and took a point, since he did actually make a point for himself and a point for her, which I didn't really understand. And Beth in her opening didn't really do a good job of setting her point, but she did point out that he basically conceded at the beginning. And I saw on Cleaner's side he had an appeal to authority and appeal to the majority during his arguments, and he also made some good points during his arguments. I took away a point from Beth for not calling him out on some of his argumentation that was basically low hanging fruit because it was just bad debating not to, and also you made an appeal to common sense, which was fallacious. But overall, it was really close. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 point for Cleaner, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3 points for Beth. So I gave it to Beth.
Okay.
Alrighty. So yeah, I thought that Beth's pointing out 409's concessions in her opening was a strong tactic to throw off her opponent. I would agree with my co-justice Tiki Tak. I thought the God particle was kind of a left field sort of argument. The God particle is a subatomic particle that gives other particles mass. There's no defined correlation between that and the existence of God as an entity. So that was kind of weird. But what we got into at the end of the debate, I think kind of like really showed each party's side. There was a bit of a spurg fest wherein Beth was trying to assert her position and 409 was trying to assert his position. And we kind of got lost in the weeds. On principle alone, I would think that Cleaner has an easier argument to make. I think that Beth maybe could have also emphasized the fact that both Christianity and science have the same issue in terms of the scientific method, that they both draw a hypothesis on lack of observation. That would have been something that I would have utilized. Overall, though, I found Beth more entertaining and I enjoyed her debate style more. So, on a very slight margin, I'm going to give it to Beth.
That's what happens when you're exhausted.
It was a tight match. I'm going to say that. It was a very tight match.
Shit.
I wish we would have had that extra 5 minutes. I think that really would have provided a bit more clarity as to who, what the positions were and who ought to have won.
Yeah, leave it to a woman to judge on entertainment value. Good job, Beth. Or Paige.
Thank you.
Giddy up 409.
409. I think you were the smartest debater on this panel tonight. Just
I agree. He was very good.
Yeah, 100%.
And to be fair, during each of the debates that I've had tonight, and in general, when I'm on VKs or anything like that, I try to approach the person at the same intellectual level that they're at so that I'm not speaking above or below them.
Yeah.
I try to approach them with the same type of arguments that they'll be attacking me with. That's generally why I like to let other people go first and make the initial claims so that I can approach them on their level. I don't like talking down to people, and I don't like speaking up to people either. So I always try to approach people in their field of battle.
Well, it worked out. So
I enjoyed talking to you.
It's been a good night for everyone.
Absolutely. Thank you for
Thanks,
having
409.
Thanks, Grid.
Beth and 409, you need to get me your information. So once I tally the donations from tonight, I can, dole out whatever needs to be doled out. You're free to do that anytime. But I'm out of here. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm literally I'm 3 hours overdue. My wife's already really mad at me. Well, not really mad, but
you got a show to run.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Let me just say, Grid, I don't know if you're saying that I somehow got something, but if I won something, just give it out in channel subscriptions to the channel guys. They deserve it.
We'll do it. You're very welcome. Yes. So one of the things that's unique about my show, maybe, I don't know, but the donations that come in, you guys are a part of, you guys are the reason the show does well. And so I give 10% to the winner and 5% to the runner-up. Part of that is just to avoid collusion between the final two, so that they don't. So one person actually gives a good debate and doesn't throw it, so they just both collect the winnings. I have reasons for most things I do. But anyway, so we'll get that taken care of. But Beth, reach out to me and we'll get that taken care of.
Grit, I hope everything works out okay in your family. I'll be praying for
Oh
you.
yeah, no, my mother-in-law is home. She's fine. I mean, I assume she's fine. I think there was a medication adjustment or something needed to happen. I don't know yet. I'm sure I will. But yeah, everything was great. My son just wanted Dad to come in. You know, he was crying. He was mad.
Yeah,
So he just wanted Dad to come in, and everything worked out just fine. Thank you for all of you guys being very so supportive, especially Kissy Cat. Kissy Cat is the winner tonight by far, and we're going to have to throw her a party or something at some point because she's been such a great supporter of the show. And as much as I would really, truly enjoy gabbing longer, I'm not going to. Everyone, get out of here. Go away. Leave me alone. Get off my lawn. All of the above. Good night, folks.
Good night, guys. Thanks, everybody.
See you guys.